the night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Restlessness. Afu explained the matter briefly, and Catherine just listened quietly. Until the end, she concluded, "So, the Duke's return was all your guesses from beginning to end." Catherine was very disappointed. Over the years, she didn't know how many such seemingly true and false news she had received. The most outrageous one was during World War II. The Nazis got the news from somewhere, so they found a person who looked very similar to Kai to pretend to be Kai, intending to use this trip to control Kingsman and Catherine. Although Catherine and Kingsman of that generation who received the news at that time also doubted it, they really went to Germany for a 1 in 10,000 chance. As a result, as soon as they saw the real person, they knew it was a fake. The fake saw that he was exposed at the beginning, so he omitted the process of recruiting and directly let people besiege him. That time, Catherine was seriously injured, and the Kingsman agent who went with him was almost wiped out. After many disappointments, she naturally became suspicious of these news. If Afu hadn't just said that there was news about Kai, she wouldn't even be so excited. No, the return of the Master is indisputable. You are not a Holy Grail Knight, and you cannot understand the connection between us and the Holy Grail, nor the connection between us and the Master. We can clearly feel that the Master is in a corner of this world. It's just, we don't know the exact location. After Kai gave the Holy Grail to Laufu, Afu's grandfather, those who received the Holy Grail kept the Holy Grail as their biggest secret. Catherine has only seen it once or twice and knows very little about the secret of the Holy Grail. Are you sure? I'm sure, Afu nodded seriously. This made Catherine smile. For her, as long as Kai came back, it would be fine. As for where he is now, she is not in a hurry. She has plenty of time, so she can look for him slowly. She believes that as long as Kai's still in this world, he will not really disappear forever. At this time, Catherine remembered what Afu had said before. By the way, you just said that in addition to looking for the Duke, you have something else to ask me. Yes, and it has something to do with the Master, Afu said. Things related to the Duke, not things related, but people related, Afu corrected. Come to think of it, you know both of them. Who? Catherine asked curiously. At her age, most of her former acquaintances have died. Afu in front of her is one of the few acquaintances who is still alive. Vampire Queen Mina and Wonder Woman Diana, them. This really surprised Catherine. Mina has been in the UK, but because they don't get along well, they don't meet easily. This is nonsense. How can a nun be friends with a vampire? They are really just acquaintances, but they have known each other for too long, so they can be called acquaintances. As for Diana, the chances of meeting are even fewer. She doesn't have any grudges against Diana, but the problem is that Diana has left the human world since Kai disappeared and has never returned. Even during World War II, Diana's figure did not appear again. So these two names are really the most familiar strangers to Catherine. What did they do? Catherine asked curiously. This, Afu seemed to be thinking about where to start. After a pause, Afu said, Ms. Mina suddenly disappeared a few months ago, along with some of her descendants. Without Mina's control, the vampires under her command gradually began to lose control. In the past few months, cases of vampire attacks on people have occurred all over the UK. We and the Holy Church wanted to find Mina to understand what happened and why the vampires broke our agreement. At that time, we learned that Mina and her direct descendants were missing. We used the intelligence network to find out that she went to the United States, but no one knew what she did in the United States. Mina is a more obedient vampire. In many cases, she would stand on the side of the British government. For example, in World War I and World War II, she and her descendants had contributed to Britain. It was also because of this that the Holy Church and Kingsman signed a series of treaties with Mina, allowing her vampires and humans to live peacefully in Britain. It is also because of this that Britain is estimated to be the country with the fewest cases of vampire attacks on people in the world, except China. Mina's sudden disappearance made Kingsman and the Holy Church worried, not only because without Mina, the vampire ruler, the previous treaty with the vampires would be changed, but also because Mina's disappearance was so strange that no one knew what would happen next. The unknown is the most worrying. So Afu decided to ask Catherine, the elder of the Holy Church, to come out. First of all, Catherine and Mina knew each other. If possible, Kingsman and the Holy Church did not want to fall out with a vampire like Mina who got along well with them. After all, Mina could ensure the harmonious coexistence of vampires and humans. Changing a vampire leader would bring too many variables. Secondly, if the most undesirable situation really occurred, then it would be the best choice for Catherine to deal with Mina. Kingsman and the Holy Church were not afraid of Mina, but the price was too high, so it would be much better for Catherine to take action. What about Diana? I remember that she hasn't returned to the human world for decades. What can happen to her? Catherine understood what Afu meant, so she didn't say much. Instead, they asked about Diana. No, Ms. Diana returned to the human world a few years ago, Afu said with a wry smile. For these legendary figures, both Kingsman and the Holy Church felt very powerless. These people were too elusive. They wanted to monitor them, but the problem was that they couldn't do it at all. For example, Diana has been missing for almost 100 years. How can they monitor her? Go to Paradise Island to monitor? They don't even know which way the door of Paradise Island opens. So Diana appeared in the human world. As long as she was quiet and didn't cause trouble, it would be really difficult to be discovered. No matter how strong Kingsman's intelligence ability is, it is impossible to monitor everyone in the world all the time. Diana can change her identity at will, even her appearance doesn't need to change. It's been 100 years, and no one knows who she is. Even now, the reason why they got the news about Diana was an accident. Wonder Woman had been in Paris before, quietly working in the Louvre. She was an expert in the identification of ancient cultural relics, especially the history and cultural relics of ancient Greece. She was about to become an authority. Remember the god of war Ares? Wasn't he sealed? He was turned into a sculpture. Catherine naturally remembered that when Kai defeated Ares, he did not kill him, but sealed him and turned him into a marble sculpture. The problem lies here. The sculpture is gone. To be more precise, the sculpture was replaced. After the god of war Ares was defeated and turned into a statue, it was placed in the National Museum in Athens, guarded by the Bedouins who followed Kai and the magicians of Carthage. Leaving it in Athens was also to punish him and make him face the destruction of Athens to repent. At that time, Kai did not expect that he would disappear, so he did not think there was anything wrong with this arrangement. But Kai disappeared, and then World War II happened. In World War II, Greece was swept by Germany. In order to prevent the statue of the god of war from having problems, Kingsman and the Bedouins who were left as guards at the time planned to move the statue to North Africa to hide it. Unfortunately, it was discovered by the notorious Hydra and the statue was snatched away by the Germans. Later, when the Germans were defeated, the statue fell into the hands of the French. Then it was placed in the Louvre. At that time, both the British government and the Athens government wanted to take the statue back, but the French refused, and even reminded the French of the importance of the statue. After that, the French always regarded it as a treasure and kept it in the deep vault of the Louvre for secret collection. Diana went to work at the Louvre for the statue, but the statue was well preserved and ordinary people had no way to touch it. For this reason, Diana worked for several years before gaining the trust of the Louvre, allowing her to observe the statue closely. As a result, the problem was immediately seen: this thing was fake. At that time, the staff of the Louvre were dumbfounded and thought that Diana was talking nonsense. As a result, Diana told them that this statue would never be carved for more than 30 years. The Louvre was in a panic, and finally confirmed that this thing was really something from 30 years ago. This is a big problem. The collection of the Louvre is actually fake. The public did not know about this, but the intelligence agencies of various countries are not eating dry rice, and soon Kingsman knew about this. At the same time, Diana was also discovered. After Kingsman confirmed it through Alfred, who had seen Diana in person, Wonder Woman's return to the human world was confirmed. At the same time, Kingsman also began to search for the whereabouts of the statue of Ares, the god of war. At this time, Diana suddenly participated in an exchange activity between the Louvre and the United States. She left France and went to the United States. Diana's behavior was very strange. It was not reasonable to go to the United States to participate in academic exchanges at this time. The only possibility was that Diana thought the statue was in the United States. "You want me to bring the statue back?" "Yes. We hope you can bring the statue back. If possible, we also hope that you can let Ms. Diana help us find the whereabouts of the owner." "I understand. Where are the two of them now? Catherine didn't say much and asked directly about the whereabouts of the two. We don't know the whereabouts of Ms. Mina for the time being, but we have found traces of one of her offspring, and we believe that her whereabouts will be soon. We now hope that you can deal with the statue of the god of war and Ms. Diana. Catherine didn't care which one to deal with first. So where is Diana's destination for this trip to the United States? Chicago. Triskelion is the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, at least on the surface. This headquarters is also the heart of SYNOPSIS. The entire Trident building is located on a small island in the middle of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. The island covers an area of about 1 square kilometer, all of which belongs to SYNOPSIS. As the public headquarters of SYNOPSIS, the number of people working in the Trident headquarters accounts for almost 1/3 of the entire SYNOPSIS. However, this does not mean that all the people working here are field agents. In fact, the people working in this building are some civilian staff, scientific researchers, logistics personnel, and even ordinary electricians and cleaners. On the contrary, field agents who really carry out confidential work rarely appear here. On the contrary, the top executives of SYNOPSIS will appear here from time to time. For example, today, the director Nick Fury, who has always been elusive, actually appeared in the headquarters building very rarely. To be honest, as the director of SYNOPSIS, Nick Fury rarely appears in the headquarters building publicly. This is also drunken. No one knows where their director is every day and what he does. He is like a cloud of fog, always hiding himself in the shadows, making people invisible and intangible. But the more this is the case, the higher Nick Fury's prestige and shield. The title of the King of Agents is no joke. He rarely stays at the headquarters, but he knows the entire shield very well. People can't see him, but they feel that their every move is under the surveillance of this non-mainstream director. Who is not afraid of such a leader? With his adjutant and secretary Maria Hill, Nick walked into his office. But after opening the door, he found that there was already someone inside. Everything about Nick Fury is top secret in S.H.I.E.L.D. Even in his rarely used office, except for himself, only people with level 10 authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. can open it. And now, Nick Fury is the only one in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. who has level 10 authority. But Nick Fury is not surprised that someone will appear in his office, because outside S.H.I.E.L.D., there is another person with the same authority as him. Pierce, I don't think you need to stop me in my office. Alexander Pierce, former director of SYNOPSIS and one of its most senior agents, was already there when Captain America's widow, Peggy Carter, and Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, founded the Strategic Scientific Corps, the predecessor of SYNOPSIS. Later, after Peggy Carter retired, Alexander Pierce took over as director, and Nick Fury was his subordinate, and they had a very good personal relationship. Later, after Pierce was promoted to the Minister of the World Security Council, he recommended Nick Fury to be the new director. In the Security Council, Pierce has always played a role of mediating the relationship between SYNOPSIS and the Security Council. If it weren't for Pierce's mediation, Nick Fury's dictatorial, uncompromising, and mysterious style of doing things would have been resisted and suppressed by the Security Council. Nick Fury often said that Pierce was the only person he trusted. As for whether it was true or not, only Nick Fury himself knew. Nick. Pierce turned around and looked at his old friend, repeating Nick's name 3 times in a row. He said helplessly, "You are always like a kite that has lost its line. If I don't hold the line, only God knows where you will fly. I know you don't like those politicians in the Security Council, and I don't like them either. But this is not the reason why you always shirk meetings. I have left SYNOPSIS, and I can't always stand on the side of SYNOPSIS to deal with the Security Council. Those politicians don't like me doing this. Remember, I left SYNOPSIS, and they had a hard time letting me leave SYNOPSIS. Reporting to the Security Council is your duty as the director. Remember, Pierce is the longest-serving director of SYNOPSIS, and Pierce has made great contributions to the development of SYNOPSIS to what it is today. But it is also the case that politicians don't want him to stay in this position forever. It's just a check and balance of power, and it's nothing new. It exists in any power institution, and SYNOPSIS is no exception. Come on, those politicians are now hoping that you will continue to exert influence in SYNOPSIS, right? Nick Fury didn't care about this. His style of doing things is very different from Pierce's. Pierce is more like a politician than an agent. Perhaps they did let Pierce leave S.H.I.E.L.D. in order to reduce his influence, but after Nick Fury became the director, they found that Nick Fury was more difficult to control than Pierce, so now their ideas have changed again. They must ensure that S.H.I.E.L.D. is not controlled by Nick Fury alone. So until now, Pierce still has level 10 authority. You can deal with those masters. You have always done very well. This is not enough for you to block me. Tell me, what do you want from me? Just as Pierce knows Nick Fury, Nick Fury also knows his old friend very well. Meeting with the Security Council is nothing. Pierce can do it well. Okay, I know I can't hide it from you. Pierce did not deny it. He took out a document from the table. The Security Council has noticed some unusual activity with vampires, and they want you to take care of it. The Security Council doesn't want a conflict with vampires, and they don't want the public to know about their existence. You know, that would be a disaster. You have to talk to those old guys lying in their coffins. A new week. Chapter 377 The Style of the King of Agents. Nick took the document, looked at the words on it coldly with his one eye, and then threw it aside like garbage. Why do those politicians in the Security Council always accommodate those vampires? You know, in just 30 years, the number of vampires has increased 3 times. Will they wait until vampires are all over the world before they take a hard line against those blood-sucking bugs? The weakness of the Security Council has already led to the emergence of extreme radicals among vampires. If this continues, problems will arise sooner or later. Nick Fury doesn't like vampires. As early as when he was an agent, he always advocated being tough on these aliens. He even personally presided over and planned a vampire extermination plan. But Pierce, who was still the director at the time, did not approve it. When he became the director, he perfected the plan again, but this time it was the Security Council that rejected him. Of course I knew there would be problems. I knew it when I was the director of SHIELD, but what's the use of me knowing it? Those people above don't believe it. Speaking of this, Pierce was also very depressed. He hated vampires 100%. Every time he thought about living under the same sky with such disgusting things, he felt numb all over. But the problem is that he is different from other directors of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is a director who connects the past and the future. His predecessor is Peggy Carter. This strong woman is not only outstanding in her own ability, but also has the identity of Captain America's widow. This identity gives her endless benefits. Even the U.S. government has to give in when facing her. This is the fault of the U.S. government. They have praised Captain America too much, so that until now, many Americans believe that the United States can defeat the Nazis, and Captain America's role is crucial. During the war, they inspired people, and in order to attract more war donations, Captain America was promoted by the U.S. government as a living saint, and everything about him was perfect. After Captain America was buried in the Arctic with a Red Skull to save New York, Captain America became a god on the spot. This is something the U.S. government did not expect, and now that people are dead, it is too late for them to weaken Captain America's prestige. Living people will never compete with dead people for fame. Whether it is the East or the West, a person's death is basically invincible, especially Westerners, who care about this. Many people who have both good and bad reputations will receive higher evaluations after their death than they did during their lifetime. This may be the generosity of the living to the dead. After all, the dead will never compete with the living for power and profit. And the only heir to such a large political legacy is Peggy Carter. This makes Peggy Carter very special, and Peggy Carter also makes good use of this to strengthen SHIELD. After Peggy Carter retires and Howard Stark dies, SHIELD's position is quite embarrassing. At this time, Pierce had to make a lot of compromises, otherwise SHIELD would not have developed to the point it is today. Some things must be compromised, Nick. This is beyond our control. Nick Fury nodded expressionlessly. I don't know if he really agrees. Pierce doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. He only knows that Nick will get it done, and that's enough. As for the ability, Pierce believes in Nick Fury 200%. And sometimes he even has a headache because Nick's ability is too strong. Sir, the call has been connected. We can start the conversation. Maria Hill walked behind Nick Fury with a tablet. Nick Fury came back to his senses, but he did not ask Hill to call up the screen immediately. Instead, he asked thoughtfully, do you think that S.H.I.E.L.D. has too many level 10 permissions? Hill had a blank expression and did not speak. In fact, based on her understanding of her superior, Hill knew very well that Nick was not asking for her opinion. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been a person who needs others to help him think. In addition, there are only 2 people with level 10 permissions in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., one is the director himself, and the other is the former director Pierce. He now said that there are too many level 10 permissions, and the meaning is very clear. The suspicious current director obviously wants to strip the former director of the influence on S.H.I.E.L.D. This kind of political struggle at the level of a big boss is not something that a small person like her can intervene in. Although she is already a level 9 agent, but compared to the 2 people who really master all the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., she is still a small person. Many times, Nick is a bastard. He doesn't trust anyone, including Hill. Hill is very clear about this. But Hill feels that such a bastard may indeed be the most suitable candidate to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, Nick did not ask Hill to give an answer. He asked Hill to connect the screen. A thin old man appeared in the screen. His eyes were extremely sharp. Even through the screen, Nick still didn't like his eyes. "Victor, I didn't expect you to be alive." Nick didn't have any respect for this old vampire who had led the vampires for nearly 10 centuries. "Believe me, Nick Fury, I can live for a long time, so long that you and your descendants are all dead, and I will still be alive." The old man didn't want this black-skinned one-eyed dragon. In Victor's nearly 1,000 years of life, his attitude towards black people has always been extremely contemptuous. He felt that black people didn't even have the ability to be slaves. "Then you will be disappointed. My descendants died yesterday. Hundreds of millions of them died." Nick Fury was not angry at the old man's curse that he would have no descendants. In fact, since he started this business, he had no intention of having children. He didn't even need a relationship. So he played a very bad joke on the old man. "Black people are really vulgar. Are you racially discriminating?" "Yes, can you sue me?" The old man's irony was also very sharp. In fact, as a vampire who has lived for thousands of years, Nick is far behind in terms of verbal attacks. "I will remember to call the police." Nick was not angry either. 30 years ago when he first entered the industry, discrimination was even more serious. He had experienced that bad era. "Now let's talk business. I need you vampire bugs to stay in the dark corners honestly. Your current behavior has crossed the line. My compatriots are being slaughtered. That was also you who started it. Your people are killing people everywhere in Chicago. Even blatantly. I don't want to repeat these bullshit, you know, Victor. I am not interested in this so-called peace treaty, so don't give me a reason." Nick's one eye stared at Victor fiercely. He really didn't like the treaty very much. But he also understood that the treaty was necessary. There were extremely complicated reasons for the signing of this treaty. During the First World War, vampires came to the United States, not just immigrating here with empty words. And the power in the hands of vampires that can keep the treaty alive is enough to cause a shocking massacre. For this reason, the government maintains a balance with vampires. But he still doesn't like it, so he has been paying attention to vampires over the years. He has some ideas, but these ideas must be carried out secretly. As for the Security Council, who cares about them? As long as the result is good, then everything will be fine. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Victor's response was also very simple. He knew what caused this incident. That bastard Deacon Faith would do something bad sooner or later. But this was not the reason for the massacre of other vampire families in Chicago. Victor didn't intend to care about the killing of Deacon Faith's men. If they crossed the line, they would not be protected by the Council of Elders. If they died, they died. But what did this have to do with other vampires in Chicago? If Victor and the Council of Elders did not respond to this massacre, the influence of the Council of Elders would suffer an unprecedented blow. Then you try it. Nick would not give in. If the vampires took the initiative to provoke a war, he wouldn't mind beating them up first. As for the total war where everyone would die, oh, it's not that Nick looked down on them. These vampires didn't have the guts. Nick's view on vampires was consistent with Kai's. Once a total war broke out, the vampires would definitely die. They didn't dare. 2 people. Victor did not have the idea of a total war, so his target was very simple, the 2 murderers. What? Nick asked knowingly. Blade and Hannibal, we only want them 2. Victor's idea was very simple. He wanted blood debts paid with blood, and he didn't think about expanding the case. No. I know their fighting power very well. Once you have a more intense conflict, who can guarantee that there will not be greater damage? The director's logic was very simple. It was impossible for me to agree to whatever you said. Deal. Victor also knew the nature of human beings. Since the reason didn't make sense, then let's make a deal. Nick Fury just looked at Victor on the screen quietly, waiting for him to continue. An intelligence. About the statue of the god of war, Nick Fury took it seriously. The statue was stolen from the Louvre by your shield. We know this very well, Victor said. Nick didn't refute it. Others have said it so clearly. To deny it would be an insult to the intelligence of both parties. And Nick and shield didn't feel the slightest guilt about it. It was very simple. In their opinion, it was their duty to store and preserve such dangerous items. There was no need to explain to anyone. Someone has come to the United States to look for the statue. And he is a very difficult person, who, Nick really didn't have any information about this. In the whole of Europe, Britain has always been the weakest area of shield. First, it is because of Britain's international status and the special relationship with the United States. Britain is the most important ally of the United States, without a doubt. They will be more careful when dealing with allies. Second, it is because of Kingsman. The history of this old agent organization is far longer than that of SHIELD. It can even be said that if the sphere of influence must be divided, SHIELD is responsible for the 2 American continents plus Oceania, Southeast Asia, India and other places, while Kingsman firmly occupies part of Europe and North Africa. As for China, both organizations are in a blank state. Although Russia is better than China, it is just so-so. So the Templar Church and Kingsman sent Catherine to the United States, and SHIELD had no idea. Transaction, Victor emphasized again. Nick thought about it. In fact, he didn't consider it at all. Did Blade and that Hannibal have anything to do with him? No. They have already rejected SHIELD's call. Selling out others is good for Nick, why not? SHIELD doesn't need to pay anything. Don't overestimate the integrity of agents. Those who only know how to shoot with guns are not serious agents. So Nick sold out Blade and Hannibal without hesitation. Deal, Temple Witch, Catherine. Catherine's nickname is quite interesting. Generally speaking, the words temple and witch are never used together to describe a person. Nick was stunned at first, and then said in surprise, she is still alive. This legendary figure is at least more than 100 years old. She is alive and well. At least before you die, this woman will never die. Victor mocked the short life of mortals again. I need her detailed information, remember, everything. I need to know when she comes to the United States, how she comes, and where she goes. I need to know. SHIELD is not an ordinary government department. They know a lot of secrets, otherwise they would not steal the statue. So Nick knows how powerful this woman is. I don't know, Victor said calmly. Victor, Nick was very angry, at least it seemed so. Nick Fury, stop pretending. You know how important the information I gave you is. And do you think I would know something that even SHIELD doesn't know? Victor said as he was about to end the call. Nick Fury was just pretending. He did want all of Catherine's information, but he was more of a test. If Victor could get information that even SHIELD couldn't get, then he would need to raise the threat level of the vampires. They have an intelligence network that SHIELD doesn't know about. This is too scary. Wait. I promise you that I can take revenge, but you should know the limits. If I see something on the news, you should be prepared to face SHIELD sweep. Victor heard Nick Fury's warning, paused, and finally said, I will send out a Death Walker. Nick Fury nodded silently. Remember your promise, or your Death Walker will really die. With a snap, Nick Fury turned off the call. Catherine, Nick Fury touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Hill beside him was silent the whole time, as if he didn't exist. FK, Bobby drove a wounded black old man to the address given to him by Dean. Dean told him that this was where the two brothers stayed in Chicago. But when he drove the car here, he felt that either Dean was joking with him or he remembered the address wrong. Hey, Bobby, although I always think I'm very strong, it doesn't mean I can keep bleeding like this. I need a doctor, asshole. Or, you have been wanting to kill me for a long time. Although the black old man was shot in the abdomen, he still had the mind to joke. Damn it, Rufus, can't you be quiet? You've been shot, why can't you shut up? Bobby retorted to his old friend while calling Dean. Hey. Dean, where the hell are you? I can't find you. What? Did you see us? Where are you? Come in. Fuck, this is. Before Bobby finished speaking, the gate of the manor opened automatically. Walter. God. Don't tell me, These two guys finally got rich, but now was not the time to care about this. After all, his old friend was silent and it seemed that he was really going to go far away. Bobby immediately accelerated and rushed into the magnificent manor in front of him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Demon Hunter. Thank you, Adam, Bobby thanked Kai a little awkwardly. Kai poured Bobby a glass of whiskey and shook his head with a smile. You can call me Kai. Bobby took the whiskey and opened his mouth. Finally, he said, although it's a bit strange for me to say this, but Adam, no, Kai? Some things must be said. John and I have known each other for more than 20 years, and I know everything about him. He always misses you. He wants to accompany you, but he can't. He is a demon hunter, and his appearance is not a good thing for you. I can understand that you don't like or even hate John, and you don't even want to use the name and surname he gave you, but I still want to tell you that he loves you, just like he loves Demon Sam. After entering the manor, Bobby realized that this magnificent manor in front of him was actually the property of his old friend John's illegitimate son. What he didn't expect was that Demon Sam actually recognized this illegitimate son a long time ago and had always been in contact. The two brothers never told him about this. Dean and Sam explained that they were taking revenge for Bobby's concealment of Adam. Bobby had known about Adam's existence for a long time, but he had never told them. Bobby, can I call you that? Kai was really amused when he heard Bobby's persuasion. He was not Adam, and he could not have any special feelings for John Winchester. So Bobby's words were completely a waste of time. Of course, the problem between John and me is not that complicated. We are just strangers, Kai said. Seeing what Bobby was about to say, Kai interrupted immediately and said, reality is reality, Bobby, not those bloody TV series. How can two people who have never met each other twice have so many entanglements? My name is Kai, and the name Adam is in the past tense and has nothing to do with John. Really, on the contrary, you mentioning these things will only make me embarrassed. If I say I care, I am lying to you. If I say I don't care about this person, it seems like I am angry, but the problem is that I really don't have so many thoughts. In fact, if it weren't for the trouble of explaining to these demon hunters, Kai wanted to tell them the truth. It was really embarrassing. Bobby saw Kay's sincere eyes, and saw how naturally Kay got along with Dean and Sam, and found that he seemed to have done something unnecessary. After all, what Kay said made sense. John did not spend much time with Adam, and there seemed to be no entanglement between them except for the blood relationship. Oh, embarrassing. Bobby picked up the glass and took a sip of whiskey with a bit of embarrassment. Fortunately, his old friend immediately saved him. The black old man Rufus came out with his upper body naked, holding his bandaged abdomen. When he saw the whiskey in Bobby's hand, his eyes lit up, and he immediately walked to the sofa and sat down next to Bobby. Then he picked up the whiskey on the table and poured himself a glass of wine. Highland Park 12-year-old single malt whiskey, good wine. This stuff is not cheap. Holding the bottle, Rufus' whole person lit up, and his face, which was originally pale due to blood loss, was full of life. Highland Park comes from Scotland and is known for its slow and gentle process. It is kept in oak barrels for at least 12 years, allowing the fiery alcohol to ferment and mature, ensuring that the original malt flavor is more perfect. Wine tasting expert Michelson once praised the flavor of Highland Park as a natural winner among single malt whiskies and gave it a high rating of 90 points in his book. This wine is not expensive. The key is that it is rare. This brand is a very old distillery located in the Orkney Islands off the northeast corner of Scotland. It is the northernmost distillery on the earth. It has been established since 1792 and has always used traditional crafts. The annual output is so small that you must have connections to buy it. In order to hide his embarrassment, Bobby grabbed Rufus's hand and stopped him from drinking. You are crazy. Don't forget that someone just opened a hole in your stomach. It's okay. You can drink as long as the game is not interrupted. Alcohol is the best anesthetic, don't you know? After saying that, Bobby took a sip of the wine. Dean and Sam also came out at this time. For people like them who walk outside all year round and do things that are not allowed to be seen in public, they must know emergency knowledge. The knife wound on Rufus' abdomen miraculously avoided all vital parts, so it only looked serious. In fact, after stopping the bleeding, disinfecting and suturing, it was not a big deal. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you would arrive today? Why did you get into this situation?" Dean was very curious about why our Rufus was injured. Rufus is an old black man whose age is unknown. He really doesn't know his age. He only knows that he was born in Texas. Well, this is one of the states with the most serious racial discrimination in the United States. It is a white state with a small proportion of blacks. In the year when Rufus was born, discrimination was even more terrible. Rufus has no parents. He was picked up and raised by someone. The person who picked him up was obviously not a good person. In short, he grew up in a garbage dump since he was a child, so he didn't know how old he was until he was picked up by a demon hunter, who used him as bait to hunt a werewolf. At first, the demon hunter just wanted him to be a bait to hunt a werewolf. He was bound to die, and the demon hunter didn't expect him to survive. But he really survived. After that, he followed a demon hunter and began his demon hunting career. He was older than Bobby because Bobby was taught by him. He also worked with Bobby for decades, but they fell out in the end. This is not surprising. The demon hunter partnership will never last long. There are many reasons, but there is no rule to summarize. It can only be attributed to the demon hunter's curse. Although they fell out, the relationship between the two old men was not broken. They were the kind of people who would never get along with each other, but once something happened, they would sacrifice their lives for each other. This vampire battle royal was too noisy, and many demon hunters noticed this. Because Bobby was an old man with good relationships, he contacted many demon hunters to come to Chicago, intending to find out what happened. After hearing the news, Rufus also followed. "We met vampires on the way here," Bobby explained. "Rufus and I, along with a few other demon hunters we happened to meet, dealt with them, but we didn't expect that this would attract another group of powerful vampires, so we fled separately." Rufus was injured while fleeing. "You mean, a group of powerful vampires ran to Chicago?" Kai asked in surprise. "In the past few days, it has been difficult for Kai to find vampires gathered together in the city. Those who did are just a bunch of scattered soldiers. This has led to a serious reduction in Kai's efficiency in gaining experience recently. It is also because his clone ability has serious limitations. He can't leave one in Chicago and run away. The clone now has a physical strength similar to the original body, and can also use a few small spells, but it can't use the housekeeping skills and plundered superpowers. But it is enough to deal with it. The key is that the existence of the clone is limited in time, and it will disappear after more than 24 hours. Originally thought that there would be no such good opportunity to gain experience in a short period of time, but unexpectedly, there are still vampires going to Chicago, which is a bit interesting. Just when Kai was entertaining guests, countless killings were going on in the night of Chicago with flowers blooming. A group of black-clad men in strange uniforms are massacring the active demon hunters in the city. The uniforms of this group are really strange, a bit like diving suits, but also seem to have a more technological feel than diving suits. The demon hunters' bullets hit those uniforms, but they couldn't penetrate them. In addition to the black tight combat uniforms, they also wore combat vests on their upper bodies, holding various sophisticated firearms, carrying melee weapons on their backs, and wearing helmets that look a bit like motorcycle racers on their heads. The efficiency of these people in combat is extremely amazing. They cooperate with each other tacitly and are ruthless. Once they are targeted, it is equivalent to being targeted by the god of death. Although most demon hunters are loners, there are still some places dedicated to communication, generally speaking, demon hunter bars. This kind of bar is usually in some corners, and the business is extremely bleak. These bars are supported by the consumption of demon hunters. By the way, the consumption in these bars is very expensive, but because they can obtain intelligence and replenish weapons and supplies, demon hunters still like to gather in demon hunter bars. There are basically one or two such bars in every big city. Chicago is no exception, but today, at least today, Chicago's demon hunter bar has become history. This group of men in black slaughtered all the demon hunters in the entire demon hunter bar, leaving only a few alive, including Charlie, the owner of the demon hunter bar. The men in black pressed the survivors to the ground and knelt, and then waited quietly. After about 3 minutes, the clear sound of high heels stepping on the ground came. Click, click, click. A woman wearing a tight combat uniform inside and a black leather windbreaker outside walked in. The woman was very beautiful. Although it was a bit tough, it looked just right on her face, highlighting her nobility and coldness. What was even more amazing was her eyes. The deep blue eyes made people unconsciously fall into them. It was not the kind of charm that women have for men, but a kind of beauty similar to holiness and purity, which made people unconsciously want to get close to her. It was just that her sharp teeth, slightly exposed at the corners of her mouth, revealed the identity of this woman. Vampire. The woman walked up to a demon hunter with a cat-like step and gently lifted his chin. "Tell me, where are Blade and Hannibal?" The demon hunter was a little dazed before the woman spoke, as if he was amazed by the beauty in front of him, but when she asked for information about Blade and Hannibal, the demon hunter suddenly woke up. The woman in front of him was a vampire. And he was a demon hunter. "Paw," the woman responded with a mouthful of blood spit. People who can become demon hunters are definitely not out of hobbies or lofty ambitions. This job is dangerous, without money, lonely, and can even drive people crazy. Only lunatics will choose to let themselves die socially, hiding their identities from then on, without love, family affection, and social interaction, in order to devote themselves to this profession. Anyone who chooses to become a demon hunter has a tragic past. Happiness is the same, but misfortune has its own misfortune, but the tragedies of demon hunters are mostly the same, all caused by those monsters that feed on humans. They have a deep hatred for those aliens. Everyone may succumb to these monsters, but the demon hunter will not. Without this determination, you can't become a demon hunter. Puff. A flash of blood passed by, and a man in black behind the demon hunter chopped off his head with a sword. A trace of fluctuation flashed in the woman's blue eyes, as if she was pitying him. Then came the next one. The result was similar. Until the end, only the owner of the demon hunter bar was left. Charlie is a relatively old demon hunter. Although he is only 33 years old, he started his demon hunting journey when his whole family died because of an evil spirit when he was 15 years old. It was not until he was 30 years old that he was bitten on the knee by a werewolf, and he had no choice but to quit the demon hunting industry. He took over the bar from the previous owner of the bar. As for why the previous owner sold the bar, the reason is also very simple. Every demon hunter will not have a good end, and the previous owner is no exception. Demon hunters hunt those monsters, and they will definitely die in the hands of those monsters in the end. Ahem, what do you think? Girl, do you want to know? Sure, I can tell you, Charlie said with a strange smile while coughing up blood. Say it, the woman said coldly. As long as you let me FK, I'll tell you. Ha ha ha, isn't it a good deal? Oh, by the way, you are a vampire. Do you monsters still feel anything? Do you want to let your brother's hot big dick moisten your cold and net-like bottom? Ha ha ha, Charlie is a very gentle person, different from many demon hunters, not rude at all. It is hard to imagine that this person would say such vulgar words. The woman's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She stared at Charlie. Do you want to die? This looked like a threat, but it was actually a question. She found that this man wanted to die. Charlie restrained his smile, and was seen through. Falling into the hands of these monsters, Charlie thought that having his head chopped off with a knife was the best result. At least they usually did this to vampires. No, you won't die. The woman grabbed Charlie's collar and lifted him up, then opened her mouth and bit his neck. Charlie struggled to dodge, but it was useless. But just when the woman was about to bite his skin, Charlie's eyes flashed with pleasure. Fuck you, freak. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared and kicked Charlie away. The woman turned her head to look at the black shadow. It was an Asian man who was not wearing a helmet like the others. If Kai was there, he might feel familiar, because the first vampire he killed in Chicago looked very similar to the man in front of him. The Asian vampire did not explain, but took out a needleless syringe from Charlie's sleeve. He took the thing and smelled it, and said, "It's silver nitrate." Charlie's mouth was bleeding black blood at this time. Silver nitrate is not only corrosive, but also highly toxic. About 10 grams can kill a person. And this thing is more toxic to vampires. As long as you touch it, you will definitely die. Charlie planned to die with this woman, but in the end he failed. This thing can only be enjoyed by him alone. The woman looked at the needleless syringe, then looked at Charlie who was lying on the ground and had lost his breath. Finally, she turned and left. Chapter 379, Position and Accident. The next morning, Kai was called up by Teresa, who asked him to take Matthew to the Washington Park area in the South City. This area is a well-known war zone. It is located between the 1994 highway and the University of Chicago, from 51st Street to 63rd Street, a typical black community. There are many underground bars there, and many students from the University of Chicago like to drink and take drugs there, because minors under the age of 21 are prohibited from buying and drinking in the United States, and in those underground bars, this law is almost equivalent to farting. The same is true for drug trafficking. Marijuana is already very common in Illinois, and there are even groups that have begun to promote the legalization of marijuana. It really became the day before the 2019 Anti-Drug Day. There is an unbreakable truth in this world, that is, people's interest in things that are easy to get will be greatly reduced, so those hormone-rich college students began to give up marijuana in order to pursue excitement, and turn to buy more stimulating cocaine and heroin. At first, Kai thought Teresa was asking him to handle a drug-related case, but he didn't know it until he fell down. It was actually a murder case. All the people in the bar were killed, a total of 23 people. All of them were killed without exception. These people had gunshot wounds, open wounds caused by sharp blades, and some were beheaded. In short, it looked very much like a gang vendetta. Hundreds of bullets were found on the walls and the ground of the bar. This was a complete massacre. It's no wonder that Teresa asked Kai to handle this case. Although Kai has not been in office for too long, his ability has been recognized by the police department and is considered the trump card of the Chicago Police Detective Department. It is best to give such a difficult case to Kai. In addition, letting Kai handle this case means that the upper echelons of the police department are furious. After all, in Kai's resume, the murderers in the cases he handled rarely entered the police station alive. The higher-ups don't care about life or death now, they just need to find the murderer. Kai also thought it was a gang vendetta at first. It is not uncommon for places like this to fight for territory, but this time it was a little bigger. These people's hands have calluses from holding guns for a long time, and the guns of various formats and models scattered on the ground are very consistent with the characteristics of gangsters. Until he came across the body of the bar owner, although the owner also had injuries on his body, the real cause of death was not because of those injuries. These people have been tortured, they were executed. Matthew looked carefully at the arrangement of the beheaded bodies and immediately came to a conclusion. This does not conform to the characteristics of gang fights. The murderer is not one person, and from the scene, these people have undergone rigorous training and they cooperate very well. Matthew finally walked to the boss's body and pointed at the boss's death and said, "This is also true. He was tortured, but he died of poisoning. It seems that it was not the murderer who poisoned him, but he took poison himself." These do not conform to the characteristics of gang vendettas. Nonsense. Which gang fight can create such a scene, and torture? It's just a fight for territory. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Kai saw it more clearly. He saw the black blood flowing from the corner of the bar owner's mouth. He touched the black blood gently with gloves and put it under his nose to smell it. Silver nitrate. Silver nitrate is rarely used as poison. It is more often used as photosensitive material. If you really want to use poison to commit suicide, wouldn't chloride be better? It works quickly and is highly toxic. In addition, Kai's hound smelled a faint scent of vampires. It is not difficult to guess who the murderer is. Just as Kai was about to continue investigating the scene to see if he could find some useful clues, a group of guys in suits suddenly walked in. They were the DHS, United States Department of Homeland Security, the famous Department of Homeland Security. They took out a bunch of authorization documents signed by unknown people and asked Kai and his guys to leave the scene immediately and hand over everything to them. Although DHS is a department that has just been reorganized, due to the 9/11 incident, DHS's power is not small. On the contrary, its power is quite large in many areas, such as the accusation of combating domestic terrorists. Moreover, from the perspective of level, DHS is a subordinate agency of the Cabinet, and is a cabinet department of the federal government together with the Department of Justice. When necessary, the Department of Homeland Security can call on any law enforcement force including the FBI, and they can even directly mobilize the National Guard if necessary. So when DHS took over the scene on the grounds of terrorist attack, not to mention Kai, even the chief of the Chicago Police Department could not stop it. The Department of Homeland Security has taken over everything, and the police department has issued a confidentiality order. It seems that vampires are much more troublesome than we thought. Kai returned home and told the Winchester brothers and others about what happened today, and Matthew also sat next to Kai. After Dean and the others told him about the King in Yellow cult intelligence, Matthew has been curious about their identities. Last night, Bobby brought Rufus to ask for help, which made this curiosity even stronger. Seeing this situation, Kai knew that some things could not be hidden from Matthew, so he simply did not avoid Matthew, and it was okay for him to know some things. The King in Yellow cult he investigated was also a supernatural force. Matthew actually feels very surreal now, vampires and so on. But the problem is that he doesn't think Kai would use such a clumsy lie to deceive him, and there is no benefit. So he decided not to express his opinion for the time being and figure out what is going on first. Bobby and the others have more complicated perceptions than Matthew. They are all senior demon hunters, but they never knew that the power of vampires is so great. It can even make the Department of Homeland Security dispatch. Demon hunters are not afraid of monsters. If they were afraid, they would not go this way. What really makes them feel difficult is the US government. Thinking that if they continue to hunt vampires, they may face the huge federal government. Even with Dean's audacity, they feel scalp tingling. The same is true for Kai. No matter how good a person is, it is impossible to fight against a country. But Kai quickly thought of a way. Since they can't deal with a national agency, let another national agency come forward. SHIELD. Thinking of this, Kai directly called Agent Phil. Hello, this is Phil Cowlson, it's me, Kai. Oh, Kai? What? Have you figured it out? That's great. Phil seemed very happy to hear Kai's voice. No, I'm not calling about this. I'm here to ask for help. Kai did not respond to Phil's excitement. He always started with this every time he called. People who didn't know would think that SHIELD was in great need of people. The only difference was that Phil did not respond enthusiastically to Kai's request for help. Instead, Kai received a silence of about 10 seconds. What? Do you already know why I asked you for help? Phil's response was very bad, and Kai instinctively sensed something was wrong. Phil obviously understood why Kai asked for help. How did you know? They kill people everywhere in the city, so they always leave some clues. Besides, I've even seen hellhounds, so it's not surprising that they know vampires. Kai's explanation was very reasonable. After all, he had seen things more magical than vampires, so vampires were nothing. And these are secondary. I need SHIELDs edited now. Aren't you a department that specializes in dealing with this kind of thing? Vampires are killing people everywhere in Chicago now. Isn't this your business? Phil was speechless, but the problem is that things in the world are not that simple. War is an extension of politics, and government departments like theirs are even more so. Government departments that don't talk about politics are all rogue organizations. If this incident didn't involve so many messes, Phil would have brought people to Chicago as soon as possible. But now, Phil has a sense of justice, but the problem is that he has a bigger picture. The director has already told him that this incident involves too many things, and SHIELD must make sacrifices. Phil is not a White Lotus, and a White Lotus can't be an agent. When watching the American TV series of SHIELD, I always felt that Phil was too great and glorious, a typical American agent. If SHIELD was really that great and glorious, it would have been destroyed by Hydra 800 years ago. So here, Phil's character has been modified. He is a good person, but he pays more attention to the overall situation advocated by SHIELD, because this is what he thinks is justice. Sorry, please give us some time, we will deal with it soon, Phil said evasively. Kai was silent for a while, and he could understand what he meant. In fact, when he was concerned about Hannibal's identity activities, he understood SHIELD's position. So he didn't expect SHIELD to really stand up and fight against vampires, and that was not what he needed. Is this your answer? Phil responded silently. Okay, I understand. But I still need your help. What? I need SHIELD to help me clear some obstacles. If SHIELD doesn't want to directly conflict with vampires, then let the demon hunters and us solve this matter. Just us and vampires, Kai said so. Phil pondered for a moment and found that there seemed to be nothing wrong with this. They did not interfere with the vampires' revenge according to the agreement between them and the vampires, but it is common to do some small actions in private. SHIELD is not a gathering place for heroes, and it does not need to be a nail for a spit. If they are so straightforward, is it a gathering hall or an agent organization? Anyway, They gave the opportunity to the vampires. If the vampires still can't handle it, it can only show that they are incompetent. I understand. Then I wish you good luck. Yeah, wish me good luck. When saying this, Kai showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Is the Department of Homeland Security strong? For Kai, it is actually just that. What really makes Kai feel afraid is the meaning behind the Department of Homeland Security. Going against the entire US government? It is neither necessary nor worth it. As long as there is no obstruction from the federal government, Hannibal can beat the shit out of the vampires. Just when Kai put down the phone and was about to say something to Bobby, Teresa's call suddenly came in. What? You want me to be responsible for the security of the art exchange meeting? Kai asked in surprise. Kai still knows about the art exchange meeting. Chicago has many art schools, and it also has the Art Institute of Chicago, one of the 3 largest museums in the United States. The art atmosphere is very strong. Of course, this does not affect the fact that Kai is not interested in art, but his girlfriend likes it. This devil girl went to business school entirely because of her mother's request. Her mother has always hoped that she can inherit their family business. Anyway, Sandra has always felt that she is a prodigal daughter. It is a miracle that the family property is not corrupted in her hands. She wants to develop, but she doesn't think she has the ability at all, so she hopes that her daughter can inherit the family business, and she can enjoy life unscrupulously. It's surreal. Kelly actually wants to study art the most. She is very interested in these things. So when the Louvre decided to hold an art exchange with the Art Institute of Chicago, Kelly was very excited and asked Kai to go to the exhibition together a long time ago. This time, the Louvre took out a total of 105 authentic works of art and planned to jointly exhibit them at the Art Institute of Chicago. The value of these artworks alone is more than $1.2 billion. It is definitely a super big deal. But Kai has been very busy recently, so she didn't agree to Kelly. More importantly, Kai has no artistic cells at all. What's the point of going there? Kai originally thought that the matter would just pass, but he didn't expect Teresa to let him take charge of security. Kai was confused. What security? Maintaining order? Isn't that what patrol officers do? As for protecting artworks, that's wishful thinking. The Art Institute of Chicago and the Louvre both have a complete security system. The security of artworks is very complicated and professional, which is far from the protection of VIPs. In addition to maintaining public order outside, the police never participate in the security inside the exhibition hall, unless the exhibits are stolen. That's when the police come on the scene. Otherwise, the police should just stay outside. Why? Does this matter have anything to do with our detective bureau, letting a criminal policeman take charge of the museum's security? Which genius came up with this idea? Originally, it didn't, but Stark, the playboy, called and it became relevant. This playboy specifically asked you to be in charge of security, and the bureau couldn't refuse. It turns out that this genius is Tony Stark, and this really sounds like something he would do. From Teresa's tone, it can be seen that she doesn't like this proposal. The detective bureau doesn't have enough staff, and they're pulling out the ace to do security. It's strange that Teresa can be happy. He said this is to warm up the expo, so the Chicago government needs to support it. This is nonsense. Does an industrial expo need art exhibitions to warm up? But again, whatever the boss says is what it is. Who told him to be rich? Now Chicago regards this playboy as the god of wealth. It was also at this time that the news on TV was broadcasting the press conference before the exhibition. Kai didn't care at first, but he immediately saw an acquaintance from the screen. He was so caught off guard that the coffee in his mouth sprayed out. Puff. Why is she here? At the press conference, Kai saw Diana, wearing a burgundy deep V-tight long straight dress, answering reporters' questions. Kai would not be wrong, that was Diana. There may be people who look alike in this world, but Diana's unique Amazon temperament will never be mistaken. Why is she here? Kai opened his eyes wide and watched Diana talking calmly and confidently. She did not have any of the clumsiness she had when she first entered the human world. She seemed to be at ease and very adaptable. Chapter 380. See you again. If S.H.I.E.L.D. decides to clear Chicago, leaving only the Chicago police and demon hunters to fight against the vampires, then there is no need to rush. Kai first asked Bobby and the Winchester brothers to contact all the demon hunters and tell them to be careful. It is best to gather around the various branches of the Chicago Police Department. In those places, vampires must also keep a low profile. Then Kai asked Matthew to check those people from the Department of Homeland Security to see how the vampires made those VHS appear in Chicago and forcibly clean up the vampires. In fact, this is not important. Kai just wants to see who is actually working for vampires. Such people deserve to be raped and killed. As for Kai himself, of course he went to the Art Institute of Chicago. Old friends are here, he has to go to see them. He has not done anything immoral, so there is no reason to be afraid of seeing old friends. Because the Louvre will hold a joint exhibition at the Chicago Museum, the Chicago Art Institute has indeed become popular during this period. Taking advantage of this hot spot, many art exhibitions have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. For a time, the Chicago Art Institute made a lot of money just by renting out exhibition halls. You have to know that it costs money to let the Louvre lend its exhibits. Otherwise, how do you think the Louvre survives? Just relying on tickets? Don't be ridiculous. Compared with the maintenance costs of those antique artworks, that little ticket money is simply a drop in the bucket. The big money is to lend exhibits like this. Of course, cultural people can't say it so bluntly, which will hurt the self-esteem of the Gallic rooster. Now the Gallic rooster only has a strong self-esteem. If it is in the name of artistic exchange, it will be much better. The Gallic rooster can proudly say that this is the spread of French culture and cultural export. Isn't it more high-end? But it is undeniable that in terms of antique artworks, the United States can never lead the world, even if it is a superpower. Who says that the United States has only a history of more than 200 years? And from ancient times to the present, the United States has never surpassed Europe in art. So with the name of the Louvre, the Art Institute of Chicago has indeed brushed a wave of reputation, and by the way, it makes a lot of money by renting out the exhibition hall. Otherwise, do you think the Art Institute of Chicago is really willing to spend so much money to invite exhibits from the Louvre? When Kai arrived at 111 South Michigan Avenue in Chicago, an exhibition had already been prepared. This was an exhibition of modernist painters. When Kai walked into the exhibition, the people who were watching the exhibition were all well dressed and looked at the paintings intently. They even pointed and made some inexplicable comments. Kai listened to them and was confused. They talked about various line tensions, color applications, and the author's expression. In short, it was very mysterious. It reminded Kai of the scene when he was a child doing reading comprehension. Why are the curtains blue? Answer: blue represents melancholy. The curtains block the sunlight and imply that the people live in darkness under the rule of the feudal government. The author expressed his dissatisfaction with the society at that time in this way. Author: the curtains are fucking blue. This group of people is the same. They look at the things in the painting and say that the author is silently accusing the world of injustice. Accuse your sister. Others may just be shaking. Also, Kai still couldn't understand what these paintings were about. Some were just messy lines, some were just randomly painted with ink, and some paintings showed what they were trying to draw, but they were all torn and twisted, which made people's heads hurt. How could this be good looking? And it was so damn expensive. What on earth were the people who paid for it thinking? Thinking of this, Kai suddenly remembered that he had heard before that many people like to use art to launder money, especially these abstract and difficult modern paintings, which are deeply loved by criminals. It's not that the current criminals have such high artistic accomplishments that they can appreciate these messy paintings, but it's really that these paintings are easy to fool people and easy to cash in. In the art market, especially the modern painting market, hype is everywhere. As long as you are willing to spend money to hype, it is easy to make a painter famous. The key is that it is easy to hype. Find some art connoisseurs, spend money to buy reviews, and then spend money to buy paintings. As long as it's not too outrageous, it's easy to raise the price. Paintings that originally only cost a few $100s on the street, those speculators dare to raise them to hundreds of thousands. As long as the price goes up, the painter's paintings will have no worries about sales. When the time comes, the goods in hand can be sold and the money can be laundered. Anyway, they are just joining forces to deceive people. In fact, the deceived people are not really ignorant. The key is that this kind of thing is difficult to explain. Can you tell others that you don't understand it at all? In fact, there are not many people who can really understand those modern abstract styles. This business is the kind of the truth is in the hands of a few people. Whether the painting is good or not is determined by a small group of people. Other people don't know shit and can't overturn their definition at all, so this kind of business is enduring. Thinking of this, Kai curled his lips and wondered whether he should ask the bureau to check the organizers and sponsors of this exhibition. See if there is any trick. But fortunately, Kai still remembered his main purpose. Kai had contacted the security director of the Louvre before. The person in charge of the French side of this art exchange exhibition was Diana Prince, which was Diana's pseudonym during World War I. When Kai proposed to talk to the person in charge of this art exhibition, the other party told Kai that Diana was visiting this exhibition. After searching everywhere, I finally found Diana in front of a statue. It's called a statue, but it's actually a square thing made of a bunch of scrap iron wires. Then put together, it's a work of art. This bunch of gangsters is also called the best artwork of this exhibition, and it's a work of art that reminds people to be environmentally friendly. Well, if they say it is, then it's fine. Anyway, Kai thinks it's dirty even if he gives it to him. Kai is not sure if Diana really understands this thing, but seeing her concentrating on looking at these scrap irons, Kai thinks she should understand. Diana is wearing a very neat OL outfit, fashionable and steady. She really looks like a strong urban woman. Diana seems to be immersed in the artistic atmosphere and doesn't feel that anyone is approaching at all. Maybe she knows, but she thinks she is a boring chat-up person, so she doesn't want to pay attention. Kai waited patiently, but 10 minutes later, Diana still didn't move. This is a bit embarrassing. Ahem. Well, is this thing really that good? Diana didn't turn her head, but said coldly, if you hadn't disturbed me, it might be better. Oh, Kai looked at the thing carefully, and really couldn't see that it was good. Then he said helplessly, Diana, there's no need to be so cold. After all, we haven't seen each other for decades. Diana's body shook suddenly, and she turned her head and finally looked at Kai. She found that this person was very familiar, but felt very strange. She was sure that she had never seen him before, and she was extremely confident in her memory. Seeing Diana's blank expression, Kai suddenly thought it was very interesting, and felt like a prank. Who are you? Diana asked with a sullen face. Kai saw a golden light suddenly flashing on Diana's wrist. He knew the thing, the lasso of truth. Seeing Diana was about to take action, Kai immediately revealed his identity. I saw a trace of fire burning in his eyes, the flame of the desert. Seeing this familiar flame, Diana was immediately stunned. You are, yes, long time no see, little girl from Amazon? To Kai, Diana was indeed just a little girl. When Kai was active, her mother's presence was another matter. It's really you. Kai? Diana really acted like a little girl, screaming and rushing towards Kai, hugging Kai. Fortunately, this girl was wearing a one-step skirt, otherwise she could have clung to Kai like a koala. This startled everyone else. Art exhibitions, of course, must be well behaved, so no noise was allowed. Diana's actions caused many people to frown, but seeing a handsome man and a beautiful woman hugging, many people showed a smile that everyone understood, and then moved their eyes away very gracefully. People with good looks always have some privileges. If two ugly men and women were seen hugging here, someone would have asked the security guards long ago, as it was unsightly. After a long time, Diana finally calmed down and came to her temporary office with Kai. Her office was inside the museum. When they saw Diana pulling a handsome man into her office, the staff along the way all cast envious and jealous eyes. With Diana's beauty and figure, she naturally had no shortage of suitors during this period. In fact, when she was in France, she had many suitors. After all, she was a Gallic rooster. Like Italy, she regarded handsome gangsters as romance. When she came to Chicago, it was even more so. Some time ago, Tony Stark even asked her out for dinner. Unfortunately, this iceberg beauty was extremely disgusted with Tony's playboy style. There was no way. As an Amazon woman, she could not accept Tony's arrogance. After all, in Diana's education, they were the strong party. Even if they had to spend, she would spend Tony, not the other way around. Because it was a temporary office, the conditions were limited and simple. So there was nothing to entertain, but Diana was still very happy. Diana had a good impression of Kai, which she had never denied, but it was just a good impression. What really made Diana happy was that she still had friends in this world. All the comrades and friends who had fought together before died one by one with the passage of time, and the new century, which was changing with each passing day, made her feel extremely unfamiliar with this society. Now she could understand why Kai and her family repeatedly warned her not to have feelings with mortals. But she was too young at that time and could not understand it at all. After knowing Steve's death, she realized that those were all good advice. Steve did not die in the war, but he still died of illness, cancer. This may be the sequelae of exposure to German poison gas. Well, a good woman is afraid of a man's entanglement. In the end, Steve and Diana were still together, but it was a pity that they were together for too short a time. Don't say that love is the greatest. When those people you love, one by one, can't withstand the ravages of time and die, and you can't do anything, Diana understands that she is always different from humans. If you don't have it, you won't lose it. So Diana returned to Paradise Island. She chose to stay away from human society and repair her trauma. But humans once again disappointed her. The outbreak of World War II left her with no excuse for humans. She used to regard the killing of humans as the work of Ares, the god of war, even though Kai kept telling her that Ares could not control people's hearts. But she still didn't believe it. But what about World War II? Ares, the god of war, has been sealed, but the killing of humans is even more tragic. If Diana wasn't kind by nature, she might have turned evil as Ares expected. There's no way. Even Kai, a human, can't wash it off. It's also because of this that Diana has been hiding in Paradise Island and has never come out again. If it weren't for the Amazon priest telling her that the world would be tested, she probably wouldn't appear in the human world. Diana didn't know much about the prophecy. After all, it was too abstract. The world would be tested, but whose test? Diana immediately thought of Ares. After all, Ares was not killed that year, but was sealed. So Diana came to the human world to look for the statue of Ares, and that's how Diana Prince, who works at the Louvre in France, came into being. Although Diana saw the comings and goings of people in this world, she still felt lonely. That's why Diana was so happy to see Kai. You suddenly disappeared, which scared me. I went to the South American rainforest with Cotman, Captain Nemo and others to find your trace, but we found nothing. Where did you go? Diana asked impatiently as soon as she sat down. Kai seemed to be in another world. Cotman, Captain Nemo, are really familiar names. From Kai's perspective, they drank and chatted with him a few years ago, but in a blink of an eye, they were all gone. Nothing is more impermanent than this. Kai briefly talked about his experience, the lost world, the power of creation, etc. Even Diana was fascinated by it. She never thought that the world was so wonderful. As they talked, they turned the topic to Diana. Wait a minute. Are you saying, Ares is missing? Kai didn't know about this from the beginning to the end. In his opinion, Ares' affairs were originally known only to a few people present at the time, and even among the Atlanteans, only their king and princess knew about it. So he always thought that no one would know that Ares was sealed, but now someone told him that Ares was missing. Kai certainly didn't think that someone would steal the statue simply for the artistic value of the statue. That's ridiculous. The statue is indeed an antique now, but how antique can a sculpture from the First World War be? And the sculpture is not a work of a famous artist, and its value is not high at all. Who stole it because he was too rich? Then those who stole the sculpture must know the true value of the sculpture. This is a bit fatal. Is this the rhythm of releasing Ares? They worked so hard to seal Ares back then, but they didn't expect that less than 100 years later, someone would release him? And there is a very high probability that it was humans who released him. Even as a human being, Kai gnashed his teeth at the human suicidal character. Just when Kai was worried about Ares' reappearance, a group of researchers in a secret base of SHIELD were conducting experiments on a statue. It was the statue of Ares. The one-eyed director Nick Fury was also there. This is the 101st experiment. You must produce results, otherwise your funding will be cut. Dr. Edgar Sisko, Nick Fury said coldly to a born dwarf with an ugly appearance. The dwarf Edgar Sisko wiped the sweat from his head. He said a little embarrassedly, "It's not our fault. You gave us too little information. You only let us study the special features of this statue, but never told us what this statue is. You also didn't let us destroy the statue. What do you want us to do?" Edgar Sisko is a top scientist with a double degree in physics and medicine. But he didn't know what SHIELD was going to do. They just asked him to study this broken statue without giving him any information. They just forced him to study it. Your job is to tell me what's so special about this statue. The origin of the statue is one of SHIELD's top secrets. Of course, they couldn't let others know. Besides, they didn't want to release Ares, but wanted to study the ancient gods through the statue. Chapter 381, Courting Death. The dwarf Dr. Edgar Sisko finally left in disgrace and continued the next experiment. After he left, a tall female researcher walked to Nick Fury's side. "You know how terrible the thing is, right, Nick Fury? This woman may not be top-notch in appearance, but her voice and body shape give people a sense of peerless elegance. People can't help but feel good about it. Barbara Minerva." "You talk too much." Nick Fury didn't look at the woman but reminded her coldly not to forget her duty. The woman didn't get angry because of Nick Fury's words, but just shrugged and took out a lollipop from her pocket. She held the lollipop in her mouth and said indifferently, "I don't want to meddle in your business, I just don't want your arrogance to kill me." Nick Fury frowned, and seemed to be affected by the woman's words, but he immediately stopped entangled in this topic. "Barbara Minerva, you should know that there are more than just us humans in this world, and those ancient and evil guys are always watching this world. We must arm ourselves." This seems to be persuading Barbara Minerva, and it seems to be persuading himself. "Really? Arming you with a god of war, Ares? Are you sure this won't be an opportunity to destroy humanity? Did anyone tell you that the madman almost destroyed the entire world? If it weren't for those legendary heroes who appeared decades ago to stop him, he would have succeeded. And now you are dreaming of using his power to protect the world you are talking about." Barbara Minerva obviously felt that Nick Fury's behavior was absurd, so she was merciless. "Enough, Barbara Minerva, have you forgotten your identity? You are just a criminal with many crimes. What you have to do is to complete the tasks we assign to you and find those ancient artifacts with magical powers to offset the crimes you have committed." Here I have to introduce Barbara Minerva. This woman is not called this name at all. This is just one of her dozens of aliases, but she just happens to be using this alias now. As for her real name, sorry, no one knows it except herself. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. only knows that she is British, but was born in Idaho. There is always a blank about her childhood experience. When S.H.I.E.L.D. caught her, they also thought about interrogating her past, but unfortunately, this woman has been talking nonsense. So far, she has provided S.H.I.E.L.D. with more than 30 versions, but none of them is true. But this woman is really capable. She can be said to be a replica of Black Widow. If her identity and background were not too complicated, S.H.I.E.L.D. really wanted to completely absorb her and become a signature female agent after Black Widow. Yes, I will try my best." Facing Nick Fury's scolding, Barbara didn't care at all, just raised her hand casually, as a response to Nick Fury. This woman not only has a unique talent in crime, but she is also one of the best ancient artifact connoisseurs and archaeologists in the world. What's more rare is that she is also familiar with many unknown legends and secrets. This makes her the perfect choice for S.H.I.E.L.D. to collect those dangerous ancient artifacts. After saying this, Barbara bit the lollipop into pieces, swallowed it in one gulp, and then walked out very lazily. "What are you going to do?" Looking at this cat-like woman, Nick Fury also had a headache. Her personality is always so unpredictable, and she does things as she pleases. "Did you ask me to work hard, unexpectedly?" Barbara asked back in surprise. Nick Fury was choked, and then said unhappily, "I'm asking you what you are going to do. Go to Chicago. I found a god-killing blade of the cheetah goddess of the Sen tribe in Africa in the Chicago Art Museum. I plan to get it, and then take a vacation. I must take a vacation. Don't you know that the biggest enemy of women is fatigue? I have been working for several months in a row, and I must have a vacation, otherwise, I will go to the guild to sue you." Nick Fury wanted to tell this woman that you are not a regular employee at all, you are an illegal resident, and you are not even a guild member. You haven't even joined the company. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was meaningless to argue with this woman about these things, so he simply didn't say anything, just waved his hand impatiently and told her to get out. After driving the people away, Nick Fury remembered that Chicago had been in turmoil recently. But then he thought, this woman is so smart, she can handle this trivial matter by herself, so he quickly put it aside. Continue to pay attention to the experiment. This time the experiment is very simple, that is, to irradiate the statue with an ultra-high-frequency gamma-ray beam. This is an extended application of Bruce Banner's gamma-ray bomb in the military. Although it cannot cause direct casualties, it has unparalleled penetrating power and can penetrate anything. The penetration here does not mean destroying the statue, but the light will be reflected, just like X-rays. Edgar Sisco hopes to use the numerical changes after the gamma ray penetrates the statue to analyze the possible strange abilities of the statue. In fact, Edgar Sisco himself is 100% unwilling to do this research. No scientist would like to conduct so-called research on an unknown object in the dark. Unfortunately, Edgar Sisco had a weakness that was known by S.H.I.E.L.D. He was short of money. Every scientist had his own research topic of interest, and Edgar Sisco was no exception. His research direction was telepathy, mind control, illusion creation, and other research similar to mental power. He believed that the human body had limits, but the spirit did not. This was a very promising research direction. Unfortunately, no investor was interested in this seemingly childish research project. The key point was that this thing could not create profits at all, and Edgar Sisco had never thought of using his research to create profits. So his research had been at a standstill, and he was doing research quietly by himself, without a dedicated laboratory, without research assistants, and without sufficient funds. You have to know that scientific research is always a money-burning thing. Apart from anything else, even volunteers used in research need money. At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. came over and expressed its willingness to invest. This made Edgar Sisco very excited, but in return, he had to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. This was nothing, he didn't care where he worked. But the research in front of him made him very unhappy. The countdown begins. Everyone, get behind the shield. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. A green beam of light gathered on an instrument, and finally rushed towards the statue with a buzz. Soon the statue was illuminated and became transparent. Light continued to pass through the statue and was received by the receiver. Edgar Sisco observed the changes of the statue from time to time. At the same time, he also stared at his computer closely, and the various values on it kept changing. Everything is normal. This thing is just a piece of marble. Edgar Sisco kept muttering in his heart, thinking that S.H.I.E.L.D. was really making fun of him. You know, they have been working for 3 consecutive years for this broken statue. During this period, he even stopped his own research. Sometimes Edgar Sisco didn't know whether it was right to accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. did fulfill its promise and allocated him a lot of research funds every year, but the problem was that he didn't have time to continue his research. He had money but no time. What was the difference between this and before? But he didn't dare to give up. After all, having money means having opportunities. If you don't have money but time, that would be unlucky. Just when Dr. Dwarf was feeling dissatisfied, suddenly all the computers and instruments started to sound the alarm. Just now, their receivers could not receive any gamma rays. Dr. Dwarf looked up quickly and saw that the statue was like a sponge absorbing water, absorbing all the rays into the statue. Nick Fury roughly pushed a researcher away and stood in front of the instrument, and asked nervously, "What's going on?" I don't know." Edgar Sisco really couldn't explain this phenomenon. It was also at this time that the statue changed again. The green statue that was originally irradiated by gamma rays suddenly began to emit bursts of golden light. "Doctor, the power of the gamma generator has exceeded the standard. It must be shut down immediately. Otherwise, everyone present understood what the consequences would be. Gamma rays have extremely strong penetrating ability. When the human body is exposed to gamma rays, the gamma rays can enter the human body and ionize the cells in the body. The ions produced by ionization can corrode complex organic molecules, such as proteins, nucleic acids and enzymes, which are the main components of living cell tissues. Once they are destroyed, the normal chemical processes in the human body will be disturbed, and in severe cases, cells will die. With a gamma ray dose at the scene, if an explosion occurs, no one present will survive. Shut it down quickly," Edgar shouted immediately, not caring about the experiment at all. Although Nick Fury also wanted to know what would happen next, he was not stupid. The research could be carried out later, and there was no need to put his life in it. So he did not stop it. "The switch has failed and must be manually disconnected, then turn off the power quickly." Click. Bang. There was a sound of the knife breaking, and then there was an explosion. The laboratory suddenly darkened, and then the emergency lights came on. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the statue in the test field again, except for the rising heat, there was no difference. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. This time it was not a waste. He was just about to praise Edgar, but he found that Edgar was staring at the statue stupidly, as if he was broken. Nick Fury didn't find it strange. After all, most people in this world will never see such a scene in their lifetime. Did he see that other researchers hide similar expressions? Just when Nick Fury was thinking this, the disaster had already come. "Hey, dwarf, do you want everything? I can give it to you." "You, who are you?" Edgar found that he couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't move his eyes, like a statue. He could only shout in his heart. But he didn't expect that his shouting could be heard by the other party. "Interesting, aren't you facing me? Why are you asking such a stupid question, god of war?" Ares, Edgar is not stupid, so he can naturally make the connection. "Yes, dwarf, I have seen your inner desire. You want to succeed, you want the whole world to pay attention to you. Because you are born a dwarf and have an ugly appearance, you are excluded by girls everywhere in your relationships, so you have a strong hatred for women. You are afraid of women, you hate women, and you want them to know how great you are. Come on, want to be loyal to me? I can give you everything you want, including the wealth, reputation, handsome looks, and strong body you expect. I can give you all of them." The voice sounded in Edgar's heart, like a whisper from hell, full of fatal temptation. Edgar is very smart. His IQ is as high as a terrifying 248. He can understand that this kind of devil's temptation is definitely not a good thing, but understanding is one thing, and desire is another. He really wants everything that the voice said. I do. Ha ha ha, very good, then you do as I say," Ares said. Then a stream of information silently entered Edgar's mind, which contained everything he needed to do. Edgar suddenly woke up. Nick Fury looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Edgar reacted quickly. He didn't seem to be abnormal, but he still said in fear, What is that? What the hell is that? Why did this happen? Isn't that a statue?" Even a suspicious person like Nick Fury was fooled by him. "That's exactly what we need to know, Doctor. Okay, clean up here, you'll have a lot of work to do next." After saying that, Nick Fury turned and left. Looking at the back of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Edgar showed a hint of evil smile at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, we'll have a lot of work to do." Chicago, the famous J. Parker Rooftop Restaurant. This restaurant is located on the west side of Lincoln Park. The restaurant next to Lincoln Park provides the best angle to view the park. Climbing high and looking far, not only can you see the beautiful scenery of the park, but also the city's high-rise buildings and the lakeside scenery in the distance. But now the atmosphere here is a little weird. The Parker restaurant, which has always been prosperous, seems unusually deserted tonight. There is only one table in the rooftop restaurant that is used by people, and there are no other consumers. There were 4 people at the table, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men was very famous throughout the United States. He was the rich playboy, the #1 playboy in the United States, and the president of Stark Group, Tony Stark. The woman sitting next to him was his secretary, Pepper Potts. But obviously, both of them were in a bad mood. As for why, we have to talk about the 2 people opposite them. Kai and Diana. Kai and Diana hadn't seen each other for a long time and were chatting very speculatively until the uninvited guest interrupted them. Tony had a fancy for Diana after seeing her for the first time. This is normal. If Tony is famous, according to statistics from the media, the speed at which this playboy changes his female companions is much faster than the frequency of changing his clothes. The most exaggerated time was that he changed 8 female companions in one day. Anyway, no one believed that those women follow Tony just to eat, watch movies and attend events. But with Diana, he has been defeated repeatedly. Tony has always been a narcissistic bastard, but he has also been rejected by women. After all, not everyone likes his money, right? But there was no one who had a look of disgust and contempt like Diana. After all, Tony believed that besides money, his talent and handsome looks were also his weapons to attract girls. Those who didn't like his money could like his talent. At worst, he still had his trump card, which was his looks. It seemed that he hadn't seen the interview in which Barkley described Jordan. If he was a plumber, there would definitely not be many people who said he was handsome. So he naturally thought that it was a routine. He had seen soap operas. This must be the entire teen. As a result, he saw Kai and Diana talking happily. Pepper Potts saw it too. Chapter 382, Hypocrisy. Pepper Potts was very upset. She felt that she had no luck with men in her life. She had no shortage of suitors. She graduated from a prestigious university, had a good family background, was beautiful, capable, and was also the assistant to the president of Stark Group. How could she not have suitors with such conditions? But the problem was that she was born to pursue high difficulties. She didn't like people who liked her. But the people she liked were all assholes. Tony was not to be mentioned. He was a famous playboy. The most important part of Pepper Potts' daily work was to come to Tony Stark's house every morning to help Tony clean up his past girlfriends. Looking at this asshole who lived a decadent life, was extremely selfish, and never considered others, Pepper Potts was surprised that she actually liked this person. To be honest, Pepper did not deny that she hoped that her other half had a certain economic foundation, but she was not to the level of worshipping money. Tony's wealth was not the main reason for attracting her. Could it be his talent? Pepper also admitted that this playboy was indeed very talented, but the problem was that Pepper was not a science and engineering student and had no interest in any of Tony's scientific research. As for his appearance, to be honest, Tony is indeed good-looking among the billionaires in the world, but the problem is that the majority of billionaires are over 50 years old. So Tony's appearance is not as good as imagined. He is handsome, but that's just the way it is. So why does she like Tony? Pepper really can't explain it. I can only say that this is damn fate. Originally, Pepper was still worrying about whether to develop a relationship with Tony, but she met her first love. It must be said that the previous encounter with Kai was not a crime movie or a horror movie in Pepper's eyes, but a Mary Sue movie. You see, the first love who separated because of family and misunderstanding many years ago, met by chance in the vast crowd. Looking at each other, countless past events emerged in their hearts, some happy, some sad, and finally became nostalgic for each other. Then the inexplicable heroine was involved in a murder case. Then, in order to protect the woman, the man risked his life to save the girl. In the end, the two were crushed under the rubble. In order to comfort the woman, the man broke his leg, but he still comforted the girl calmly, so that the girl did not give up hope of life under the dark and depressing ruins. Look, isn't it Mary Sue enough? At least in Pepper's opinion, this is just one sentence less than Titanic. You jump, I jump. Anyway, from Pepper's perspective, this is the case. It's not that Pepper is stupid, but that the girl really has feelings for Adam. After all, first love occupies a special place in everyone's life. What's more, the matter is generally not beyond the limit, it's just a filter, which is normal. Everyone has a different perspective. In short, Pepper thinks that this encounter with Kai is perfect. But afterwards, Kai's attitude is very strange. Pepper asked Kai out several times, but he refused for various reasons. He also said that he has a girlfriend. Pepper checked and found that he really has a girlfriend. At that moment, Pepper felt the malice of the world, and let herself meet her first love boyfriend, but he was already someone else's. So Pepper could only devote herself to work, hoping to forget this bitter and embarrassing relationship. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she saw Kai and another bitch pulling and tugging. Scumbag. At this moment, Pepper felt that life was too difficult. Why are the men she likes this kind of virtue? Then Tony, for some reason, actually invited Kai and Diana to dinner together. Then at the dinner table, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Tony invited Kai to dinner together. In fact, there was no other meaning, just to strike down the rival, although Tony regarded the pursuit of Diana more as a game. What, you said love? Don't be funny. Tony has never thought that he would fall in love with a woman and marry her until now. That doesn't fit his outlook on life. He just likes high difficulty, and spending money can no longer satisfy him. And he didn't like Kai from the beginning. This guy is too annoying. Just like Pepper likes Tony, Tony also likes Pepper, but unlike Pepper, who is hesitant about Tony's private life, Tony's feelings towards Pepper are much more complicated. He thinks Pepper is a good girl, so he doesn't want to hurt her. Tony knows his own business. He is a jerk, and he doesn't deny it. He even thinks that this is one of the reasons why he is so charming. He is afraid of responsibility, so even if he does have a good impression of Pepper, he suppresses himself and doesn't show it. So Pepper is such a beautiful woman by his side, but he has never done anything out of line with her. This is very rare. In the past, his female assistant was equivalent to a bed partner. But since Pepper took office, it has been different. But on the other hand, Tony is very disgusted with men approaching Pepper. This is a possessive desire that is difficult to describe. By chance, Kai appeared beside Pepper. This is really a new and old hatred, so Tony plans to let Kai know the gap between them. He plans to tease Kai with words, embarrass him, make him lose his composure, and make him give up peeping at Pepper. It was childish, but Tony did it. What was frustrating was that Kai ate quietly from beginning to end, and basically ignored Tony's words. After all, Kai was not interested in Tony's topics at all. Tony kept talking about economy, luxury goods, various upper-class societies, and even the political situation at the table. In short, they were all high-end topics. Tony was not that bad, nor that tasteless. He just wanted to make Kai understand in a very childish way that he could not afford to offend Pepper. But the problem was that Kai had no interest in Pepper in the first place, and even more so in Tony. Besides, those topics were not something he was good at in his previous life or this life. You know, even the luxury goods in Kai's house were not bought by him, but by Kelly, and he didn't understand them. So he just ate in silence. Don't mention it, this restaurant is really not so famous for its scenery. The dishes are really delicious, but a little expensive, but since Tony paid for it, he didn't care. This was not the most depressing thing for Tony. Kai was not interested in Tony's topic, but Tony didn't know what had provoked Diana. All Tony's opinions were refuted by Diana. Later, Tony not only did not irritate Kai, but was choked by Diana. At the end of the dinner, Tony had forgotten that he was going to pick up Diana, but the two of them argued with each other because of their different ideas. Generally speaking, Tony would not be so tasteless to argue with a woman, but the problem was that Diana was different from ordinary women. Her ideas were very different from those of the secular world, and even completely opposite in some aspects. So she didn't like Tony very much, so her words were inevitably mixed with some personal emotions, and she despised Tony in various ways. Even a clay man would have 3 points of anger, let alone the proud Tony. So after a while, Tony forgot his original purpose and instead competed with Diana. Pepper looked at the two of them and smiled helplessly. "He likes you very much." Kai swallowed the last bite of steak and suddenly said something abruptly. Pepper was stunned, and Tony and Diana also stopped, not knowing why Kai said that. "What?" Pepper asked in confusion. "I said, this rich young man likes you very much." Kai wiped his mouth with a napkin, curled his lips and said, "Although his methods are as childish as a 6th grader, he likes you." After that, Kai threw the napkin on the table, picked up the red wine glass, swallowed the last sip of wine in it, and waved his hand to signal the waiter not to pour more wine. I listened for a long time and roughly understood that this playboy meant to warn me not to get close to you. To be honest, his behavior was completely beyond my expectations. I originally thought that he would take out his checkbook and directly throw a string of change to me, asking me to choose between money and you. Unfortunately, he didn't choose this kind of popular plot. It's a pity. I don't know what he was regretting. But his words suddenly petrified Tony, and Pepper's face flushed. "Besides, you like him too, right? I can see that since we sat down, your attention has been focused on him. If someone doesn't know, they would think you are an old married couple." Pepper and Tony are indeed like this. Whenever Tony wants to do something, Pepper can detect it and help him do it in the first time. Even if it is a small thing like adjusting the wine glass, Pepper can help Tony adjust it to the angle he feels comfortable in the first time. As he said that, Kai pulled out the chair and then helped Diana pull out the chair. In this regard, Kai has always done a good job. He is a gentleman to women. This kind of thing is the same regardless of the East or the West. Tony and Pepper are still stupid. Until Kai walked to Tony with Diana's arm around his, patted his shoulder. "Be brave, 6th grader, otherwise you may not have a girlfriend." After saying that, he left with Diana. At this time, Tony was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his fur exploded. Who is the 6th grader? You scumbag." "I'm not. In fact, Tony was not upset by Kai's words just now. What really made him unable to calm down was, how should he face Pepper? As for Pepper, her face was red, but she didn't show anything. I don't know what she was waiting for. Puff. After arriving at Kai's car, Diana finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. "That guy's performance just now was really funny." Kai shook his head. He thought these two people were too hypocritical. Kai has always been not very sensitive to matters between men and women, but even so, he could see that these two people had a good impression of each other. But these two people pretended to hide it very well, thinking that only they knew it. Tony should really thank him. Fortunately, he is not the real Adam. Otherwise Tony's little thoughts would really be in vain. Kai was a little embarrassed to see Pepper. If he was really Adam, He could take this relationship for granted, but the problem was that he was not Adam and had no other thoughts about Pepper. Every time he saw the look in Pepper's eyes, Kai felt uncomfortable, so he simply helped this hypocritical couple. By the way, you said the Ares statue is missing. How did you come to Chicago? Kai remembered the topic he and Diana had talked about before. They were about to talk about business, but Tony broke in. This was told to me by one of my colleagues. He used to work at the Art Museum of Chicago for a while. He saw a replica of the Ares statue in Chicago at first, but he didn't take it seriously. But when the statue was lost, he remembered it. Because the Louvre has never exhibited that statue, no outsiders have seen it except the internal staff of the Louvre. A statue that has never been seen by outsiders actually appeared in Chicago on the other side of the ocean. No wonder Diana would suspect Chicago. Did you find out what it is? Kai asked. With Diana's ability, she probably searched the entire Art Museum of Chicago on the day she arrived in Chicago. No, Diana said frustratedly. Have you checked the archives? Kai asked, following his own thoughts. Archives? Diana looked at Kai. Yes, if the Art Museum of Chicago really copied the statue, then there must be archives. As long as you can look through the archives, there is a high probability that you will find a clue, Kai said. Diana's eyes lit up and she immediately said, I'll go right away. Then she asked Kai to take her back to the museum. Kai had no choice but to do it. He could understand Diana's urgency. After all, that was Ares. If this guy really ran out, it would definitely be a disaster. It's just that Diana walked too fast, so Kai didn't have time to ask her if she knew where the archives were. What's more, when Diana was about to leave, Dean called. Bad news. Vampires are besieging his manor. Fuck. Are these vampires crazy? Kai didn't understand. How could these blood-sucking bastards have the guts to besiege his house? Apart from anything else, Kai is a policeman after all. According to the style of these vampires, they rarely attack targets that will attract high attention. But now, it's meaningless to think about these things. Kai immediately turned the car around and rushed to his home. On the other side, Kai's manor has become a battlefield at this time. A group of fully armed men in black are besieging Kai's main house. In the house, in addition to Dean and his friends, there is a group of unknown demon hunters. If Kai's house is under siege, it is because of this group of people. Wasn't Bobby responsible for notifying the demon hunters in the city before, asking them to be careful? But it was too late, and a group of demon hunters discovered a vampire nest. During this period, before the murder of the demon hunter bar, Chicago and the surrounding cities became the hunting grounds of demon hunters. For many demon hunters, they have never seen so many vampires in their lives. So many demon hunters who are used to being alone began to form groups and hunt vampires in groups. The results were impressive. In this situation, they would not let go of a vampire nest, so they called their friends and planned to do something. After some casualties, they finally destroyed the nest. But they also got into trouble. They were noticed by the mysterious vampire army. They had no choice but to ask for help, and it happened that they were close to Kai's house. So Bobby and Dean brothers immediately ran out to support them and cover them to retreat into Kai's house. Those vampires had just witnessed what the demon hunters did to their own people, so they naturally couldn't give up easily. You bastards. Come on. Come on. Son of the beach, a demon hunter was already covered with scars, but he still leaned against the window and kept shooting outside. He seemed to have lost his composure, but thinking of the previous experiences, he could understand why he was so crazy. In order to encircle and destroy the nest, a total of 36 demon hunters were dispatched together, and 8 of them died during the encirclement and destruction. It was nothing. Demon hunters were used to life and death. Moreover, they died in the fight against vampires. It was a worthy death. But after that, the nightmare began. Those mysterious vampire troops suddenly appeared and killed their companions one by one like hunting turkeys. When they received support from Dean and his men and retreated to the house, only 5 people were left. Demon hunters are indeed very lonely, but that doesn't mean they have no feelings. Seeing so many companions being killed without any resistance, how could the remaining demon hunters stay calm? Chapter 383 Rescue. Although Matthew was also shooting to defend himself, he still felt surreal. To be honest, he didn't completely disbelieve what Bobby and Dean were talking about before, such as vampires and monsters. After all, what they said was very convincing. Unless they were all crazy, it was impossible for them to talk so coherently. But most people still didn't believe it. Exorcism and exorcism are not uncommon in the United States. Many TV stations even have such programs. There are more than 1 or 2 reported demonic supernatural events, but no one can tell how many of them are true or how many are true. So Matthew didn't believe it completely and always had doubts. As a result, he was besieged by vampires now. Who can tell him why vampires are wearing high-tech equipment and shooting at them with automatic rifles? Shouldn't they turn into bats or use some magic to deal with them? Are all vampires now so up to date? What's more exaggerated is that the equipment of these vampires is better than that of their police SWAT team. Thinking about it, Matthew suddenly thought of something. No. Kelly. She's still in the room upstairs. Matthew seemed unkind and aloof, but in fact he was very sensitive. He could clearly tell who was nice to him and who was disdainful of him. He didn't care about these social conventions. He only focused on what he needed to focus on, but that didn't mean he didn't care about the people around him. Kai was very nice to him and even understood him very well. Although he never showed gratitude to Kai, he knew everything. So when he thought Kai's girlfriend was still alone upstairs, he immediately ignored the bullets shot in from outside and rushed to the stairs, intending to bring Kelly down. Dean saw Matthew running upstairs regardless of anything, and knew what he was going to do. Come back. That girl doesn't need your help. Others didn't know what Kelly was, so how could he and Sam not know? It can even be said that Kelly's transformation was completed under their noses. Everyone here could be killed by vampires, except her. Matthew turned a deaf ear and ran upstairs anyway. But when he climbed up the stairs, he found something wrong. The second floor was too quiet. Secondly, it was too dark, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Ah! At this moment, there was a scream, and then Matthew saw a man in black rushing towards him with fangs exposed, but the expression on the man's face was not that he wanted to attack him, but that he looked like running away. He looked very scared and tried desperately to escape from the terrifying thing behind him. He even ignored Matthew. He just wanted to rush to the exit behind Matthew. Matthew was also startled, and he reflexively pointed the gun at the vampire. But before he could shoot, a hand stretched out from the darkness. The skin of that hand was white and without any flaws. The only thing that made people feel strange was that the nails of this hand turned into sharp claws, and the overall size was completely larger than that of a normal human. Matthew just watched stupidly as the hand with both beauty and evil grabbed the vampire and slowly dragged him into the darkness. Crack, crack. After a sound of bones breaking, everything returned to calm. Then the darkness that enveloped the entire second floor began to recede. The darkness seemed to be alive, gradually gathering in one direction, and finally disappeared into Kelly's room. Matthew blinked, a little confused. He swallowed his saliva and planned to walk towards Kelly's room, but just after taking a step, he immediately retracted his foot and turned to walk downstairs. He now understood what Dean meant. The person who didn't need to worry about here was Kelly. Moreover, Matthew didn't know how to face Kelly. He couldn't tell whether he was afraid or what. In short, in order to avoid embarrassment, he still felt that he should go back downstairs to continue the gunfight with the vampires. At least that was the field he understood. On the other side, the vampires were also surprised by the defense of the manor. What's going on? Did Matt's team lose contact too? The handsome Asian man who appeared in the Demon Hunter bar roared at his men with a sullen face. He couldn't help roaring, because this was the third pair of people he had lost contact with. They are Death Walkers, the most elite fighting force of the Vampire Council. The selection of each Death Walker is extremely strict and even bloody, because most of the Death Walkers are used internally, so any candidate who wants to join the Death Walker needs to kill more than 50 of their own kind. Even for vampires, killing their own kind is a very serious matter. Therefore, within the vampire community, Death Walkers are more feared and respected, but it doesn't matter. Vampires don't care about that. Although they are wrapped in a layer of skin like the Night Nobles, it can be said that whoever is stronger is right. But even so, from the transfer of vampires to the New World, the majesty of the Death Walker cannot be ignored. Why is Victor, the vampire leader who fled from Europe to the New World in disgrace, still able to hold power until now? It is because of the Death Walker. But now, to deal with just humans, the Death Walker has lost 3 teams, which makes the Asian handsome guy Zhen particularly embarrassed. More importantly, he came to Chicago with a team this time not to play house with humans. His target is his enemy, Hannibal, who killed his brother. That's right, Zhen's brother is the Asian guy that Kai killed at the beginning. As for why Zhen's brother ran to deconfess his men, it was also because of Zhen. As mentioned earlier, the status of the Death Walker is extremely special. Victor can guarantee his power, and the biggest reliance is the Death Walker. Zhen is the young generation of the Death Walker that has risen in recent decades. He has a very high reputation within the Death Walker. Yes, as a warrior from the Far East, Zhen was able to beat the vampires when he was still a human, not to mention after he became a vampire. Zhen used to be a martial arts fanatic who didn't care about anything except martial arts. Until he was defeated by a group of people who became the Spear Bureau, he realized that his ability as a human being has its limits. Even if he tried hard to practice martial arts, it would be useless. In fact, the more he practiced, the more he would find that people have their limits, unless they become a being beyond humans. So, he stopped being a human. Ahem, let's get back to the point. Zhen's younger brother does not have the talent of his older brother, but he is ambitious. After becoming a vampire, he looks down on humans and thinks that only vampires are qualified to rule the world. I don't know what he thinks. He was originally a human. Is he a convert? In short, due to his radical ideas, he was quickly attracted by Deacon Faith, and Deacon Faith valued his brother's ability, so he took him under his command. On the contrary, Zhen himself is not very interested in those radical ideas. The reason why he became a vampire is entirely to break through his own limitations. As for ruling the world, that is not something he needs to consider as a warrior. The reason why he works for Victor is entirely out of a deal. Once the deal is reached, he will leave Victor and return to the east to seek revenge on the Shenlai Bureau that defeated him. It's a very simple motive, but everything changed when his brother was killed by Kai. He came to Chicago to avenge his stupid brother. But before that, if too many Death Walkers are lost, it will also have a major impact on his revenge plan. Do we need to ask for help from Lady Selena? Zhen's men asked. Zhen frowned and began to consider his subordinate's proposal. But at this moment, gunshots suddenly rang out behind them. When Kai rushed to the vicinity of his home, he found that all the surrounding blocks were blocked. These people took the documents of the Department of Homeland Security and told others that terrorists were being encircled and suppressed in front. Since 9/11, this reason has become very universal. Anyone who encounters terrorists needs to give way, and hunting down terrorists has become the top priority. Seeing this situation, Kai immediately called Phil. You told me that you would not let any force interfere with what is happening between us and the vampires, Kai said coldly. Yes, I did. Although Phil didn't understand why Kai said that, he still replied very affirmatively. Then can you tell me who these people in front of me are? Kai believed that as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to, they would know what was going on. Wait a minute, Phil immediately realized that something was wrong. He did not dare to make a rash decision. He only heard silence on the other end of the phone. After about a minute, Phil said in a relaxed tone, DHS has completely evacuated Chicago. I can guarantee this. And I am also sure that no force will publicly shelter vampires at this time. Of course, no force will protect you either. In short, no one will intervene in what happens between you. There is only one thing to pay attention to. Do not cause panic, otherwise, Phil did not say what, and Kai did not ask, but he could probably guess it. I think I understand. Kai hung up the phone immediately. Since he got the guarantee, Kai had no taboos. These shitted DHS are completely fake. Even if they are not fake, Kai will treat them as fakes now. Anyway, there will be no later accounts. Kai will not feel anything no matter how many traitors who collude with vampires die. At the moment Kai hung up the phone, Sage also drove over. Meatball and Portman were also in the car. Originally, they were going to stay at Kai's house, but Portman made money, so they finally came to the big city, so they couldn't relax. Although Saji and Meatball both found love, it didn't mean that they were completely honest. This was in Chicago, with high mountains and long roads. How could their girlfriends know what they were doing? Moreover, Portman, the prodigal son, paid for it, so of course they wouldn't let him go. So, taking advantage of the fact that they had no time these few days, the three of them immediately became the three heroes of the dust, and they were all kinds of people. If Kai hadn't called them, who knows where these three scumbags would have gone. What's going on? Saji asked while wiping the lipstick off his face. At night, of course they were having fun. A group of blood-sucking bastards are besieging my house, Kai said coldly. Saji immediately understood, turned back to the car to put on his combat vest, took out a KSG shotgun, hung 2 single chains and walked out. But when he just turned around and was about to go back to Kai, he suddenly stopped. What the hell? Saji felt that he seemed to have overlooked something just now. Kai thought for a moment and said, "Vampires, what's wrong?" Sage immediately lost his composure. What the hell is a vampire? Why is it so easy to describe? But on second thought, it seems that there is really nothing to be excited about. They have seen even scarier things. Vampires and the like don't seem to be anything special. Sage touched the back of his head and said, "Then should we prepare some holy water, crosses, and the like?" Kai shook his head and went back to his cart to take out a bag and threw it to them. There are silver bullets in it. They are afraid of silver and garlic. The cross, holy water, and the like are all imaginary. Kai felt a little sorry. If it were 2 days later, the things that Blade mailed from New York would arrive. Here, we have to admire the professionals. Those things are really useful against vampires. Meatball and Portman, the 2 idiots, had no sense of tension in dealing with new enemies. They were still muttering why vampires were afraid of silver. It's not that they are careless. It's really that they have been following Kai for so many years. What kind of scenes have they not seen? Sea monsters? No, there are only a few people in the world who have seen sea monsters and come back alive, only them and the current president's family, and a few soy sauce. Oh, by the way, the unlucky presidential candidate Benjamin Asher, who was rescued by Kai and his team, was really elected president. When he was elected last year, he specially called Kai, hoping that he could come to his inauguration ceremony, and by the way, he hoped that Kai and his team members would join the Presidential Special Service. I don't know if it is a recruitment or a reward. But Kai was not interested, so he didn't agree. However, Kai gave Benjamin the phone number of his former teammate Duke. This guy's hometown is in Washington, D.C. They beat General Ross together and retired together. Duke returned to Washington to take care of his mother and daughter. Now he is taking the severance pay and doing nothing all day, so just let this guy go to the White House to work. The salary there is high, the treatment is good, and it is also very safe. Although several American presidents have been assassinated, it is still very safe overall. Except for a little trouble, there are no disadvantages, which is just suitable for Duke's need to support his family. By the way, at the end of September this year, the president will come to Chicago to give an opening speech for the Stark Industries Expo. Let's get back to the point. After making preparations, Kai drove directly with Sage and the other 2 to break through the blockade of the fake DHS. These people were all fakes, so Kai naturally would not be polite to them and let Portman kill them all. Fortunately, it was midnight, and this was a rich villa area, very quiet, and there were not many people on the road. Otherwise, it might really cause panic. After all, it was only a few years after 9/11, and Americans' nerves were still tense. If they saw a group of people holding guns and killing people from the Department of Homeland Security, the news of the terrorist attack would probably spread. So just like that, Kai led Sage and the other 3 to stab the vampire's anus. Kai and Meatball quickly killed several vampire sentries on the periphery, and Portman and Sage also quickly took their positions, occupied advantageous shooting points, took out sniper rifles and aimed at the vampires, while Sage held an automatic rifle to provide protection for Portman. Seeing Portman in position, Kai immediately led Meatball through an alley to the flank of the vampires. Kai hid behind the greenery and flowers, vaguely seeing a group of vampires besieging his house, and his dissatisfaction was about to break through the sky. This house was indeed not expensive when it was bought, but now it has been destroyed by these idiots. It will be a life-threatening repair. It is estimated that the cost of repair is enough to build another villa. Do it. Following Kai's order, Kai and Meatball rushed out of the bushes. The assault rifles in their hands opened fire directly. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. A series of gunshots sounded, like dense popping beans. The vampires were stunned by the sudden firepower from the side, and Kai and Meatball were brave. They rushed directly to less than 30 meters away from the vampires. With such a distance and the powerful firepower of the assault rifles, even the high-tech bulletproof and UV-proof combat clothing on the Death Walkers could not withstand it. In an instant, several Death Walkers were hit. Chapter 384, Deceiving the Master and Destroying the Ancestors. After these Death Walkers were killed, they immediately burned up, and burned very fully. There was nothing left on the ground except a few tattered clothes and a helmet. Even the ashes disappeared when the night wind blew. This is why Kai likes vampires. They are too environmentally friendly. Even if Kai kills a bunch of vampires, there will only be a pile of ashes left at the scene, and nothing related to human tissue can be detected in these ashes. This is the trick that Blade told Kai. There is no need to deal with the aftermath after killing a vampire. Anyway, there is no corpse, and the police will never ask for trouble. Of course, you still have to be careful about the monitoring equipment. Blade was chased by the New York police because he ignored this. This is all talk of experience, so when Kai started to prepare for the battle, he blacked out all the nearby surveillance. It is estimated that after tonight, many people will have to call this security company to repair the monitoring equipment. The Death Walkers are indeed the elite of vampires. After a few of their own people were killed, the other members immediately changed their formation and aimed at the invading Kai and Meatball. Kai's response to this was also very simple. He dodged and hid behind Meatball, who was holding a shotgun and firing at the vampires while growling. Along with the Meatball's constipated growl, blue runes began to shine on Meatball's skin, and then Meatball's originally burly body swelled up like a balloon, but it grew horizontally, and the whole person actually turned into a ball. The bullets of the Deathwalker hit Meatball's body and only set off waves of flesh, and then were bounced to who knows where. Meatball's body is very tough. Even if he is hit by a rocket, he will be fine. The only drawback is, his indestructible body has feelings. In other words, it will still hurt. So even though those bullets didn't hurt him, this guy was actually grimacing in pain. It was also thanks to Meatball's honest and patient character, otherwise others would have screamed in pain long ago. You bitches. It hurts so much, the pain couldn't make the Meatball retreat. Instead, it made the originally honest Meatball go crazy. He lowered his head and rushed towards the Deathwalkers like a mad bull. The Deathwalkers were also a little confused. They were also legendary creatures, but they had never seen such a scene. So for a moment, their reaction was a beat slower. It was really only a beat slower, almost just 1 second. The Deathwalkers reacted immediately. They planned to keep their distance while continuing to attack. They were not stupid. Seeing that the Meatball couldn't even hide a bullet, they couldn't be stupid enough to let it get close to them. Unfortunately, that 1 second of delay made them pay a heavy price. Bang 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 bang. Almost in an instant, several bullets with golden energy hit the Deathwalkers who were about to distance themselves. All the bullets were shot from their foreheads. The special helmets they used to protect their heads were like paper, and had no effect on those bullets. Several Deathwalkers were immediately shot in the head. Seeing their companions being killed, the remaining Deathwalkers were not afraid, but became violent. They were not ordinary vampires, they were Deathwalkers. They were the gods of death who brought hell greetings to any rebels. Several Deathwalkers threw away their guns, pulled out the melee weapons behind them, and rushed towards the bastard who shot them from behind. Well, Deathwalkers are vampires no matter what. They still have the characteristics of vampires' intelligence, and know who is the soft person. They still dare not face the crazy Meatball, but Kai, who is hiding behind the Meatball and shooting, is an easy target to bully in their eyes. As for the Meatball, in their opinion, there will always be someone to deal with it, as long as it is not them. Some bad qualities in the blood of vampires are still not so easy to eliminate. Seeing those Deathwalkers rushing towards Kai, Meatball didn't even stop. After all, he knew how strong Kai was. He didn't need to worry about it at all. The Deathwalker who was in the front saw that the fat monster didn't care about his companions. He was delighted. He felt very lucky to be able to kill before everyone else. This was also a great achievement. These two guys killed a lot of them. This guy saw the back of the person hiding behind Meatball. Just a little bit, the longsword in his hand could pierce into the guy's body. The corners of his mouth hidden under the helmet couldn't help but draw a hideous smile. But his smile froze immediately. A very classical-looking spear appeared in front of him. The gun had a Renaissance style and looked like an ancient matchlock gun. He could even see the exquisite pattern on the gun body. The gun had a dazzling silver-like gun body, and it was decorated with gold and gems everywhere. It was very beautiful. If it were normal, he would definitely try his best to get this gun when he saw it, and then carefully hide it in his safe. He would only take it out and appreciate it slowly in his spare time. As for how to use it, don't make a fuss. This thing looks older than he is. How to use it. But at the moment, this gun doesn't give him a good feeling. He even has the urge to run away regardless of everything. Facts have proved that his feeling is correct. Boom. After a deafening roar, the Deathwalker who rushed to the front was blown to pieces by a shot. Not only that, The bullets shot from the antique gun also made the companions in a straight line behind the Death Walker in trouble. After the bullets shot through the Death Walker in the front, it also blew up the two companions behind him. The shattered corpses caught fire in the air, and it looked like a ball of white phosphorus exploded in the air and then burned up quickly. Kai's shot immediately stopped the Death Walkers who had rushed towards him. They now understood that the soft persimmon they thought was not soft as it looked. Unfortunately, Kai was not going to let them go. He did not put down the pistol in his hand, but fired 2 more shots in a row. This time there was no previous result. These Death Walkers were not fools. After seeing the power of the previous shot, they immediately scattered. So these 2 shots only turned 2 Death Walkers into ashes. But this is not over yet. Because the power of the pistol is too great, the bullet capacity is only 3 rounds. After the bullets of the pistol were used up, Kai's other hand held a Desert Eagle shining with golden light and aimed at them. The moment several Death Walkers saw the thing, they turned around and ran away very tacitly. What a joke! Forget about a terrible hand cannon, that thing has gone beyond the scope of ordinary firearms. It is more appropriate to describe it as a hand cannon. But the Desert Eagle is still too much. This thing should not appear in actual combat. The power of that thing is too great, and the bulletproof and UV-proof combat suits they wear are not very effective against such firearms. This is nonsense. They are wearing bulletproof combat suits, not the golden suits of Saint Seiya. There is a saying, under the 9.1mm caliber, all beings are equal. But Kai's speed is obviously faster than them. Bang 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 bang. Kai emptied the bullets in the Desert Eagle at the fastest speed. Not a single shot missed, all hit the target. Those Death Walkers had no room for resistance at all, and could only fall to the ground in despair, screaming and disappearing in the firelight. Just like Kai said, vampires are really strong, with extraordinary strength and speed, and strong regeneration ability. Unless their heads are chopped off or their hearts are blown up, they can recover from any serious injuries by just sucking blood. Not only that, they also have some special abilities, some strong and some weak, but most of them are very useful. Another important point is that they can live forever. But then again, they are really weak. They have too many weaknesses. They are afraid of light, silver, garlic, and now they are even afraid of anticoagulants. As long as you target their weaknesses, it is not difficult to kill them. To be honest, vampires are the kind of weaker than them. They can bully you to death, but once you are stronger than them, killing them is easy and enjoyable. Kai is faster than these Death Walkers, has more sensitive reactions, and even has stronger special abilities than them. He simply surpasses them in all aspects, so it is not really difficult to face them. Otherwise he and Blade would not have killed all the vampires in Chicago and had to flee in embarrassment. By the time Kai had used up all the bullets in his Desert Eagle, there was basically no one left at the scene. Nonsense, the Death Walkers have always only recruited elites. Moreover, even if the vampires in the Vampire Council of Elders were all idiots, they would not watch Victor recruiting Death Walkers. Would that be handing the knife to Victor himself and letting him take all the power? When Victor was defeated in Europe, his prestige had already dropped greatly, otherwise there would not be the Council of Elders today. Those elders of the Council of Elders were too busy to guard against Victor, so how could they give Victor the opportunity to expand his power at will? So although those demon hunters were killed, there were not many Death Walkers who actually participated in the pursuit. There were only 7 teams plus the Asian Kung Fu Master Zhen, a total of 22 people. Death Walkers usually have 2 people in a team, minus the 3 teams that had planned to attack from the upstairs but had no news. There were only 16 people at most. Now almost all of them have been killed. Kai took out a magazine of the Desert Eagle, reloaded a new one, and then took out a cigar. After intense exercise, smoking a cigarette is the best enjoyment. But just as Kai lit the cigar, he heard a loud noise, and then Kai saw a huge meatball flying towards him in the air. Seeing this scene, Kai didn't care about smoking anymore, and ran to the side in a hurry. Although this thing can't kill people, it will definitely make Kai the biggest joke of the year. What a joke. The hip circumference of the transformed meatball is 3 meters. If this thing is pressed on Kai, Kai will be drowned. Bang! 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 Meatball really turned into a meatball. His huge butt was like a super elastic ball. It smashed the ground and made a big hole in the ground, and it also made him bounce up. He bounced and rushed to Kai's house. Boom. Well, when Kai repairs the house, it seems that he needs to sign a bill for his roof. I don't know if Meatball broke anything else. Kai prayed that he would not break his fishing rod. That thing was Kai's only hobby now. Kai spent $35,000 on that fishing rod. It was the first time Kai spent such a large sum of money on his hobby. On the other side, when Meatball jumped up, Portman had already thrown away the sniper rifle in his hand, took out his digital camera, and recorded the scene just now. Hey, what are you doing? We are doing business. Sage was very dissatisfied with Portman's idleness. Brother, don't you think that this is our business? The boss and Meatball have cleared out the enemies, leaving none for us. We might as well take a picture of Meatball's embarrassing appearance. At least someone will pay for the nightclub tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Sage looked at Portman seriously. His eyes were like looking at something dirty. You are really too much? But immediately Sage laughed timidly. Remember to make a copy for me. Portman gave him a middle finger, and then concentrated on his photography career. They were not worried about what would happen to Meatball. With Meatball's almost indestructible body, it was really hard to be damaged. Kai put one hand on his forehead and looked at the house that was smashed by Meatball. Fuck, this time the bill is even bigger. Ahem, I think you should worry more about yourself. A slightly tired voice came from the smoke and dust that Meatball had just created. Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of the smoke and dust. A strong Asian man with a crew cut walked out of the smoke and dust. He didn't look too good. There was a dark blue palm print on his shoulder, which seemed to be hipped by Meatball. His upper clothes were missing, and his right chest was sunken. But even so, he was still in very good spirits. His black eyes were full of brilliance. He looked very energetic and excited. The moment he saw this guy, Kai's face became very strange, as if the guy would make a Wing Chun starter in the next moment. I want to fight 10 of them. Zhen Zidane. Kai couldn't help but use Chinese. The handsome Asian guy on the other side was stunned for a moment, then looked left and right. Are you calling me? He didn't expect that the first words this foreign guy said were actually in Chinese. What was even more unexpected was that he actually knew his own name. Fuck, is this really your name? Now it was Kai's turn to be a little confused. What was going on? Did the strongest man in the universe, Zhen Kung Fu, also travel through time? I was called this name before my debut, but no one called me that anymore. Then what's your name now, Master Zhen? Pucci. Kai was originally looking forward to a more powerful nickname, but he didn't expect that he was actually a motorcycle taxi master. But it's okay, if he was called Master Yi, Kai would feel that the world was really a little broken. Chinese. Seeing that Master Zhen's face on the other side turned black, Kai hurriedly asked. Chinese Cantonese, Master Zhen said very formally. It can be seen that he is very proud of his origin. As he said that, he tore off his tattered clothes, revealing a strong body of muscles. The muscles didn't look very developed, but the outlines were very clear. It can be seen that this is a real martial artist. The muscles of real martial artists are not like those muscular men in the gym, which are big and beautiful. Those muscles only look beautiful, but they are useless in actual combat. Such muscles will only add burden to martial artists, greatly affecting their movements and speed. However, Master Zhen's pride did not make Kai happy. A Chinese, a martial artist, would actually degenerate into a vampire outside the city, which made Kai very upset. To practice martial arts, you must first practice your mind. If you don't even have a bottom line, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Becoming a vampire and abandoning your human body is to betray your teacher and ancestors. He remembered that when he started practicing boxing in his previous life, the first lesson was to recite the rules of the sect. When you memorize it, you can start learning boxing. In the sect rules, those who betray their teachers and ancestors must be punished by their fellow disciples. Obviously, this pirated Master Yi violated this rule. If he met such a martial artist in normal times, Kai might even discuss with him according to the rules and learn from each other according to the rules. But when you encounter this kind of evil demon who betrays his teacher and ancestors, there is no need to follow any rules. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, No Rules. Kai couldn't help himself when he saw this vampire who looked exactly like the bad reputation martial arts star in his previous life. He asked in Chinese, Wing Chun, Zhen was surprised that this foreigner not only knew Chinese, but also knew Wing Chun. Ji Qundu, Zhen was not really from Wing Chun, but he had a connection. Ji Qundu was originally derived from Wing Chun. By the way, there is also Bruce Lee in this world, but he is not a movie star. He is a real martial arts master. The Ji Qundu he founded is also a legitimate martial arts school, which is very famous in Hong Kong and South Guangdong. What's more interesting is that this Chinese superstar in the previous life did not die young, and now lives in Hong Kong. Strictly speaking, Zhen is the grandson of this martial arts master. Perhaps it was because of Kai's Chinese and his understanding of martial arts that Zhen had a desire to communicate. Have you practiced martial arts, Bajiquan, Tianjin Bajiquan? Kai's master was indeed from Tianjin Bajiquan, and his lineage can be traced back to God Gun Li Shuwen, who was considered an orthodox disciple of Tianjin Bajiquan. Kai felt guilty saying this, because he did learn boxing from his master, but he was not accepted into the sect. It was no longer popular at that time, and his parents only let him learn boxing to strengthen his body, not really planning to follow this path. So strictly speaking, he was not considered a member of Tianjin Bajiquan. So you are from Tongdao. Nice to meet you. Zhen followed the rules and saluted with a fist, one hand clenched, the other hand clasped his fist, and closed them in front of his chest. The right hand was inside, the left hand was outside, the left fist and the right palm. There are also some rules for this. There are two types of fist salutations, left palm right fist and left fist right palm. Left palm right fist. For martial artists, fists are more powerful than palms, and clasping fists with palms means avoiding the sharp edge, and clasping the right hand with the left hand is natural and loose, which is often used in martial arts exchanges. Bow your hands and shake them slightly in front of your chest, naturally, not too intense or too high. This is a lucky bow. Left fist and right palm. In contrast to the previous one, this is a bad bow that is disrespectful to the other party, almost like mourning for the other party. Obviously, what he meant was that there must be a fight between the two of them. While he was talking, all the wounds on Zhen's body healed. Seeing this scene, Kai's original little bit of sympathy for his fellow practitioners immediately disappeared. He reacted, "This guy is a vampire. That's a fellow ghost." Seeing the contempt and disgust in Kai's eyes, Zhen didn't get angry, but instead stroked his body in fascination. Look at this body, how perfect it is. It is not afraid of harm, not afraid of fatigue. I can use it at will. Even if I practice martial arts 24 hours a day, I can regain my energy in just a few minutes. For a martial artist, is there a more perfect talent than this? Zhen raised his head as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and even his whole mood was a little excited. That's the feeling, constant progress, there will never be despair of stagnation. Do you know? When I discovered my limit, I was so desperate. I practiced martial arts desperately, wanting to become stronger. But they told me that my talent was limited and it was impossible to improve. I will get old, I will get injured, and then I will start to regress until I am old and frail, and finally I can only watch sadly as people who are weaker than you surpass you one by one. I don't like that feeling. I want to get stronger, and never stop getting stronger. So I choose not to be a human being." Kai's expression changed from disgust and anger at the beginning to speechless and even disgusted. Kai could not see anything that a martial artist should have on his face. He was not practicing martial arts, but being practiced by martial arts. A slave dominated by power, this kind of person is the most despised among martial artists. What does he regard martial arts as? A tool to show off? How did this guy worship a master in the first place? And now, he's even more crazy. He shows off disgust as if it were pride. If Kai was like him in the first place, his master would have come to clean up the door long ago. Such people are useless except for abusing violence. Seeing Kai's expression change, Zhen felt annoyed. Why are these people always so rigid and inflexible? Isn't the purpose of practicing martial arts to become the strongest? What's wrong with him becoming a vampire? This is just a way to become stronger, just like practicing boxing every day. Why do these people always look down on him? As a human being, one day he will become weaker. In this case, why can't he find another way out? Isn't it good to be immortal? Come on. Let me tell you what it means to be strong. Words are always powerless. Zhen plans to use reality to tell this ghost guy what it means to be strong. Unfortunately, Kai has lost interest. Indeed, at the beginning, Kai was indeed prepared to follow the rules of martial artists and use fists and feet to decide the outcome. This is a respect for his fellow practitioners. But after this guy made a series of second-year remarks, Kai lost interest. He felt that if he really fought with him, it would be an insult to himself. So this happened. Zhen had already prepared the opening move of Jeet Kune Do, but suddenly found that the opponent took out a grenade and threw it at him. You don't follow the rules. It was an ultraviolet grenade, one of the samples that Blade left for Kai. It was useless to ordinary people, at most it would dazzle their eyes, but to a vampire, and an idiot who took off his shirt to look cool, it was another matter. Zhen fell to the ground. Zhen was still thinking of using his speed to kick the ultraviolet grenade away, but unfortunately, Kai had already made preparations in advance. When Zhen just made a move, the grenade burst out a burst of strong ultraviolet light, and then he turned into ash. The sad thing is that this guy never thought until his death that the enemy he was looking for to kill his brother was Kai. Of course, what's even more sad is that Kai didn't know from beginning to end that he had killed Zhen's brother. Boss, you? Just when Zhen was turned into ash by the ultraviolet rays, Meatball arrived. This simple and honest Russian man was a little uncomfortable with his boss's sneak attack without following the rules. In his impression, his boss has always been a tough guy. If someone challenges him, he will definitely accept it. But unexpectedly, this time, Kai took off the sunglasses he had just put on and said with disdain, "Ralbal. Have you heard of an ancient Chinese saying, what, since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist? When dealing with evil and heretics, there is no need to follow the rules of the underworld." Rauki was confused. This sentence was difficult to translate. At least Kai couldn't translate the essence, so it sounded weird, but at least a general meaning was expressed. Who said this? Mixi Nun. This is what Kai told Rauki. Mixi Nun. Kai's brain pulled and translated Nun into Nun, so Rauki was even more confused. When Kai walked into his own house, he almost couldn't recognize that it was his own home. The furniture and furnishings in the house were pushed to the door and windows by Dean and others. The things here were all left by the Mexican drug lord family. Although those guys were not well educated, they were definitely rich, very rich, so many of the furniture and furnishings in the house were antiques. One of the cabinets was an antique from the Spanish Habsburg dynasty in the 17th century. At this moment, the cabinet had been beaten into a sieve. This was nothing. Kai didn't understand this stuff anyway. There were many things older than this in Kai's treasure house. What really made Kai feel painful was that his set of branded fishing gear was still not spared. I don't know who threw it into the corner, stepped on it, and it was completely useless. Kai, Dean and Sam saw Kai was just about to say hello, but they didn't expect that they were one step faster than them. A beautiful figure with a crying voice rushed towards Kai like a gust of wind. Kai caught Kelly, who fell into his arms, and looked at the beauty in his arms a little unnaturally. It's so scary. Those vampires almost rushed into my room, but Kelly didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she acted pretentiously like a frightened little girl. If she didn't know her background, her deliberate act of weakness might have fooled people. Only Kai knew that she was not acting like a spoiled child, but was actually complaining. Kai had always treated her like a little girl. She was telling Kai in this way that she could fight, instead of hiding in the house like a fool. Seeing Kelly like this, those who knew her background all had a chilling expression. To be honest, Kelly's acting was really bad, and only those witchers who didn't know the reason couldn't tell that she was doing it on purpose. Matthew, in particular, almost lost his composure. He saw with his own eyes that a vampire was scared to urinate by Kelly. In the past, Matthew's impression of Kelly was probably that she was a rich, beautiful, naive college student, no different from an ordinary girl. He only realized today that he, the outlier in the police station, was the most normal person in the room. Several witchers didn't know who Kai was, so their reaction was not particularly big. But for the meatball, their eyes were full of vigilance and respect. Demon hunters are marginalized people in society. They don't care much about order, so strength often becomes the only universal standard. Meatball's bravery left a very deep impression on them. But because of this, they are also very wary of Meatball. This is an occupational disease of demon hunters. In fact, this is not so bad. If they knew Kelly's background, they would have drawn their guns long ago. Demon hunters have always had such extreme ideas. After all, the objects they hunt are not brainless monsters. Many of these monsters are more cunning than humans. In order to prevent themselves from being confused by those aliens, many demon hunters hold a simple and crude belief, that is, if they are not of my kind, their hearts must be different. I would rather kill the wrong one than let him go. Seeing the expressions of several demon hunters, Kai could only comfort the scared Kelly awkwardly while letting Meatball reseal his ability. Seeing Meatball gradually become a normal person, the expressions of several demon hunters were obviously relaxed. Sam saw this and immediately gave Bobby a look, asking him to take other demon hunters to deal with the aftermath. They were a little afraid that Kelly's condition would be known by other demon hunters. It was not that they were afraid that the demon hunters would harm Kelly, but they were afraid that those demon hunters would be unlucky. In today's society, there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to give up everything and embark on the path of demon hunters. The sacrifice of any demon hunter is a loss to the entire demon hunter community. I'm sorry, Kai, we didn't expect it to turn out like this. We will be responsible. Kai interrupted immediately after hearing this and said, come on, you are all poor guys. Today's bill is at least 6 figures. You can't afford it. This is not to look down on them, but to tell the truth. Most demon hunters do not have a fixed income. Take Dean and Sam for example. Apart from stealing credit cards and Dean cheating at cards to win some money, these two brothers have no other source of income. Usually, the two of them eat fast food and live in the car or those cheap motels. Asking them to be responsible for the 6-figure bill is simply a joke. Sam was a little embarrassed. Dean, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He couldn't afford it anyway, and feeling bad wouldn't solve any problems, so he might as well just let it go. This kind of thing doesn't matter. I don't need this little money. Kai really didn't care about this little money. What he really cared about was that the damn vampires had come to his house, and this matter could never be let go. Kai wouldn't care anyway. The reason why the vampires were retaliating everywhere was because he was carrying out genocide everywhere in Chicago, which led to this situation. What really matters is that we must teach these bastards a lesson. Dean was immediately cheered up when he heard this. He liked this kind of thing. As he said that, Kai took out a piece of paper with an address on it. Tomorrow night, a batch of weapons and equipment specifically for dealing with vampires will be delivered to this address. Sam, you take your people to receive them. I will also ask someone to collect intelligence on these vampires, and try to give these guys a hard time the night after tomorrow. This batch of goods was provided by Blade's adoptive father Abraham Whistler, but it was not purchased in the name of Hannibal. Kai directly found Phil and asked him to help contact him. Kai was not stupid enough to expose his connection with the identity of Hannibal so easily. Anyway, Kai took out real money, and Phil just contacted him, which did not count as a violation of the agreement with the vampire elders. As for intelligence, SHIELD cannot be found. But this kind of thing does not necessarily require SHIELD. Remember the Voodoo Gang? Kai killed a lot of backbones of the Haiti Gang in the past, which was a big favor to the Voodoo Gang. Now it is just in time to use it. The intelligence ability of this gang is still very strong. They can even figure out Kai's background. There is no reason why they can't find a group of vampires in the city. The next day, Kai still had to go to work as usual. As for the aftermath, Kai really doesn't need to worry about it. There are many people who will cover up the truth. No matter whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or the vampire forces, they don't want the matter to be exposed. So Kai was not affected at all the next day, and there was no news about the gunfight last night in the Chicago media. But when Kai approached the office, almost everyone looked at Kai with a strange expression. Especially the bad boy duo, Marcus and Mike. Bad Boy is the nickname given to their group by these two funny guys. They even have a theme song, but it's a pity that Kai can't appreciate it. Kai, brother, you can't do this. What? Kai didn't know what happened to these two guys. Since Kai rescued Marcus's sister Sydney last time and found out that she was an undercover DEA agent, these two funny guys rarely appeared in the police station recently. I don't know what they are busy with. I didn't expect that when I finally saw them today. I was confused. Let me tell it. Marcus pushed Mike away and ran to Kai, looking up. Marcus is not tall, only 1.7 meters, and said to Kai with a serious face, "Man, Kelly is a good girl, you can't treat her like this." Yes, that's what I mean. Mike quickly pushed Marcus away and said hurriedly, "You already have a girlfriend, so don't be so frivolous. I know it will be embarrassing for you to be found by a woman at the police station. Don't worry, as your good brother, I will help you deal with it. You just need to tell me the girl's name and phone number, Believe me, I'm a professional. Get out of here, you bastard with a brain full of JY. I was the first one to see the girl. It should be me who goes. You should get away. You are married, remember? If you don't want Teresa to be shot in the ass, give me the chance. Fuck, I'm not as dirty as you. The reason I said this is to stop you, a playboy. Don't forget, I haven't settled the account with Sydney yet. Kai started to have a headache again. These two guys were too noisy. Hey. Can you guys be quiet first, and then tell me clearly what happened? Kai could only stop them quickly, otherwise who knows where they would go? Kai? You're finally here. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the direction of Teresa's office. Kai turned his head and saw Diana standing at the door of Teresa's office. Diana, why are you here? Teresa walked out from behind Diana and glared at Marcus and Mike fiercely. The two of them simply brought shame to the Chicago Police Department. They spoke too loudly, as if they were afraid that others couldn't hear them. Teresa and Diana heard everything in the office. Ms. Diana came to communicate with my police about the security issues of the joint exhibition in 3 days. Kai, next, you will receive Ms. Diana. After saying that, Teresa looked at Marcus and Mike and roared viciously, you two. Get out of my office. I have something to ask you. Marcus and Mike looked at each other first, then turned their backs to Kai, gave him a middle finger, and then walked listlessly towards Teresa's office. Recently, in order to keep Sydney away from this dangerous undercover work, the two of them volunteered to take over Tapia's case from Teresa, intending to deal with Tapia before Tapia and Sydney came into contact. However, after so many days, there is still no progress. Chapter 386 Transaction. Diana's arrival even caused a sensation in the entire detective bureau. Chicago is not short of beauties, but there are very few like Diana. First of all, Diana is very beautiful, there is no doubt about that. Her tall and fit figure is the dream of all women and the gift of all men. Her facial features are delicate but generous, and she does not have the feeling of a little girl. Especially the heroic spirit between her eyebrows, which makes her have an indescribable nobility. What is more touching is that there is always a wild beauty in her. This wild beauty is not reflected by any action or words, but a kind of natural exudation. Seeing her, everyone seems to see a noble female warrior holding a long sword and appearing on the battlefield. At the same time, there is a very subtle intellectual beauty in her, a very contradictory feeling, but it does not seem abrupt, but it is a perfect balance and fusion with the beauty of her ambition. This temperament is very unique, making her stand out from the crowd wherever she goes and become the focus of everyone. Although Marcus and Mike were joking just now, it must be said that they were both moved, at least Mike was really. If Kai had really given him Diana's name and phone number at that time, he would have rushed over to flirt with her. Why are you here? The office area was obviously not suitable for discussing things. The group of animals in the detective department had been eyeing them covetously. So Kai took Diana to a coffee shop outside the police station. Diana was a little embarrassed to speak. Seeing her like this, Kai remembered what happened yesterday. Did you find it? Kai said with a smile. In the eyes of others, Diana is a strong woman, but in Kai's eyes, she is just a little girl. It's not that Kai feels that he is older than her. But Kai always feels that Diana has too little experience. She has spent most of her life in Paradise Island. Paradise Island, Paradise Island, it is really a paradise, everything is like the Garden of Eden. This is good, but it is not suitable for growth. Although Diana is not young, in fact, her experience is really lacking. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. Diana's character is very kind and pure, and it is very comfortable to get along with such people. But impulse is inevitable. I found the archives, but there are only files from the past 20 years, and there are no files older than that, Diana said depressedly. Kai smiled. I wanted to remind you at the time, but who told you to run so fast? As he spoke, Kai took out his phone. Hello, William. How are you doing, good buddy? William was very happy about Kai's call. As usual, take Mills with you, and discuss the case with Matthew. William has been very fulfilled recently, taking his partner Mills with him while helping Matthew investigate the Yellow King cult case. William was originally planning to retire, but after seeing Mills, he felt like he saw his younger self, especially Mills' pursuit of justice, which made William's old car full of power again. At least until Mills really grows up, he doesn't plan to retire. Oh, how about it? Did you gain anything? Speaking of the cult case, Kai became a little interested. According to what Dean and Sam said, this Yellow King Church is not an ordinary cult that cheats money. They are very mysterious and have supernatural powers. I didn't find much, but I found a few names. Sam Tuttle was prosecuted by the police in 1963 for child molestation. But it was never resolved. At the same time, the King in Yellow and Kokosha appeared in the police files at the time. By the way, Sam Tuttle also founded a Tuttle Church and a foundation at the time, so I followed his clue and checked it. Guess what I found? Kai always admired old William's business ability. No one in Chicago knew the black and white worlds of the entire city better than him, and his network of contacts was extremely terrifying. What? Remember the bishop? His last name is Tuttle. The bishop of the Chicago diocese, Billy Lee Tuttle, was also the person in charge of the church's public welfare activities. He advocated and presided over the SYNOPSIS project to build public welfare schools across the state. He was the biggest suspect in the cult case. Then I continued to search for this last name and found many Tuttles, including our state senator Edwin Tuttle, who is also a senior member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Interestingly, few people know that he is a cousin of Bishop Billy Lee Tuttle. There are only 100 senators in the United States Congress, and each state is represented by only 2 senators in the Senate. Senators are generally white elites with high social status, wealth and power. They have the right to vote on some of the president's proposals. Many important domestic and foreign treaties must be voted on by senators, and the Senate has committees, and their subsidiary committees, for various purposes, including reviewing bills and supervising the executive branch. Most committee work is carried out by 16 standing committees. Each committee has jurisdiction over a specific department, such as the Treasury or the Department of Foreign Affairs. Each standing committee reviews, amends and promulgates relevant bills of the department over which it has jurisdiction. In addition, each standing committee also reviews presidential personnel nominations for the departments under its jurisdiction. For example, the Senate Judiciary Committee reviews the judicial qualifications of nominees. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee reviews nominees for positions in the U.S. State Department. The committee has additional powers over bills and personnel cases that are of concern, and they can block bills and personnel cases from entering the Senate. Standing committees also supervise the various departments and officials of the executive branch. If an official is to be removed from office, the standing committee has the power to hold hearings and subpoena witnesses and relevant evidence. In short, the power is very great, and even many times, the president needs to see their eyes before passing a resolution or appointment. Edwin Tuttle, as a senior member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, has a great influence on the judicial department. At the same time, I also found that although the Tuttle Church has disappeared, the Tuttle Foundation is still operating and has a lot of involvement with many politicians. I think this case is more complicated than I thought. Kay originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect to involve so many things. What's more terrible is that this case has gone beyond the scope of a policeman. Let alone anything else, just one senator is enough for Kay and Matthew to be at a loss. However, this matter is not completely impossible. After all, police officers like Kai and Matthew may be powerless. But Hannibal does not have so many concerns. After all, Hannibal is a murderer and a cannibal. Thinking of this, Kai smiled and said to William, "Thank you, William. If possible, I hope you can continue to investigate. Of course, the premise is not to let others find out. I will find a way later." William was silent for a while, and then smiled and said, "I know what to do. An old man who is about to retire always needs some entertainment and sustenance. Is there anything else? I will go to a scene with the mill soon. Oh, I almost forgot. I need your help with something else." Diana next to him was a little impatient. "Of course, I am happy to help. It's like this. I want to check the archives of the Art Museum of Chicago. The more comprehensive the better. I wonder if you can help me." The Art Museum of Chicago. William was a little strange, but he didn't ask much. If Kai is willing to say it, he will say it naturally. "Let me ask you one more question. Do you want the usual files or the ones, of course the ones you said?" "Well, let me think about it. I have a friend." William always has such a perfect friend. Kai wrote down the name and phone number of William's friend on a napkin before hanging up the phone with William. Diana immediately wanted to get the napkin, but Kai took it back. You are too conspicuous. It will leave traces. I will find someone to help you." A beauty like Diana would leave a deep impression on people if she did such a thing. It would be bad. No matter who stole the Ares statue from the Louvre, He was definitely not an ordinary person. Diana's careless investigation would attract attention at any time. Then what should I do? Diana came to Chicago for the purpose of finding the Ares statue, but now Kai asked her not to participate. Do whatever you need to do, Kai smiled and said. That afternoon, Kai drove to an office building on the Gold Coast, where Silk Entertainment was located. It's hard to imagine that the headquarters of a gangster is in a place like the Gold Coast, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. In fact, the Voodoo Gang has been transforming in the past few years. But no one expected that they would transform so ruthlessly, jumping directly from the underworld to the entertainment industry. Coming to the 43rd floor of the building, the entire floor belongs to Silk Entertainment. When Kai came to the front desk lady asked Kai very politely if he had an appointment when he came to see Elizabeth. A policeman came to see a gangster boss, and he still needed an appointment. Kai felt that this style of painting was getting weirder and weirder. There was no way Kai could only call Elizabeth. Fortunately, the big boss of Silk Entertainment was in the company today. Elizabeth personally took Kai through the modern office area and walked into her office. Seeing Elizabeth's office, Kai felt that her transformation was the right choice. This office was so luxurious. Not to mention the facilities, the most important thing was that she also bought a super large Japanese-style lounge in her office. The floor was all tatami, and what was even more excessive was that there was a pond and a bamboo in the lounge. You have to know that this is inside a skyscraper. Is it so easy to make money in the entertainment industry now? Kai didn't know much about the entertainment industry in his previous life. And he didn't care about those stars. But he never thought that a gangster could make so much money in the entertainment industry. Elizabeth knelt down very elegantly with her skirt pressed down, and then poured a cup of tea for Kai, and then said slowly, "It's a little worse than drug trafficking, but it's not bad. Whether the entertainment industry makes money or not is really a matter of opinion. Anyway, Silk thinks it's very profitable. This is why she will lead the gang to transform. Fighting and killing all day long, although it can make money, there are too many variables. It is safer to work in the entertainment industry." Kai has never had any preference for tea. Not all Chinese people like to drink tea. He prefers boiled water, especially hot boiled water. It's very refreshing to drink it. Kai can accept tea, but he doesn't like it to the extent. And the Japanese matcha poured by Elizabeth, Kai dislikes it even more. "I need to do me a favor." As a way to repay my favor, Kai made a direct request. Elizabeth didn't dislike Kai's straightforward style. "Okay, I want you to help me find a group of vampires." Kai looked into Elizabeth's eyes. "Don't tell me what happened in the city recently." Elizabeth didn't deny it, but just said, "Not enough." "What? I don't owe you enough favors for helping me find those vampires. I can tell you that the identities of those vampires are not ordinary. Giving you information about them will be a big risk for me." Elizabeth didn't look like a gangster boss, but more like a businessman. However, looking around, she is indeed not a gangster boss. At most, she is a businessman doing illegal business. Kai was not angry, as long as he could do it. "What do you want?" "As a businessman, of course, you need to make a deal. Kai doesn't mind paying a little." Elizabeth laughed. This is what she was waiting for. She really wanted to have a good relationship with Kai, but after all, they had too little contact with each other. It was too early to talk about friendship now. It would be better for each of them to get what they need. As long as they interact more, friendship will naturally come. "I know you know Tony Stark. I want you to help talk to him and let my artists participate in the performances at the expo." As mentioned before, the expo is very large and international. More importantly, it has great influence and attention, and the entertainment industry needs influence and attention. As long as there is exposure, the artists of Silk Entertainment can get a lot of benefits. "Oh, I'm not familiar with Tony Stark." It's true that they are not familiar with each other. They have only met twice in total. They are not familiar with each other. But you are familiar with his secretary. This kind of thing does not require Tony Stark to say anything. Just a word from his secretary will do it. Elizabeth knows everything. Kai hesitated. "Is that the only request? I can give you money, or some other benefits." Kai doesn't like things like backdoors. Especially when the target is Pepper, Kai feels embarrassed every time he sees her. Elizabeth refuses as a matter of course. She is making money now. The more famous her artists are, the more she will make, and she can make money for a long time. Kai can only give her money once. Which one is more cost-effective? How can she not tell? Chapter 387 Bullseye. In the end, Kai agreed to Elizabeth's request. Strictly speaking, this request was not difficult, and could even be said to be very simple. Stark Group has been one of the weapon suppliers of the U.S. military since World War II. Its position in the United States can be said to be deeply rooted, and this is only the influence in the military and the government. In the civilian world, since Howard Stark died in a car accident and Tony Stark took over, the influence of Stark Group in the civilian world has become stronger day by day. There is no way. Tony is a natural newsmaker. He has been the focus of the media since he was an orphan from a wealthy family. He lived up to expectations and became a real playboy. There is even such a saying on Wall Street that it is precisely because of Tony Stark's natural physique that attracts the spotlight that Stark's market value has been rising all the way, becoming the largest company in the United States and even the world. There is no way. Tony Stark's talent is part of the reason. This man is indeed a scientific and technological genius, as if there is a problem that he can't solve. But this is not important to ordinary people. How can they care about those technological problems that they can't even remember the names of? What really made the Stark Group so famous was Tony Stark's various anecdotes and gossip, which in disguise made the Stark Group get the attention that the whole Hollywood would salivate over. With the attention, the stock price would be easy to talk about. In Kai's previous life, there were countless people who relied on storytelling to cut leaks everywhere in the stock market. What's more, the Stark Group's revenue has always been very good, coupled with high attention. It would be unreasonable if the stock price didn't go up. The high market value, in turn, contributed to the influence of the Stark Group, and then as the president of the group, Tony Stark's personal reputation also rose with it. This formed a virtuous circle. In short, today, Tony Stark has become a living signboard of the Stark Group. In the past 2 years, because the New York headquarters of the Stark Group needed to be rebuilt, after Tony moved the Stark headquarters to Los Angeles capriciously, his exposure has risen to a new level, and Tony even has a lot of investments in Hollywood. Those Hollywood companies are very welcome to Tony's investment. There is no other reason, just to take advantage of the popularity. Anyway, those Hollywood companies don't use their own funds to invest in movies. They also absorb outside funds. Since they all accept investment, what's the problem with accepting Tony's? Not to mention, a movie invested by Tony Stark is a very good topic in itself. But the amazing thing is that Tony's vision in choosing movies has always been a mystery. In today's American society, Jordan and Tony's vision have always been a stock. Whichever movie Tony invests in, the box office of that movie will definitely be a Waterloo. Although it won't lose money, it's really rare to make money. Just like Jordan's draft vision, most of them are parallel imports, and there are really few who can make it. But what's better than Jordan is that the heroine of the movie invested by Tony will definitely enter the fast lane of career. Because basically every heroine of the movie will have a scandal with him, so even if Tony's vision is very touching, Hollywood still flocks to Tony. It's a bit off topic. In a word, the influence of the Stark Group and Stark himself is really too great, so great that he needs to be given face in many aspects. What's more, this is his own expo, and it's easy to arrange a few small stars to perform the opening performance. As for the performers who will be replaced, Tony won't care anyway. Pepper will be even less. So, you called me just to talk about this. Pepper was a little aggrieved. Kai rarely took the initiative to call her. In fact, after exchanging phone numbers, Kai never took the initiative to call her once, and it was always Pepper who called her. But now it's so hard to make a call, but it's for such a small matter. Well, in Pepper's opinion, it's really a small matter. Don't think that Pepper is just Tony's secretary, but in fact, many of Tony's affairs are handled by her. She is absolutely powerful. What's more, Tony likes Pepper, a secretary pursued by the leader. Think about it yourself, how awesome she is. Don't think that those Hollywood stars are awesome and have many fans. But these are nothing in front of Capital. Oh, Kai was a little embarrassed. He was afraid that Pepper would ask this. But then he thought, that's not right. Shouldn't you be a couple with Tony? Is it really okay to talk like this? Ahem. Well, you're the only one I know who can do this, so I called you, Kai said honestly, and at the end, he said as if to remind her, you and Tony, I can call him that, is it okay? How did you and him go that night? Kai meant that the window paper between you and Tony has been broken, and everyone has a boyfriend-girlfriend, so don't say things that will make people think wrongly. Unexpectedly, Pepper didn't notice Kai's deep meaning, or she didn't think there was any ambiguity in what she said before. I can't make up my mind, you know Tony. Then Pepper talked about her various concerns about Tony. In fact, Kai didn't have a good impression of Tony. After all, Tony was too high profile and changed girlfriends too frequently. Of course, there was no bad feeling, because he had money and it was his business to have fun as he wanted, and he didn't break the law. But as a boyfriend candidate, Kai really didn't recommend it. If Tony was just a shaving pole, he was too enthusiastic. Then Kai would definitely give Pepper advice. No matter what, Pepper is a good girl, there is no need to jump into this fire pit. But the problem is that whether it is based on last night's observation or Pepper's current complaints, it shows one thing, that is, Pepper also likes Tony. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs, and this kind of mess between men and women is more difficult to talk about than family affairs. Kai will not step forward. This is a matter of mutual consent. Why do you, an outsider, have to interfere? Kai listened to Pepper's complaints and regarded himself as Pepper's male bestie. This role is the first time Kai has played in his 2 lives. It is not too difficult. Just be an honest listener. In short, the two of them completely threw away the topic just now. Because it is not important in the first place. Although Isabella kept smiling on the side, she actually had a few kilograms of lemons in her heart. The goal she dreamed of achieving seemed so insignificant in the eyes of others. This feeling is not good. She doesn't think she is worse than Pepper, but she is just luckier. But this did not make Isabella unbalanced. On the contrary, this feeling gave Isabella more motivation. She wants to be such a person. After chatting for about 20 minutes, Pepper finally released the depression in her heart. I need to have a meeting with the city government. Let's talk next time. By the way, let the person in charge of the Silk Entertainment you mentioned come to Stark's Chicago branch tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to meet with him. The matter was settled. Kai put down the phone and looked at Isabella. Isabella smiled and nodded, then picked up a phone and walked to another room. 3 minutes later, she came out. I'll give you news in the evening. Kai didn't say much, nodded and left. In an underground club, the leader of the Death Walker, Victor's adopted daughter, Selena, was looking at a vampire who sent a message with a grim face. Are you sure? Yes, Mom. This is the message I received. The vampire was pale, like a consumptive and drug addict. Who is that policeman? Selena felt a headache. They originally came to find the traces of Blade and Hannibal. As a result, they didn't find the 2 powerful enemies, but instead provoked a more ruthless person. We checked. He is the ace agent of the Detective Bureau of the Chicago Police Headquarters. He has handled several major cases and is very capable. But our people didn't expect that he would. The existence of vampires has always been a secret. The top of the power pyramid of this country knows the existence of vampires, but the lower you go, the fewer people know about it. No one thought that a small policeman could eliminate a group of death walkers so easily. After waiting for a while, the vampire continued, we just found out that the policeman knew the Wen brothers. The Wen brothers came to Chicago and lived in the house of the policeman. The Wen brothers. Selena also had a headache when she heard this name. If you say who is the most notorious executioner among vampires, it is undoubtedly Blade. But at the same time, the reputation of the Wen brothers is not small. Although they have only been hunting some small families in recent years, they have also had some outstanding achievements. They once killed a 400-year-old vampire in Quebec, Canada, which caused a sensation in the vampire circle. Unlike Blade, who earned his reputation with a single blow, these 2 brothers were evil and ruthless. It was not as if they were very strong. But they could always turn danger into safety. No matter how difficult the situation was, they could always be safe and sound. They were very famous in the circle of demons and monsters. Of course, this did not scare Selena. The key was that Selena knew a little more. These 2 brothers were involved in some very ancient existences. Not to mention her, even her adoptive father Victor did not dare to provoke them too much. Such guys with backers were the most annoying. However, this also gave Selena a reasonable explanation, and she understood why the policeman could kill the team led by Jen. Thinking of Jen, Selena had a headache again. Among vampires, the number of Asians has always been scarce, especially the Chinese. There was no way. According to their culture and customs, vampires were despised by them. Besides, there are very few Chinese Americans in this world. This mysterious country has always looked down on the messy Western countries, which also makes this country feel isolated from the world. In short, it is very cold. Zhen is not only Chinese, but also a Chinese martial artist. Unlike Kai's previous world, in this world, Chinese martial arts is a very rare and powerful fighting technique, which is very popular in other countries. Unfortunately, those martial arts rarely spread abroad. Since getting Zhen, Victor has always valued him and even gave him the training of the Death Walker. It must be said that Zhen's skills are indeed good. Under his training, the strength of the Death Walker has made great progress. Unfortunately, like all martial artists, Zhen has never taught them real skills. But Victor is not in a hurry. Anyway, vampires have a long lifespan. Take it slowly. There are plenty of opportunities in the future. But unexpectedly, there is no future. Okay, you go down. Selena waved her hand to let the vampire who delivered the message leave. Now there are only two options for Selena. One is to ignore Zhen's affairs and continue to complete the mission. The other is to put down the mission first and kill the policeman. But just when she was hesitating, an unexpected person found her. Who? Just when Selena was thinking, she suddenly felt that someone was spying on her, so she raised her gun and shot in the direction of the hidden person without thinking. Ling. A bullet also shot out from the darkness and hit Selena's bullet. The two bullets collided in the air and made a very clear collision sound. He, little princess of the vampire family, don't be so excited, we are not here to cause trouble to you, a somewhat neurotic voice sounded, and then a man with extremely weird taste in clothing walked out of the darkness. He was wearing a tight suit, a very tight one, and a mask on his head. At the same time, there was a cross-target mark on his forehead, and no one knew what was wrong. But Selena did not look down on this man at all, but her face was solemn. Bullseye, a notorious assassin, is the chief assassin of Kingpin, the godfather of the underground in New York City. There are many stories about his origin, but no one knows which one is true. However, one thing is certain, that is, this guy is a real lunatic. It is said that in order to make his chief assassin better serve him, Kingpin also offered a large price to let a famous psychiatrist treat Bullseye's psychological problems. The psychiatrist diagnosed that he had borderline personality disorder and potential psychopathic tendencies. Then the psychiatrist was killed by Bullseye with a pencil. After that, the treatment naturally came to nothing. Although he is a lunatic, Kingpin still entrusted him with important tasks. Because even if he is a lunatic, he is a very strong lunatic. As a mutant, Bullseye has a natural throwing ability, and he can throw any object in his hand to the target with incredible accuracy and power. Some of his achievements include using playing cards to tear people's throats, spitting out his own teeth to penetrate the enemy's skull, throwing paper airplanes to a distant roof, and throwing a toothpick into a window 100 yards away and killing a person. In addition to his accurate shooting ability, Bullseye is also a professional martial artist and a sharpshooter with conventional weapons or cold weapons. Bullseye also has extraordinary physical fitness and agility, endurance, speed, and reaction. In short, he is a natural killing machine. Kingpin's lackey, why did he appear in front of us? What? Finally back to normal. Want to change bosses? Selena's first reaction when she saw Bullseye was that Kingpin was going to attack them. The relationship between vampires and Kingpin is not good. Kingpin is famous for not liking vampires. And Bullseye has killed many vampires. Selena naturally doesn't have anything good to say. She also deliberately emphasized the word normal. As we all know, Bullseye is a madman. This guy likes money. He has been working as a killer before joining Kingpin, but his reputation is very bad. This guy often kills the target to be assassinated together with the employer. When Bullseye joined Kingpin, many people were wondering when this madman would kill his employer again. But I didn't expect that this madman has been very well behaved for several years. So just now Selena said that Bullseye was normal, which was actually the biggest mockery, implying that he finally relapsed and planned to betray Kingpin. Ha, if I change jobs one day, I will inform you, but now I still work for a Fisk. I like Fisk very much. Bullseye laughed wildly as if no one was around. Then what are you doing here? Do you want to start a war? Of course, Bullseye said exaggeratedly. No. Selena looked at this madman talking to himself coldly. Fisk asked me to come to you to cooperate. What cooperation? I'm here to help you kill the little policeman who killed your people. Selena curled her lips in disdain. Plus Hannibal and Blade. Now Selena's face changed. Chapter 388 Raiden Comics. Why? Selina didn't believe when Kingpin became so easy to talk to. This guy never showed mercy when killing vampires. He even destroyed several blood factories of vampires, which caused heavy losses to the vampire elders. The so-called blood factory is a factory that specializes in producing blood. This is nonsense. The real dry goods are how to produce blood. These blood factories can guarantee that their blood is absolutely pure and natural human blood, and it is extracted from living bodies, green and pollution-free. In the United States, there are millions of homeless people. It's hard to believe, but the fact is that in this country, the most powerful country in the world, there are an unimaginable number of homeless marginalized people. According to official statistics from the United States, the number of homeless people in the United States is about 550,000. But in fact, the actual number of this group of people far exceeds this number, because many foreign immigrants also belong to this group of people, such as those illegal immigrants. No one cares about this kind of people. Don't look at those white leftists who shout about human rights immigration all day long. That's just shouting. Anyway, shouting doesn't cost money. It's just like those pastoral feminists in China. They look lively, but they are actually a group of strong people who talk big. This kind of real marginalized people in society become the raw materials of the blood factory. They will capture these people, remove their brains, turn them into living dead, seal them in special plastic wrap and hang them up. A blood factory can hold thousands of people. Then they will inject nutrients into these people, feed them with oxygen supply devices, and monitor their health status at any time with high-tech instruments. This is the same as a modern dairy factory, and those homeless people are cows. Thousands of gallons of fresh blood are produced from the factory every day, and then appear in various vampire strongholds at the fastest speed through the vampire's own logistics industry. Ensure that every vampire can drink safe blood every day. Jinping doesn't know why, but he hates this kind of factory very much. Now almost 80% of the blood factories in the New York area have been destroyed by Jinping, which makes the vampires hate Jinping very much. You know, New York is an important food production base in the eyes of vampires. According to the distribution of homeless people in the United States, the 4 major food-producing areas of vampires are California, Texas, New York and Florida. Among them, New York City and New York State is the area with the highest concentration of homeless people in the United States. In short, the relationship between Kingpin and vampires is extremely difficult to ease. At this time, Bullseye suddenly came out and said cooperation, and Selina naturally didn't believe it. Bullseye also knew that the other party would not easily believe what he said, so he was prepared. The one who has the most conflicts with us is Deacon Faith. We don't have many conflicts with your elders, right? Why can't we cooperate? Bullseye laughed nervously. Cooperate with Kalang? Selina still sneered. Bullseye shrugged and said helplessly, girl, it seems that you don't understand politics. Even if we will still fight to the death in the end, what does our cooperation have to do with it? Anyway, we just take what we need. Do you think that we can love each other after we cooperate? Don't be so stupid, okay? You are at least more than 100 years old, you should be sensible. In fact, Bullseye didn't understand it either. It was Kingpin who told him that he was just pretending. Selina took a deep breath and resisted the urge to kill Bullseye. She didn't want to be taught a lesson by a madman. So what do you want? Fisk has already discussed the reward with your boss Victor. We will kill Hannibal and then give you the blade. The little policeman is our gift. Selina's face darkened. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have already discussed it? Is it fun to talk like this? You know what, Bullseye really does it for fun. At this time, Selina's cell phone rang. When she answered the phone, Victor's voice came from the other end. Selina immediately reported to Victor that Bullseye came to find her. Kingpin is fast enough. He just finished talking to me and his people have already found you. It seems that he really knows something and is sure that I will agree. Yes, I did reach an agreement with Kingpin, judging from the time Bullseye arrived in Chicago before Kingpin talked to Victor, which is enough to show that Kingpin has learned some inside information and is determined to cooperate. Why? Selina was surprised by Victor's behavior and also felt incredible for Kingpin's behavior. She couldn't figure out why. Kingpin's son has a very rare blood disease. Human medical technology cannot cure it, but we can, Victor said coldly. Vampires have been dealing with blood since a very early time. If there is anyone in this world who knows blood best, it can only be vampires. So it is not surprising that Victor would say that. He has a son. Selina was surprised, Kingpin has always been a mystery, and the same is true for vampires. They don't know much about Kingpin. I just found out about it, Victor said calmly. In addition, he asked us to remain neutral in the war between him and Deacon Face, and not to interfere in their war in New York. What? Selina was even more surprised. This is asking them to give up their own people. Victor, on the contrary, is very open-minded. Deacon Faith has long lost control. His radical approach will sooner or later make all of us pay the price. He has long forgotten our rules, and even more so the premise that we can be as stable as we are today. In this case, let him fend for himself. The same goes for New York. Anyway, we have never controlled it from the beginning to the end. New York has always been Deacon Faith's territory. The vampires there follow his lead. On the contrary, the influence of the Elders' Council on the place is getting weaker day by day. This madman is also becoming more and more disrespectful to the Elders' Council. In this case, giving up Deacon Faith is not unacceptable. But, no buts. Selina, you should understand the importance of the blade. We don't have time, Victor interrupted Selina. We don't have time. Remember Selina, find the blade. I understand, this blood debt was a cover-up from the beginning. Yes, the slaughter of Chicago vampires is a big deal, but for people like Victor, this kind of thing is nothing. Are the vampires in Chicago related to him? No. He only cares about the blade. This is related to Victor's big plan, a plan that can change the entire vampire ecology. Once it is realized, what awaits the vampires will be an unprecedented rise. And he can ascend the throne and create a vampire empire. Compared with this, whether it is the vampires in Chicago or Deacon Firth, it is not important. It is also because of this that Victor will find Nick Fury to make a deal, hoping to divert the attention of Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. After hanging up the phone, Selina appeared in front of Bullseye again. Happy cooperation, Bullseye tilted his head and looked at Selina, with his signature neurotic smile still hanging on the corner of his mouth. This smile, no matter how you look at it, is full of sarcasm. Do you know where the blade is? Selina really didn't want to talk to Bullseye. This is a psychopath. He doesn't play cards according to common sense. Just like just now, wouldn't it be better to say that the upper level has already negotiated? He has to make fun of him here. Psychopath. This is right again. Bullseye really thinks so. He learned about the cooperation from Kingpin. He didn't plan to tell Selina right away, he just wanted to show off. I don't know. But I can find him. How to find him, that's my problem. Just wait for my news. After saying that, Bullseye walked away with a shaky step, and the whole person was full of the temperament of asking for a beating. The prototype of this Bullseye is the Bullseye in a Daredevil movie I watched, played by Colin Farrell. That look, let's not talk about it, it's like catching a non-mainstream psychopath, more shameful than a tights, looking very asking for a beating. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a group of fully armed demon hunters squeezed in a truck and drove towards the place where Selina gathered. I say, can't we steal a better car? I'm almost dying of the stink, Dean said in a muffled voice with a mask on and his hands covering his nose. They are now squeezed in a garbage truck. Just there with it. Kai said that only this kind of car will enter the territory of vampires and they will not be alert. Sam is doing something similar. In fact, the other demon hunters are the same. Then why is he in the cab? Dean still thought Kai was taking revenge on them for destroying his house. Because he's the only one who knows the location. Bobby was older, so his breath wasn't as long as that of the young people, and he was breathing faster, so he was almost fainted by the stench. His old partner Rufus rolled his eyes and said unhappily, bullshit, if he really wanted to keep it secret, why would he bring a girl to sit in the cab? Which beautiful woman would work as a garbage truck? Would that be more conspicuous? Rufus wouldn't feel guilty for destroying Kai's house. In his opinion, he was fighting monsters for all mankind, so even if he made some mistakes, he should be forgiven. This is the general mentality of demon hunters. They are great, but that doesn't mean they are really good people without flaws. In fact, there are many bastards among them. Other demon hunters didn't think so much, and they just endured it. The key is that they couldn't endure it, because others were just better than them, especially this batch of weapons. Many demon hunters had never even heard of them, but they looked very cool. They couldn't wait to curry favor with such powerful and well-connected people. Apart from anything else, if they can buy these weapons and equipment, the success rate of demon hunting in the future can be greatly improved. This is related to their lives. Although these people have long put life and death aside, Who would be willing to die if they can live? Be patient, we are almost there. Bobby had to act as a peacemaker again. About 3 minutes later, the carriage was knocked. This was a signal. Soon a group of demon hunters quietly climbed out of the garbage truck in a dark alley. After finally breathing fresh air, a group of people felt alive. Okay, 3 minutes to prepare, and then we will set off immediately. Remember, the vampires we are facing this time are not ordinary goods. Don't try to be brave and fight alone, and try your best to cooperate, Kai reminded everyone while looking at the woman next to him. After the demon hunters went to the side to do the final arrangement, Kai couldn't help but say, I say, don't be so exaggerated, right? Sense of ceremony. Sense of ceremony. Do you understand? A woman in a red and black tights, with red hair and a bat-style crown, refer to Batwoman. Note: Batwoman and Batgirl are two heroes, a blood-red cape behind her. Her hot figure became ghostly and seductive under the tights, but the blood-red hair and cape made her feel more evil out of thin air. This woman is naturally Kelly. Since the last time, Kelly is not satisfied with always being a good girl. Young people always have a heroic dream, and she is no exception. So she made this battle suit by herself. There are also superhero comics in this world, but it's a pity that there are no comic heroes that I know. In fact, Kai doesn't know many comic superheroes. He knows Iron Man and Captain America. After all, in the era when he traveled through, these superhero movies were very popular. Although he hasn't seen them, he knows a little bit. Kai's friends always think that he lives in the last century. He is not a DC fan, but he knows Superman and Batman better, or Spider-Man. He doesn't know the others, because his impression of these superheroes comes from the cartoons he watched when he was a child. After he became an adult, he watched the first two Batman trilogy and the old version of Spider-Man trilogy. That was because he was dragged to an internet cafe by his friends to stay up all night. He didn't like playing Legends, so he had to watch movies to kill time. By the way, he also watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy at that time. After that, he joined the army, and then retired and came back to be a policeman, so he had less contact with these things. In the setting, when Kai traveled through time, Wonder Woman had not yet been released, so the protagonist didn't know there was such a superhero. Since he knew that there was Stark Group and Tony Stark in his world, Kai paid attention to things in this area. Stark is really famous. Even if Kai has not seen his movies, he knows. Superhero comics in this world are still very popular, but there are no Batman and Superman, but there are similar ones. One is called Night Owl and the other is called Hyperion. However, Kai flipped through it and found that the content was very childish, and even a lot of the content was skirting the line, a bit pornographic and violent, and very unhealthy. Superhero comics were indeed like this for a while, relying on this skirting line to attract readers. Later, it seemed that they were boycotted by parents and then slowly changed, and then became popular again, but this world does not have it, so it went away and became a more popular subculture. The mainstream rarely paid attention to it, let alone adapted it into a movie. I didn't expect Kelly to be a superhero comic fan. Looking at her outfit, Kai felt very ashamed. Chapter 389, Incident. I am the Lady of Hell. When Kai announced his nickname in high spirits, he hid in the shadows. He was old now, and he was no longer in the age of pretending to be a hero by holding a branch and making noises. When he was young, he might have thought it was very cool, but now he thinks it is a black history. Especially when he made a move, he made noises in his mouth. It was very embarrassing to think about it. After learning martial arts, he knew that when fighting, although sometimes there were noises, they were for a purpose. Sometimes they were to adjust the breath, and sometimes they were to intimidate the enemy. But most of the time, they would not make noises. After all, martial artists pay great attention to breathing. Making noises would only disrupt their breath. So now when he thinks about it, he feels very stupid. Of course, he was young and didn't understand it at that time. He could only blame those crappy TV dramas. Well, the same is true when fighting, and he has to read out the moves loudly. Kelly's behavior in front of him is similar to the above, and it is equally shameful. Who the hell wears such tight clothes when fighting? Kelly's butt was squeezed into a peach shape. This kind of tights is useless except for showing off her figure. A group of demon hunters were also ashamed of Kelly's weird look. Fortunately, they didn't know that this woman was Kelly. Kelly said to the public that this was a mutant ally he found. Mutants are not within the hunting range of demon hunters, because demon hunters do not reject mutants. Kelly is not stupid. She ran out and made this look. Of course, it was not just for fun. Hiding her identity is also the reason why she did this. Of course, playing is still the main thing, otherwise there are many ways. Apart from other things, although she doesn't know many spells, she still has a few spells to conceal her identity. Okay, stop making trouble, it's almost time. If you are any later, the vampires will be dispatched. Bobby had to come out to preside over the situation. The work and rest time of vampires is basically opposite to that of humans. They rarely move during the day. Although with the development of technology, cosmetics that block ultraviolet rays are everywhere, and vampires have even developed artifacts that can block ultraviolet rays 100%, the sun still makes them uncomfortable. In this respect, humans are much better than vampires. They can move freely during the day and at night, and many people are even more energetic at night than during the day. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening, which is almost the time when vampires start to become active. Dark Nightclub, a nightclub that is not well known in the North District of Chicago, implements a membership system. If you are not a member, the burly men at the door will directly stuff you into the trash can. But it is precisely because of this sense of mystery that many curiosity seekers flock to it. Even in a small range, being able to enter this nightclub is still regarded as a symbol of status. Anyone who has entered this club will tell you in unison that this is heaven, where you can satisfy any of your wishes. Ordinary, wishful thinking, perverted, cruel, all are fine. There are the most luxurious enjoyment, the best women, the best wine. As long as you think of it, you can find it there. The premise is that you can get in. So in a small range, many people flock to this place, and are even willing to pay any price. There are few foreigners, not without reason. They all excessively pursue excitement. However, in recent days, it has become extremely difficult to enter and exit the Dark Nightclub. Many visitors who are willing to pay the price have been turned away. As for those who dared to use tricks to enter the club, they have never appeared. It is said that they were all killed. This made the alley where the club is located extremely deserted. When Kai brought the demon hunter here, there were only 4 black men at the door of the club, standing at the door like angry King Kong. Kai would naturally not be polite to such people who work for vampires. He pulled out a special shotgun, which was not loaded with bullets, but various medicine syringes. Kai was going to use poison to make them ascend directly. But just as he was about to kill the 4 guys, suddenly a shadow rushed out from his side, and Kelly's lower body turned into countless shadow bats, rushing towards the strong men from the air. The strong men saw Kelly's weird appearance and had no time to warn them. Countless shadow bats shot at them like bullets. In just a moment, a strong man was pierced by the shadow bats and fell to the ground with his body in tatters. Kai and the demon hunters looked at Kelly speechlessly. It was true that Kelly's attack was very powerful and cool, but was it necessary to be so brutal? And they were dealing with vampires. They were as sensitive to blood as dogs were to feces, and they could smell it from several streets away. Otherwise, why would Kai go to the trouble of preparing to poison them to death? What's the matter? Kelly felt very strange when he saw a group of demon hunters looking at him stupidly, and Kai covering his face and not wanting to talk. Demon hunters looked at each other. They were not familiar with the Lady of Hell in front of them, and seeing the other party's fighting power, they couldn't complain casually. After all, she was a friendly army, and she was very good at fighting. The habit of demon hunters was to respect the strong. So no one dared to speak. Kai sighed deeply. Forget it, let's hurry up. A group of demon hunters immediately pretended that nothing had happened. 2 burly demon hunters kicked the door of Kai's club, and then Kai led the demon hunters into the club. Selena has been drinking at the bar. Too many things have happened recently, and she needs to sort them out. Since they were defeated and retreated from the European continent in 1917, she found that her father had changed. Victor used to look like a wise man. Although he was very submissive, he gave people a sense of wisdom. Looking at him, Selena never had to worry about any difficulties. He could solve any problem. Victor was definitely an extremely reliable leader at that time. Selena always admired him. But after coming to the New World, Victor changed. He became extremely gloomy, suspicious, cruel and even tyrannical. He lost his former demeanor. He is still full of wisdom and still leads the vampires forward, but people always remember his failure and think that it was because of his so-called plan that the vampires became hated by everyone and lost their homeland in Europe. Victor is still fighting for power, but his methods have obviously changed. Victor used to prefer upright and open conspiracy to make profits for himself with a general trend, but what about now? Selina said something disrespectful. Victor would only hide in the dark coffin and plot those extremely dark plots. Selina didn't like such a father. But immediately, Selina comforted herself that everything would change, as long as the big plan succeeded. Just when she was thinking about it, Selina smelled a strong smell of blood. No. Someone broke in. Ah! Selina screamed immediately. The Death Walkers hiding in the club immediately woke up from their sleep in enjoyment, and they rushed to their weapons and costumes at the fastest speed. But they were still a step late. Bang 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 bang. In a series of explosions, ultraviolet grenades exploded one by one, and the dazzling light instantly turned the entire club. More than a dozen Death Walkers who didn't have time to put on combat uniforms turned into ashes in the strong light. But the Death Walkers are Death Walkers, their quality is indeed high. Even under such extremely unfavorable conditions, they still save many people through various efforts. But just as the bright light faded, footsteps were heard from outside, and fully armed demon hunters rushed in with automatic rifles and various shotguns. These people were wearing tactical sunglasses, using ultraviolet grenades to clear the way while shooting continuously. Damn! It's those demon hunters. Selina's combat uniform was special. It was no different from ordinary clothes at ordinary times, but once she encountered a battle, she only needed to press the button-like button on her chest to immediately change into combat form. At this time, the other Death Walkers also put on their combat uniforms and immediately launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, they suffered too much loss at the beginning, resulting in a disadvantage in numbers. The demon hunters were all masters who fought alone, and they were also used to this way of fighting. No matter how many times Kyra reminded them before, once they were in a battle, people would instinctively fight according to their own combat habits. This is why the army must implement training. That thing will not increase individual strength too much. After all, it is training, not cultivation. The greatest effect of so-called training is to train combat habits, so that soldiers can make the most correct response when they first come into contact with combat. Don't expect that just one or two words can turn a group of scattered people into a fighting force. That's unrealistic. In fact, the demon hunters' combat experience has exceeded Kai's expectations. They know how to fight best for themselves. The results they achieved at the beginning were brilliant enough. As for the shortcomings, there is nothing they can do about it. They had too much overlapping firepower in the battle. Other things were fine, but the most important thing was that the ultraviolet grenades were consumed too quickly. Obviously, 2 ultraviolet grenades could cover the entire field, but because there was no tacit understanding between them, the grenades were released in large quantities. It was very exciting when it exploded, but after the excitement, the grenades ran out. There was no way. The ultraviolet grenades were complicated to make, and Abraham Whistler only needed to supply blade before, so there were not many in stock. This also led to each demon hunter being issued only 3. Basically, 3 were used up in the blink of an eye. After the ultraviolet grenades were used up, the individual qualities of the Death Walkers were fully released. The weapons of these Death Walkers are all goods that cannot be seen on the market. Many of them are even various experimental equipment. These experimental equipment may have various shortcomings, such as being too expensive. It is not impossible for arms dealers to develop more powerful individual equipment, but the cost and selling price are always the focus of the military. The United States has no intention of equipping a small soldier with weapons and equipment worth millions of dollars. Then there are structural defects, such as too much recoil, difficult maintenance, poor adaptability, etc. But the problem is that vampires can ignore many shortcomings. They have strength and agility that humans cannot achieve. More importantly, they have money and do not treat money as money. The equipment of a Death Walker is only $3 million. So when the biggest support in the hands of the demon hunter was lost, the Death Walker began to gain the upper hand. Originally, according to this situation, the Death Walker would definitely win a miserable victory in the end. Unfortunately, someone on the opposite side started cheating. Just when the demon hunter was at a disadvantage, bursts of black smoke floated out from under everyone's feet. The black smoke kept moving along the ground, and ordinary people could not notice it at all. Even the vampires didn't notice. It wasn't until the smoke drifted to the feet of the Death Walker that Selina finally realized something was wrong. Be careful. Selina didn't know what it was, but she instinctively felt something was wrong. But it was too late. The dark smoke suddenly came alive and gathered to form dark spikes. The three vampires standing closest to the smoke were immediately pierced by the spikes. Then the smoke surged again and gathered into a human figure. It was Kelly. The three pierced vampires screamed in pain and quickly attacked Kelly, who had exposed his upper body. There was no way. Vampires have strong vitality. Even if their hearts were pierced, they can still hold on for a while. Kelly's combat experience was still a little lacking, and he failed to hit the vital parts, so the three vampires were only in pain, not enough to kill them. The other Death Walkers immediately opened fire to rescue their three companions. The dense bullets prevented Kelly from returning to normal form from the smoke state. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, 3 bullets suddenly shot in and killed the 3 pierced vampires at once. It was Kai, holding a Desert Eagle and an M500 revolver. The M500 large caliber revolver has a total length of 457 mm, a barrel length of 266 mm, and a total height of 165 mm. The empty gun weighs 2.32 kilograms, which is close to the weight of a micro-submachine gun. It is considered a cannon among pistols. It is known as a hand cannon. This gun has a caliber of 0.50 inches, that is, 12.7 millimeters, and fires 50 Magnum high-powered pistol bullets with an effective range of 250 meters. Because the bullet is too large, the general revolver chamber can hold 6 rounds of bullets, but this one can only hold 5. This gun can easily kill elephants and rhinos, and one shot can penetrate the steel plate of a tank within 15 meters. These vampires in the team wearing high-tech equipment are best equipped with this high-powered pistol. One shot to the head is clean and neat. Kai did not stop after killing the 3 vampires, but quickly fired empty bullets to cover Kelly. Faced with such a frenzied firepower, even the Death Walkers had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. This also gave Kelly an opportunity. Kelly raised her hands, and a group of dark shadows gathered in her hands, and then she slammed her hands on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the shadows spread rapidly, and actually submerged the lower bodies of the Death Walkers like a flood that broke through the dam. Only Selena and 2 Death Walkers jumped onto the wall before the shadows broke through the dam, and clung to the wall like spiders. Although the Death Walkers didn't understand what these were, they instinctively felt that something was wrong and immediately planned to jump out of the shadows, but they immediately found that they were trapped in place. It was not too late. Kelly then raised her hands, and the originally surging shadows suddenly retreated quickly like a flood, and gathered with Kelly in the middle, forming a shadow vortex. The Death Walkers trapped by the shadows were also carried by this vortex and involuntarily gathered towards Kelly. The Death Walkers were completely flustered, which gave Kai and the Demon Hunter a chance to beat the fallen dogs. Welcome to hell, Kelly was even more excited. This was her first time to take on the responsibility. She put her hands together and flicked them lightly. 10 fingers immediately grew 3-foot-long sharp nails. On the blood-red nails, wisps of shadows attached to them. When the 2 Death Walkers closest to her were pulled to her side, she just flicked her fingers lightly, and 2 dark half-moons passed by. The heads fell to the ground, and the remaining bodies also sank into the shadows and disappeared. Kai did not intervene too much, but rushed out with a step, aiming directly at Selena. He recognized this woman. He had seen her in Sarajevo. She was the leader of the vampires at that time. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance from decades ago. After seeing the transvestite woman showing off her power and causing heavy losses to her men, Selena turned around and ran outside, retreating. Staying is courting death. She really cared about her companions, but it was completely stupid to fight against them when she was obviously defeated. When Kai caught up with her, her remaining 2 men took the initiative to cover their retreat and stop Kai. They were buying time for Selena to escape. It was this short time that allowed Selena to seize the opportunity and escape from the club. After Kai dealt with the 2 Death Walkers, he found that Selena had escaped from the back door. Without hesitation, Kai immediately chased after her, but just after running 2 steps, his cell phone rang. Kai didn't intend to pay attention at first, but the phone kept ringing with unusual persistence. Kai had no choice but to answer the phone. Come and save us. It's Bullseye. Kingpin has set his sights on us. Hurry up, we can't hold on. It was Isabella. They want to take away the Prophet. They want to know the location of Hannibal and Blade through the Prophet. Now Kai understood that the real purpose of the Kingpin was actually himself and Blade. Chapter 390 Arkham Asylum. Kai stopped, looked at the direction where Selena was running, and then looked back at Club, who was still fighting. In the end, Kai chose to rescue Isabella. The battle here was almost over, and Kai didn't need to worry about it anymore. On the contrary, Isabella seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Although he didn't know what the prophet Isabella mentioned was, she was able to see through Kai's background and collect detailed information about him, which showed the importance of this person. Otherwise, Isabella would not have called for help at this time. "You're lucky, little vampire," Kai said softly in the direction where Selena was running. At the same time Kai said this, Selena, who was running desperately between the high-rise buildings, seemed to sense something. Her body paused, looked back, and then ran away at a faster speed. In the alley, Kai's body shook, and another him walked out of his body. Then Kai waved his hand, and his height and appearance changed immediately, and even his clothes changed. "Hannibal, come to see. Silok Entertainment is in the Gold Coast, but the Voodoo Gang's lair is not there. The Voodoo Gang's lair is still in the south side. After all, they are also a gang. Although they have begun to transform, they have not come ashore so quickly. The Voodoo Gang's lair is in the Washington Park community in the south side. Next door is the Hyde Park community. Just across the street, they are two different worlds. The world-famous University of Chicago is in the Hyde Park community. The residents here are of very high quality and have high incomes, so the infrastructure construction is very good and there are many police officers. Because of the patrols of the police, Hyde Park has become one of the most livable communities in Chicago and one of the few communities in the South Side with very good public security. In the Washington Park community next door, 95% of the total population are black, and the public security situation is very bad. As mentioned above, it is very chaotic here. The Voodoo Gang's lair is here, but the Voodoo Gang is very low-key here. They only occupy the 57th block, but they don't run a lot of businesses here. Instead, they outsource many businesses. Most of the drug trafficking and various illegal businesses in the 57th block are done by people from other gangs. The Voodoo Gang only charges management fees, which is about 50% to 60% of the total profit. Soon, no one dared not to pay, because the gangs that dared to resist have become history. The Voodoo Gang rarely prohibits other gangs from doing business here. As long as you pay money, you can enter. As for what you do after entering, they don't care at all, very Buddhist. But Mark Parker Street in the 57th block is a restricted area. This is the lair of the Voodoo Gang. No gang members are allowed to approach here. Of course, no gang will come to this ghost place. Mark Parker Street is on the edge of the Washington Park community. Not only is there no money here, but more importantly, there is also a mental hospital here. If anyone has read the DC Batman comics, they will be very familiar with the name, Arkham. Yes, this mental hospital is called this crappy name. However, unlike Arkham, which is full of talents, this is a very normal mental hospital, far from being so evil. This was a sanatorium in the 1950s and 1960s. Later, it was abandoned due to a fire and later converted into a mental hospital. To be honest, the architecture here is very Chicago-like, a typical Chicago school of architecture, with simple and clear red brick walls and facades, and neatly arranged large glass windows. The common characteristics of the Chicago School of Architecture design are focusing on internal functions and emphasizing the logical expression of the structure. This mental hospital was built as a high-end sanatorium for some dignitaries decades ago. The overall planning is very reasonable and beautiful, with modern and classical styles in a staggered manner. The simple red brick buildings and European-style greening give people a strong visual impact. Being in it can make people feel relaxed and peaceful. However, since it was converted into a mental hospital, the popularity here has dropped a lot, coupled with some urban legends. After all, many people died here, which made the quietness here become a gloomy feeling, so no one would wander around here for no reason. But now, it is very lively here. The mental hospital was attacked. To be honest, when the staff in the mental hospital heard the gunshots, they were actually very calm at first. After all, the security of this street is very good, and the Voodoo Gang does not allow anyone to mess around here. But outside this street, let's not talk about it. It is normal to hear gunshots at night. But they immediately felt something was wrong, because the gunshots came from their door. Someone attacked them. The staff and doctors of the mental hospital were all confused. Who the hell is so bored that they came to their mental hospital to cause trouble? Fortunately, This mental hospital has always accepted donations from the Voodoo Gang, and the Voodoo Gang's lair is next to the mental hospital, so they reacted quickly. It's said that a gang has set up its lair next to the mental hospital. It's just that those innocent staff members obviously regarded the intruder as an ordinary gangster. Moreover, the intruder may be the most suitable person to enter the mental hospital. When Hannibal arrived at Arkham, there were already corpses everywhere. No matter whether it was the patients, security guards, staff or even doctors of the mental hospital, none of them escaped the murder. The way these people died was similar. They were all shot to death by some messy things, including bullets, nails, iron bars, and even playing cards. The worst thing was that a person dressed as a cleaner was stabbed to death by a broom. Kai couldn't figure out how that thing was inserted into the human body. But now was not the time to think about this. Kai immediately walked deep into the mental hospital. Deep in the Arkham Hospital, there was an independent 3-story red brick building. Screams kept coming from this small building. When Hannibal arrived at the door of the building, he saw Isabella breaking through a window and jumping down from the 3rd floor, and she was holding a person in her arms. Along with Isabella, there was a black man with a golden body. This guy was Isabella's deputy bishop whom Kai had seen. It seems that I came at the right time. Kai stood not far away and said to Isabella, "By the way, it's a very nice dress." Kai didn't want to say such insignificant words at this time, but Isabella's dress still made Kai unable to suppress his desire to complain. "To be honest, I didn't know you had learned gymnastics before." Well, Isabella's dress made Kai's first reaction think of the clothes worn by gymnasts, that is, the gymnastics suits in the style of briefs, and sleeveless ones. Kai has always been unable to understand why female gymnasts wear such clothes. Don't they feel tight? Kai wants to ask this question to Isabella even more. After all, most female gymnasts are petite and have flat figures. And what about Isabella? The plump S-shaped figure is so hot that it's even more uncomfortable to be squeezed. What's more ridiculous is that she has a red gauze tied around her waist. I don't know what it's for. Is it to keep warm? But what's the point of just wrapping around the waist? But to be honest, this outfit is really very sexy. The purple tights and red belt show her sexy figure. I guess every man would like it, including Kai. If you are late, you will have to wait for us to collect the body. Isabella lifted the person in her arms and let the bishop beside her protect her, while holding a Japanese sword and looking nervously inside the building. Their condition was definitely not good. There was still blood stains on the corners of Isabella's mouth, and the bishop had 3 plastic knives stuck in his body, the kind of plastic knives and forks used for eating. This thing can actually be inserted into the human body. 3 plastic knives, 1 in the abdomen, and 2 in his arms. Only the boy in the white straitjacket was safe and sound. The child was very thin and looked only 15 or 16 years old. He didn't seem to be in a good condition now. His body was shaking all the time, as if he was scared. His hair was white and his face was pale and bloodless, as if he had albinism. The bishop was not as arrogant as Kai had seen him before. Instead, he was very gentle, holding the child and constantly comforting the child. "It's okay, Leslie. You'll be safe soon, don't be afraid," but the effect was very limited. The child was still shaking and kept mumbling something. When you listened carefully, you found that it was all illogical words, sometimes numbers, sometimes the names of TV series or cartoons, and sometimes some meaningless words. "Is he okay?" Seeing that the bishop and Isabella were so nervous about this child, Kai guessed that he was the prophet that Isabella was talking about. "Leslie suffers from ASD, Isabella explained. The so-called ASD is autism spectrum disorder, commonly known as autism. In this way, all the abnormalities of this child were explained. So, your prophet is..." Before Kai finished speaking, he saw a figure appear next to the window that Isabella had just broken. "Yes, it's him, and Bullseye's target here is also him." Isabella looked at Bullseye and wished she could tear him into pieces. Just before that, the entire Voodoo gang of more than 20 people, plus the 30 professional security personnel they hired, were all killed by him. Kai looked up at the guy, and then found out painfully that he, like Isabella, was wearing a tights. Is this the trend of the world? "I think this idiot who put a target paper on his head is the Bullseye you mentioned." Isabella didn't say anything. Indeed, the guy's features were obvious enough, and there was no need to say anything more. After all, who would be so bored as to put the thing on their forehead? It's unlucky. It's like he's ready to blow his head off at any time. Perhaps it was because he heard Kai calling him an idiot, Bullseye's eyes suddenly became dangerous. "Is this your reinforcement?" Bullseye's eyes looked around Kai and found that he was very ordinary. There was nothing special about him except that he was a little handsome and a little pretentious. "Silok, is this the reason why you dare to reject Kingpin? I have to say, you are really stupid." It was the first time Kai knew that Isabella's nickname was Silok. No wonder her company was called that name. As he spoke, he took out 3 ballpoint pens from somewhere. He didn't make any movements, but simply threw the 3 pens out. Then, with a whizzing sound, the 3 pens shot towards the 3 people. Isabella held up the Japanese sword in her hand, and a purple-red light immediately wrapped around the blade. With 2 swishes, the 2 ballpoint pens shot at them were cut off. At the same time, Isabella's body was also shaken and stepped back a few steps before she could stand firm. He only ignored the ballpoint pen that shot at Kai. Kai seemed to have no reaction, and just watched the ballpoint pen shoot towards him. But just when the ballpoint pen was about to hit him, a blood-red figure suddenly jumped out from under his feet and blocked Kai's way. Puff! With a muffled sound, the ballpoint pen was inserted into the blood-red figure. Roar! With a low roar of anger, the bloody figure revealed its true face. A strange creature that looked like a python appeared in front of everyone, with blood-red fur, a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and black air constantly coming out of its body. Kai curiously pulled out a ballpoint pen stuck in the hound and found that it was inserted almost 3 centimeters. The skin of the Tindalus hound is extremely tough. Although it is not indestructible, ordinary bullets cannot penetrate its skin at all, let alone a broken ballpoint pen. Because of the injury, the Tindalus hound seemed extremely angry. All its eyes opened at once, and all the eyeballs stared at the bullseye. The bullseye was stunned. He didn't expect to see this scene. The other 3 people were also startled, especially Leslie, who was so scared that he screamed miserably, and suddenly got rid of the bishop's protection and ran outside, as if he had found something terrible. Well, the Tindalus hound seemed to be a terrible thing in itself. Just as the bishop was about to catch up, the bullseye shot out several toothpicks. This time, the toothpicks were faster, and Isabella had no time to stop them. With a few swishing sounds, several toothpicks shot into the bishop's legs, and the bishop immediately fell to the ground. Lucas, seeing the bishop was at the bottom, Isabella immediately raised her hand and aimed at the bishop. A purple-red light burst out, forming a small beam of light that shot towards the bishop. The bishop stretched out his hand and aimed at the beam of light, and then saw that the beam of light was sucked into the bishop's palm before it approached the bishop. Then, red light flowed into the bishop's body along the bishop's arm. The bishop let out a low roar, and then his eyes also emitted a red light, and then saw that the ballpoint pen and toothpicks that were originally stuck in the bishop's body were expelled from his body, and the wounds on his body were healed in the first time. The bullseye on the other side saw their actions, and his eyes revealed impatience. In fact, he could have dealt with these 2 guys long ago, but the abilities of these 2 people are very complementary. Every time at a critical moment, they cooperate with each other and escape. Isabella, codenamed Silok, has the ability of telekinesis, but her telekinesis cannot take objects from a distance. Instead, she can use telekinesis to transform into various weapons, and can also inject telekinesis energy into objects to enhance them, for example, injecting energy into a battle suit so that he can fly, and the bishop, that is, Lucas, has the ability to absorb energy. He can absorb any form of energy. He can absorb almost all forms of energy. Lucas can amplify the energy he absorbs and then release it, or store or convert the energy into other superpowers, such as superhuman strength, healing, and building a protective shield. If they face Bullseye alone, they will definitely die without a burial place, but the 2 of them are combined together, they can complement each other and cause trouble. Chapter 391 Ending. Seeing the 2 dogs and bitches doing this again, Bullseye was annoyed. Bullseye was a person who had never let himself down. Since the other party made him angry, he would definitely kill them. Anyway, Kingpin only wanted him to bring back the stupid kid, and he didn't have to keep Silok and Bishop alive. Bullseye didn't make any moves. 2 decks of playing cards appeared between his hands. He held the playing cards with both hands, and then flicked both decks of playing cards out. It was like a fairy scattering flowers. For a while, the air was full of playing cards. These seemingly powerless playing cards bounced lightly after falling to a certain height. Then, one by one, the playing cards jumped around like firecrackers. The power of these paper playing cards was much greater than that of bullets. Even if the metal street lamp next to the small building was only lightly scratched by the playing cards, it would be smoothly cut in half. These playing cards seemed to be flying everywhere, but they would collide with each other during the flying process, which made most of the playing cards actually gather in an area, just covering Kai and Isabella. Facing the poker cards coming from all directions, even though Isabella and the bishop had agility and physical strength beyond the limits of mortals, they had nowhere to escape. Seeing this situation, the bishop didn't care about Leslie, who was running away, and immediately hugged Isabella. A red light burst out from the bishop's body, forming a huge protective shield, and all the poker cards shot at them were blocked outside the protective shield. But they seemed to have forgotten there was another person. Kai looked at these two pitfalls coldly. After all, they were teammates. Is it so realistic? Don't even care about him? Humph, Kai snorted coldly, and the Tinderless hound immediately turned its body and surrounded Kai tightly, and then countless black air wrapped the Tinderless hound, and then the black air rolled inward, and finally became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. The moment Kai disappeared, Bullseye immediately felt the hair on his back stand up. Without thinking too much, Bullseye immediately jumped out of the broken window. Just as he jumped out of the window, a cold wind blew across his back, making his skin feel cold. When Bullseye fell from the third floor to the ground, after several rolls to remove the inertia brought by gravity, he felt a warm liquid gushing out from the place that was just cold. Bullseye touched his hand with his backhand, and his hand was covered with blood. At this time, the poker cards he shot also covered him. Just now he only wanted to avoid danger, and never thought that he would have to taste the evil he had done. Although Bullseye dodged frantically, his body was still cut by his own poker cards. His left hand was almost cut off to protect his head. It must be said that this guy's body is still pretty good, and he was not killed even in this way. Kai stood where Bullseye had just stood, smiling as he watched the three people below trying to survive. No matter what Bullseye thought, no one understood the thinking of a lunatic. But Isabella wanted to bite her teeth to pieces, just like Kai just thought. Where are the reinforcements you promised? If you have this ability, why don't you take us with you? The bishop was in the worst situation at the moment. He originally planned to use the energy replenished by Isabella to heal his injuries, but before his injuries were fully healed, he was slashed by 2 decks of playing cards from Bullseye. He had no choice but to use the absorbed energy to create an energy shield. But the power is mutual, especially since the bishop was injured and had little energy. Those playing cards hit the shield like shells, and the energy recoil made the bishop's physical condition, which had just improved, worsen again. He was vomiting blood, and it was impossible to stop it. Fortunately, the playing cards passed quickly. Bullseye stared at Kai fiercely with blood-red eyes, as if to remember him, and then turned and ran. He was a psychopath, but no one had ever said that he was not afraid of death. Before Kai could do anything, the Tinderless hound let out an angry growl. This cruel creature would not let go of any creature that hurt them. However, Kai did not stop it. The hound grabbed Kai again and disappeared on the spot again. Bullseye, who had been running outside, felt a hair on his body stand up again. Without hesitation, he quickly took out 3 grenades from his waist and threw them behind him without even looking. At this moment, the empty void behind him suddenly twisted, and then a cloud of black smoke jumped out of the twist. At this moment, 3 grenades exploded in a very regular layout and angle. The power of the 3 grenades was not wasted at all, and all of them were tilted to the black smoke that had just escaped from the twist. The huge explosion caused the black smoke to twist and tremble. The twisted void, which had gradually calmed down, suddenly became unstable and began to violently pull the black smoke, and even threatened to disintegrate. For a while, it was a stalemate. Bullseye relied on the impact of the explosion and flew out at once. Without waiting for his body to land, he pointed his toes and accelerated in one direction again. Then he took out a syringe from somewhere and injected it into his neck. Then he was like he had eaten vigor and was instantly revived with full blood. Then he used various difficult moves to fly between buildings and then disappeared in the colorful city. When Bullseye disappeared, the force that had been pulling the black smoke gradually disappeared. The black smoke shook and spewed out a man and a dog. As soon as Kai appeared, he bent over and vomited non-stop. The hound of Tinderless turned into a dead dog and lay on the ground. Blood kept oozing from its eyes. Its big mouth opened and closed weakly, and its long tongue drooped weakly. It looked like it was seriously injured. Kai didn't expect Bullseye's observation ability to be so strong. He actually found the weakness of the hound's shadow jump in just one time. At the moment of passing through the shadow dimension and returning to reality, he used an explosion to interfere with the shadow jump, causing Kai and the Hound to be almost torn into pieces by the power between dimensions. Kai was fine, after all, he was protected by the Hound. At most, he was a little dizzy due to the dimensional force and the dimensional distortion. The Hound was miserable, because it withstood all the damage alone. Otherwise, with its vitality, it would not be as miserable as it is now. Kai vomited, and felt much better. Then he came over to carefully check the Hound's condition and found that it was not good. It was only half dead. At this time, Isabella and the bishop also rushed over. They immediately looked for the traces of Bullseye. They didn't find the figure or body of Bullseye, and they felt that they were in big trouble. The secret of the prophet has always been known only by the bishop and Isabella. Others only know that Leslie is important to Isabella and the bishop, but no one knows that he is the prophet. Yes, who would have thought that such a boy who looks like a mentally retarded child is the prophet? Leslie is a child with severe autism. 70% of people with autism have intellectual disabilities, but they may have strong abilities in some aspects. 20% have normal intelligence, and about 10% have supernormal intelligence. Most patients have good memory, especially in mechanical memory. Leslie is one of the 10%. He has a strong talent for mathematics. His favorite thing is to do math problems while watching TV. The harder the problem, the more interested he is. He has strong logical thinking ability and is sensitive to numbers. This strong logic also affects his daily life. He has almost incurable obsessive-compulsive disorder. Nothing in his room has its own place, even a needle. Even if there is the slightest change in his room, he will be manic and restless until everything is restored to its original position before he can calm down. At the same time, he also loves painting, but he is not proficient in abstract and freehand painting styles at all, as if he lacks emotional imagination. He can only draw what he sees exactly like a photocopier, just like a computer print. His ability is to draw what he sees. No one knows how these images appear in his mind, and he will not explain. He will only draw them and throw them aside. In a very unexpected situation, Isabella discovered Leslie's ability. She found that the scenes drawn by Leslie all happened in reality. Later, she also found a pattern. She found that Leslie's inspiration for painting usually came from TV. For example, if a person is shown on TV and Leslie happens to see it, he has a chance to see the person's past. What he can see and how much he can see are also random, more or less. So Isabella soon saw the opportunity from this, and she began to carefully train Leslie to let him provide intelligence for her. Don't underestimate this ability. It can see a person's past clearly. Good or bad, what you want others to know, and what you don't want others to know, can all be drawn. Isabella would show Leslie the images or photos of the target mission, so that Leslie could see the past of the person clearly. As time went by, Leslie's ability became stronger and stronger. He could see some unknown past of those people that he didn't want others to know according to Isabella's request. Relying on this, Isabella got a lot of useful information, which was also the reason why Isabella was able to transform the voodoo gang, because she had a lot of handles on people. Of course, the title of prophet was indeed exaggerated. Leslie could only see the past, not the future. And his ability was extremely unstable. Sometimes he could see a lot of pictures, and sometimes he could only see some key nodes, but that was enough. Anyone who was engaged in intelligence knew that all the intelligence was things that had already happened. The future? Who could see the future? So the prophet Leslie was very important. It can be said that all the people in the voodoo gang were not as important as Leslie. Where is Leslie? The bishop only remembered Leslie at this time. After all, they almost died just now and had no time to pay attention to Leslie. Isabella also became nervous. Although she didn't know what Kingpin wanted Leslie to do, the value of Leslie itself was enough for many people to take risks. So it's not surprising that Kingpin came to rob. It's just, he was a little anxious. Isabella was very reluctant to surrender to Kingpin, but to say that she would fight to the death was a bit too much. She didn't have that awareness. If she really had to surrender, Isabella would definitely surrender without hesitation. Although she had ambitions, she had to stay alive, right? Of course, if Kingpin offered a suitable price, she would surrender. But now there was no temptation, no negotiation, and they directly sent the madman Bullseye. This was not intended to give them a chance to live. But the more this happened, the more they wanted to keep Leslie in their hands. This was the only trump card that could negotiate with Kingpin. "It seems that you have to owe me a favor again." Kai saw that the two were anxious and said slowly. The bishop and Isabella turned their heads and looked over, and Kai looked at them with a smile. The meaning was obvious, he wanted a return. Isabella didn't know that Leslie was already in his hands. As for how Kai did it, it was not so important. Isabella looked back at the 3-story building, her eyes were red, tears welled up in her eyes. "The Voodoo Gang, there are only 2 of us left, I don't know what I can do to repay you." The bishop also lowered his head sadly. The Voodoo Gang members were all their friends. They had been together from the bottom to now. They all knew the details of the bishop and Isabella, and knew that they were mutants, but they had never leaked this to anyone. It was not hypocritical to say that they were brothers. Kai was not very moved by the sadness of the two. "What is the saying?" "Oh, right. Sooner or later, you will have to pay for what you have done. It is normal to die in a ditch after embarking on this road. It is not worth regretting. If you want to live a peaceful life, you should be a good citizen. Since you have joined the gang, you must have this awareness. Besides, these people are not good people. They have basically done all kinds of bad things. Maybe the feelings between them are very touching, but so what? Is it worth regretting that the bad guys are dead?" This reminded Kai of his childhood. He had just started to practice martial arts under his master, and was still a newbie. He followed his senior brothers all day long. Video halls were still popular at that time, and it was at that time that he saw Young and Dangerous. As a result, his master saw him one day, and then a group of his fellow brothers were dragged to the training room by the master, and a group of them all lay down and spanked. The master looked down on those damn Young and Dangerous. A group of gangsters acted like good people. What's wrong with Chen Haonan? He still believed the good and collected protection fees. He acted like a good person, which was completely misleading. Bad people are bad people. Can they beautify it and turn black and white? From then on, the master did not allow them to watch Young and Dangerous. If anyone dared to watch it, he would be expelled from the master. It was not until many years later that Kai finished watching Young and Dangerous. When he watched it again at that time, he could understand the master's thoughts. He felt ridiculous. Indeed, a group of gangsters were actually praised. What about the police? They arrested the Young and Dangerous. Did they become bad people? Kai spoke only after the two of them calmed down a little. "As long as we have you, it's fine. I believe you are much more valuable than your men." The two were silent for a while, and Isabella asked, "What do you want us to do?" This question really stumped Kai. He really hadn't figured out what these two people were for. But it didn't matter. He just said so because it was natural. It would be good if they could be used, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Of course, the most important thing was that Kai was not easy to deal with, the autistic boy. After all, he was too special, and Kai couldn't think of how to place him. In this case, it would be better to return him to Isabella and the others. At least they would find ways to place them. "When we need you, we will know. Aren't you afraid that we will go back on our word?" the bishop asked with a little provocation. Kai just smiled and didn't say much. "Do you really think that the Hound of Tyndalis is a vegetarian?" Isabella took a deep breath. After seeing Kai's fighting ability with her own eyes, she didn't think of defaulting on her debt. "We agreed, that's my good girl." Kai smiled. Bang! After a snap of his fingers, a cloud of black mist appeared from the void, and another Tyndalis hound appeared in front of them, carrying the nervous Leslie. It turned out that when Leslie escaped, Kai had another hound catch up with him. When the bishop saw Leslie, he immediately went up to hug him, and he carefully took Leslie away from the hound. This monster gave him a very bad feeling. What he didn't expect was that Kai actually had two such monsters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Cocktail Party. After one night, Chicagoans suddenly found that the whole city was much quieter, and there were fewer gunfights in the news. In fact, this was the result of the Chicago Police Department's crackdown. Those gangs that jumped were either shot dead by Kai and his men, or thrown into jail and could not jump at all. And those smarter gangs also understood that if they continued to fight like this, they would either cause public outrage and let the people protest on the streets, And then the Chicago government and the Illinois government would directly seek intervention from the National Guard. At that time, they would be even more miserable. Under the will of the people, their rogue lawyers would be useless. After all, the United States has a jury system. If public opinion is overwhelming, the jury selected from the public will naturally lean towards the prosecution. At that time, no matter how much money they spend, it will be useless. Besides, are they in the gang for love and peace? Of course it is to make money. If they continue to fight, let alone make money, their lives cannot be guaranteed. So many gangs have clearly known that they should stop. It just so happens that during this period, the Chicago Police Department has been cracking down on gangs with unprecedented intensity. They just took this opportunity to stop fighting. They themselves couldn't hold on any longer. Don't gangs have to spend money to fight? Do you really think that those gangsters are all so righteous? In this world, money always buys lives. It's not that simple to expect people to fight for their lives without money. Even at the national level, soldiers don't have to eat or get paid. It's wishful thinking. Believe it or not, even the superpower of the United States will announce tomorrow that soldiers will not get paid in the future. Believe it or not, the strongest army in the world will be disbanded the next day. Without money, don't talk about national justice. Ordinary people don't care about that. It's all fake. Making money to support your wife and children is the real thing. So, these gangs not only have to spend money, but also spend a lot of money. Those gangsters have a sense of honor. Without money, you can talk to King Uther. Now it's just the right opportunity to stop fighting. Isn't it sweet to make money? Therefore, during this period, the top leaders of the Chicago Police Department were very proud. After all, the whole city was praising the Chicago police. This situation was extremely rare in the history of Chicago for nearly 100 years. In fact, those top leaders knew that the reason why the media became so easy to talk to was to build momentum for the expo. Although the media mainly focused on attracting attention, they were also part of the city. Chicago's economic recovery was also beneficial to them. They would not find fault at this time. Everyone was carrying people in a sedan chair. However, just when everyone was very proud, there was another thing that made the top leaders of the police department very unhappy. That was Tapia. The top leaders did not forget the embarrassment this brought to the Chicago Police Department. The previous claims and accusations had already made the Chicago Police Department lose face, not to mention the drug theft case in the police department. The police were not so forgetful. How could they let this matter go so easily? Moreover, this time, they also caught the handle of the DA and asked the DA to help them. If this could not kill Tapia, then they would just resign. Shameful. But the truth is, I don't know what kind of drugs Tapia took, but he has been as quiet as a quail these days, without making any noise. Of course, the drugs are still shipped to Chicago in tons, which makes the Chicago Police Department very unhappy. What the hell do you two do? Teresa was scolded by her superiors again today. As a police officer, you can't be gentle. If you can't handle the case, it's common to be criticized. The superiors don't care if you have any difficulties. Everyone has difficulties in doing things. If you can't do it because of difficulties, then you just quit. Teresa was scolded, so she naturally couldn't let it go. She naturally found the bad boy group who handled this case. Marcus and Mike couldn't remember how many times they were dragged to the office by Teresa to scold them. In order to protect Sydney, they snatched the case from Teresa, but after so much time, they still got nothing. Boss, this is not our fault. We are too short-handed. Matthew and Kai could have helped us, but the first thing to do as a leader of a police department is to learn not to listen to complaints from subordinates. No matter which country, the police have never had enough manpower. Many policemen are doing the work of two people. The situation in Chicago is even worse. Take Shanghai, China and Chicago for example. The total population of Shanghai is 24 million, with 30,000 policemen and 16,000 auxiliary policemen. However, the auxiliary policemen do not have law enforcement powers, so on average, one law enforcement policeman can be assigned to every 800 people. The total number of policemen in the Chicago Police Department is about 12,000, and the population of Chicago is 2.7 million. On average, there are 4.4 policemen for every 1,000 residents. However, whether it is subjective or objective data, the public security in Shanghai is much better than that in Chicago. At present, the number of people shot in Chicago has exceeded 3,000, and the number of deaths from shootings is expected to exceed 600, setting a historical record since the cocaine war period in the 1980s and 1990s. Although it seems that Chicago has sufficient police force, in fact, the accounts are not calculated in this way. First of all, from the perspective of the American system, the American police itself serves the rich. After all, when the United States was founded, there was no police profession at all. It was not until the 19th century, when the great development of industrialization brought about tense labor-capital conflicts and racial issues, that the police profession was born in the United States. They were born to protect interest groups from the beginning. Then there's the problem of money. As mentioned before, because it is a federal system, the police at all levels in the United States are independent. For example, the state police cannot control the county sheriff, and the FBI cannot command the state police. In this way, the funds for police at all levels are naturally not paid by the state, but by local finances and personal donations. In this way, wealthy places and places with high fiscal and tax revenues naturally have more police force, and those poor places naturally have poor police force. As mentioned before, Chicago can enjoy 4.4 police force for every 1,000 people. But this does not mean that these police are evenly distributed to every corner of the city. If you look at the distribution of police force in Chicago, you can find the problem. In downtown Chicago and most of the Northwest, the economy is good, tax revenue is abundant, and the police force is naturally abundant. These places account for about 70 to 75% of Chicago's total police force. The South District and other large civilian areas, with low local fiscal revenue, can only account for less than 30% of the remaining police force. It's very realistic. You get what you pay for. Capitalism has always been well known for this. Unfortunately, it is precisely those places where there is a lack of police force that are most in need of manpower. So from this point of view, you will feel that Chicago's police force is still too small. The General Detective Bureau, which is affiliated with the Chicago Police Headquarters, is a bit like a department that combines serious crimes, anti-gangsterism, homicide, and drug enforcement. They are different from the sub-bureaus below, which only need to be responsible for the affairs of their own jurisdiction. They have to be responsible for the entire city. Most of the time, the staff of the General Detective Bureau basically supports those areas where the police force is insufficient. After all, that is the high incidence area of crime. So there are many sub-bureaus in Chicago with abundant police force, but it definitely does not include the General Detective Bureau. Kai and the others have their own things to do. It would have been fine if Teresa hadn't heard this, but she immediately got angry when she heard this. She looked at others, and then looked at these two guys. Although they were good at doing things, they were even more capable of getting into trouble. These few days, these two people almost made a big fuss. Teresa received a lot of complaints, all from these two guys. The most outrageous thing was that some parents actually called the police and said that they were gay on TV. They were corrupting their children. When Teresa just received this complaint, she was really shocked. Although Americans are shouting about equal rights everywhere, in fact, many places and many professions exclude LGBT people, such as police and soldiers. No police or soldier would like their partners to be gay. If this is true, she will find a way to transfer these two guys away and finally send them to a place where they can't be seen. The crime is ready. As a result, she found out that these two guys were making trouble again. Did it make shit Marcus in the ass to save Marcus? Because of this, Marcus almost had a psychological trauma. Later, the two talked about it, but the location was not suitable. They talked about it in a store that sold TVs and audio-visual equipment, and then it was broadcast live. Think about it, two grown men talking about that thing about butts affectionately. What would other people think? Look at Kai and Matthew again. Let's not talk about how they do things beautifully. The key is that these two people only do things to make Teresa feel good. Let's not talk about anything else. The last time they saved Tony Stark's secretary, Tony Stark donated millions of dollars to the Chicago Police Department. Then for the expo, the Stark Group donated a large sum of money to the Chicago Police Department. In addition, the severe crackdown during this period was also led by Kai. Not only was Director Cooper praised, but Teresa also received a lot of praise, and she made a strong impression among the top management. This is the real subordinate. Does Kai have to do everything? If so, why don't you just give him your salary? With a comparison, Teresa couldn't control her anger at all, and she didn't plan to control it. These two guys brought her so much work. What's wrong with her scolding them? What's wrong? Marcus and Mike were aggrieved. But it was hard to say anything. After all, this case was indeed theirs. They had caused the trouble themselves, and they had to understand it even if they knelt down. Teresa was in a particularly bad mood today, so she scolded for about 10 minutes before she calmed down with a dry mouth. I don't care what you do, I want a result anyway. 3 days. 3 days. If you can't handle it, then change people. You two go fishing in Lake Michigan and be coast police. Coast police are police on the beach. They are called police, but they are actually similar to beach security guards, and at most they are equipped with an electric baton. How are you? A knock on the door saved the two guys. Teresa, it was Kai who came in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Marcus and Mike looking dejected. He knew without asking that they were being criticized again. How about I come back later? No, I have something to tell you. It will be quick. Teresa did not let Marcus and the others go out, but stopped Kai and handed him an invitation. There's a cocktail party at the Willis Tower today. Director Cooper will attend. I also invited you. The Willis Tower was originally named the Sears Tower. It was built in 1974. The Sears Tower, now called the Willis Tower, in Chicago enjoyed the title of the world's tallest building from 1974 to 1998. Although it was surpassed later, it has always been a landmark building in Chicago. The Sears Tower has 110 floors and was once the tallest commercial building in the world. There is an observation deck on the 103rd floor for tourists to overlook the entire city. It is 412 meters above the ground, and you can see 4 states in the United States on a clear day. Therefore, it is loved by many people. Kai's cocktail party here, apart from other things, the environment and vision are absolutely first class. Kai held the invitation letter in confusion. Cocktail party? Invite me. The most senior official Kai knew in Chicago was Deputy Director Cooper. Just looking at the invitation letter, he knew that this kind of cocktail party was very high-end, and there was no reason to invite a nobody like him. Tony Stark will also attend, Teresa said. I understand. It's this idle guy who is doing it again. Then can I not go? I don't like that guy, Kai said. What do you think? Tony Stark is now the biggest sucker in Chicago, no, the biggest philanthropist. How could the Chicago Police Department offend such a person? What if he is happy and donates a few million? Anyway, a few million is nothing to him. Kai pouted his lips in dissatisfaction. In the evening, I will go with you. Remember to be on time, Teresa said again. Kai didn't expect Teresa to be invited. Don't you need a female companion? Unexpectedly, Teresa said very naturally. Our Teresa has always been an ambitious woman. At her level, if she wants to move up, she must have connections. Such a high-end cocktail party is the best place to expand her connections. How could she miss it? And the reason she gave was perfect. If she didn't bring a female companion, it would be very informal to attend such a cocktail party. Only the servants and top bosses would attend alone. Kai is obviously not a top boss. The servants don't want to do it either. Then Teresa will sacrifice. Kai looked at Teresa blankly. He didn't expect this woman to be so cunning. He has a girlfriend. Teresa straightened her 1-pound chest and asked proudly, why? Is it not possible? D-cup his confidence. To be honest, except that her skin color does not meet Kai's aesthetic standards, Teresa's appearance is beautiful even in the eyes of Orientals, refer to Beyoncé. It's just that she is a little old. After all, she is in her 40s. Okay, whatever you like, Kelly has never been interested in such formal cocktail parties at her age. In her words, people who attend such cocktail parties are all very pretentious and hypocritical. It's better to go to a nightclub. Although it's crazy, what is released there is real. Teresa smiled. She liked that Kai was so sensible. Kai waved the invitation letter in his hand, as a greeting to the unlucky duo, and then left directly. The two looked at Kai with envy, especially Marcus. Others are policemen, and he is also a policeman, but look at what kind of life others live. Driving a luxury car, living in a manor, and having such a beautiful girlfriend. When he's at work, his boss wants to go to high-end cocktail parties with him. Looking at himself, he only has a pitiful salary. His wife is good, but she is too fierce. He doesn't even have time to have a barbecue party on his lawn. It's really incomparable. The more you compare, the more uncomfortable you feel. Chapter 393 Cocktail Party continued. After dealing with a Deathwalker and Bullseye, Kai was free for a while. It's not that he didn't have anything to do. To be honest, he still had a lot of things on his hands. For example, for the joint exhibition of the Louvre and the Art Institute of Chicago, he needed to coordinate with the security of the museum and the Louvre. There was also the expo. The security level of this expo was very high. It was not undertaken by the Chicago police alone. The state government would also arrange some security. In addition, because the president would come, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI and the Secret Service, although the Secret Service was under the Department of Homeland Security, it was more independent and was regarded as an independent agency most of the time, would also participate. But in Chicago, Deputy Director Cooper would lead the team and serve as the commander-in-chief. Although this commander-in-chief could not command anyone except the Chicago police, he was still a high-ranking official, and Kai was also pulled into the rapid response team to deal with emergencies. Kai complained about this in front of Cooper more than once. He was a criminal detective, but he actually went to maintain public order. It was not his profession. To be honest, whether Kai was a soldier or a policeman, he had never been responsible for the on-site security of such a large-scale event. His specialty was solving cases or catching thieves. Of course, he was better at killing people and maintaining order. It was really difficult for him. But Cooper always smiled and avoided the question. Anyway, he just wouldn't let anyone go. He naturally knew that Kai was clean and efficient. In just less than 3 years of his police career, this guy had shot and killed more than 70 people. This number was too exaggerated. Fortunately, he had enough reasons to shoot criminals, otherwise the senior police officers would have planned to find a few psychologists to evaluate Kai's mental state. If a murderer entered the police station, it would be too funny. It was precisely because of this that Cooper needed Kai as the last line of defense to prevent some unmanageable situations. There was no way. Whether it was the President of the United States or the world's #1 playboy, they were both praised and criticized internationally. There were as many people who loved them as those who hated them. Let's not talk about the President. There were really too many people who wanted the President of the United States to die. And what about Tony? It's not much better. Until now, many people still believe that the arms giants are behind the United States foreign wars. Tony's Stark group happens to be such an arms giant. In addition, Tony is a cocky king who likes to make headlines all day long, which attracts more hatred. For example, Lockheed Martin is no less large than Stark, but it is not as high profile as Stark, so the market value is a little different. In short, there are as many people watching Tony as the president. If you pretend to be cool, you will be struck by lightning. But although these two things are troublesome to talk about, when it comes to Kai, it's just like that. As for the art exhibition, he is just a figurehead. The patrol will be responsible for the order outside the exhibition hall on that day. The Louvre and the museum have their own security inside the exhibition hall. Kai has nothing to do with the specific matters. So if Kai says he is free now, he is really free. Otherwise, he would not come to this inexplicable cocktail party. Tony Stark is a little party prince. He claims that he spends 360 days out of 365 days in various dance parties. Of course, this is exaggerated. If this is true, no matter how rich Tony Stark is, he will die young. Unless he can replace his kidneys with a pair of strong ones. But this guy really likes Kai parties. Although the cocktail parties look more formal, it doesn't matter to Tony Stark. They are all about drinking and picking up girls, just a little wilder and a little more sanctimonious. Moreover, all the parties Tony Stark participates in are quite high-end. Although Chicago is no longer the Chicago of the past and can no longer be compared with New York and Los Angeles, it is still the economic and cultural center of the central and northern United States. Although it can't gather a large number of celebrities to support it like Tony holds a party in Los Angeles, it can also attract a large number of people with sufficient status and qualifications to attend the party. Although Chicago is far away from the center of the world, it still holds the attitude of old money. Old money is not old money, but represents traditional aristocrats or traditional wealthy classes. They look down on the impetuousness of those emerging cities, but envy their prosperity and colorfulness. You know, in the past, local celebrities in Chicago rarely had the opportunity to attend the high-end cocktail parties held by Stark. In short, the senses are very strange. They often show contempt and disdain for those emerging classes, but they are equally envious and jealous in their hearts. They are eager to be recognized and eager to revive the glory of the past. So after the news of Stark's cocktail party spread, a large number of local celebrities in Chicago tried every means to get an invitation. When Kai drove his Cobra 427 to Daksha, the parking lot was already full of various luxury cars. Because it was a private cocktail party, there was no red carpet appearance before the cocktail party like in Los Angeles. Old money doesn't like this. The attitude of old money is to be low-key. But being low-key is low-key, but you can't lose your style. Starting from the parking lot, every design reveals the taste of this privileged class. The parking lot of the building has 3 floors, and the bottom floor is directly separated and designated as a designated parking space. To enter there, you must show an invitation letter. There is a special chip in the invitation letter, which records the detailed information of the invitee. If the information does not match, you will not be allowed to enter. Very stark. After entering the parking lot, a special parking boy will park the car in the pre-arranged parking space according to the number on the invitation letter, and then you will be taken to the special elevator for the cocktail party and directly to the cocktail party site. Teresa followed Kai, looking like Liu Liao entering the Grand View Garden, and immediately felt the air of privilege coming at her face, so terrifying. This strong woman has become a lot more restrained, like a country girl who has never seen the world. Teresa wore a dignified and playful sequined black dress today. The hem of the skirt opened to the thigh, which was sexy but not too frivolous. In addition, she wore a limited edition Hermes black crocodile leather bag that cost her a month's salary. She didn't bring any accessories, not because she didn't want to, but because those branded accessories were too expensive and had no practical use, so she wouldn't wear them normally. In fact, some cheaper accessories were also very beautiful, but Teresa didn't want to. After all, it would be better not to bring any than to wear cheap ones for such occasions, as they would be looked down upon. To be honest, if she didn't bring a bag, she wouldn't even bring a bag. As a strong woman, she was never interested in these fancy things. What could such a small bag do? It had no practical value. It couldn't hold anything except a few balloons and a few cosmetics. And it was so expensive, 5 figures. US dollars. Kai was wearing a 3-piece blue solid color flat lapel custom suit, very British style, and combed his hair like an adult, which looked decent. He was handsome, had long legs, and a perfect body proportion. He was a typical clothes rack, and looked energetic no matter how you looked at him. Except that his female companion was a little mature, there was nothing wrong with him. Looking at Teresa who couldn't even walk, Kai said with a smile, "What? Are you scared?" Teresa held Kai's arm and glared at him fiercely, but didn't say anything. She just took a deep breath to calm herself down and deal with today's cocktail party in the best state. Although she was just a small figure, with the guidance of Chief Cooper, it was not difficult for her to get to know some high-level figures. The rare thing was how to win the favor of the people present. For this reason, Teresa really prepared well. In order to practice her smile and tone of voice, she even took a leave yesterday and practiced secretly at home. This caused quite a stir in the detective bureau. The workaholic actually took a leave. The elevator arrived soon. When the elevator door opened, a luxurious but unpretentious cocktail party scene appeared in front of everyone. A waiter came up immediately and led the two to the buffet. The cocktail party hadn't officially started yet, so everyone could drink some champagne and eat some snacks to fill their stomachs. When they walked to the buffet table, they saw Cooper and his wife chatting happily with some people. Cooper also noticed Kai and waved to let them pass. At this moment, Teresa immediately threw away her previous restraint, became unusually generous, raised her head and chest, and walked very naturally with Kai to Cooper's side. At first glance, it seemed that Teresa was the one who was invited, and Kai was a temporary male companion. It's no wonder that others misunderstood. After all, their ages are there. Men's aesthetics have always been very specific. They're all young and beautiful ladies. Who would be so bored to bring a woman who is more than 10 years older than himself to such an occasion? So many people regard Kai as a gigolo. It must be said that Teresa is indeed a strong woman, and she adapts to this situation very quickly. Soon she started chatting with a group of old men, and Kai didn't listen carefully because he was not interested. Kai has always kept a distance from such hypocritical things. He knows that he can't play this kind of political game. So he simply left Teresa's side. Anyway, he was just a tool man. After bringing her in, he was free. Kai walked to the French window in a corner with a glass of champagne. He stared at the night view outside the window in a daze. During this time, Several older-looking mature women came over to chat with him. These women also thought Kai was a gigolo. Out of politeness, Kai did not lose his temper, but politely rejected them and told them that he was very professional and that he was booked for the hour today and would not take other business casually. But if they really needed a male companion, he could introduce a few good friends to them. A bunch of rich ladies praised Kai's professionalism. They just liked this kind of handsome boy with such professional ethics. They all decided that they would have a chance to discuss business matters together after a long time. But they did not refuse Kai's introduction. After all, Kai just said that these boys have serious jobs, and they usually don't come out to work unless introduced by acquaintances. Well, don't think that only men like professional temptation, women are the same. Gender equality. After sending away several waves of people, Kai began to be in a daze. Until a woman came over. "I'm sorry, I'm being kept by someone tonight." "Hey, it's you." Kai thought it was another lonely and cold older woman who was flirting with men, so he blurted out the answer out of habit. He turned around and saw an acquaintance. "Alexandra? Why are you here?" The person who came was the female model that Kai had saved in the 7 Deadly Sins serial murder case. Compared to before, she looked more beautiful. It was not that she suddenly became beautiful or had surgery, but a change in temperament. She was more relieved and free-spirited than before, which made people feel comfortable. "Puchy." Alexandra couldn't help laughing when she saw Kai's embarrassed expression. "You are a policeman, but you pretend to be a male public relations." Kai blushed, then quickly returned to normal, and shrugged. "Should I explain to them one by one who I am and what I do? Anyway, since they think I am a male public relations, I'll just satisfy them. Anyway, I have nothing to do." Although it was a prank, Kai still felt a little embarrassed to be seen by acquaintances, so he quickly changed the subject. "How about you? How are you doing lately?" Alexandra smiled beautifully when she heard Kai's concern about a recent situation. She was really happy. If it was Kai before, he would not care about this at all. "Not bad. I turned down a lot of work and started to do some charity activities. Suddenly I feel that this is not bad. I can help others and live a fulfilling life. It's not like before. I was working every day, thinking about climbing up, or worrying about popularity, figure, skin, and my mind can't hold anything else." As she spoke, Alexandra showed a trace of regret and a relief. But soon she laughed excitedly. "After going through those things, I also reflected a lot. Maybe it's because I'm atonement, so I rarely have nightmares now." Kai really didn't know that Alexandra had nightmares because of the previous things. After all, he never cared. But her transformation still made Kai like her more. "I don't know why, people always have more kindness towards those who have lost their way and returned. Perhaps this proves that people can be saved?" The two chatted back and forth. From the chat, we learned that although Alexandra turned down many jobs, it did not affect her career. On the contrary. Because she did charity everywhere, she was recognized by more people. The United States is a society that advocates charity and public welfare. Although many charities and public welfare are means of tax avoidance, Americans do not have the moral cleanliness of the Chinese. Others do good things, regardless of whether they are for fame or profit, they are worthy of praise. Unlike those people in China, when they see others donating money, they either say it is acidic or morally blackmail, saying that others have made so much money, why don't they donate more? Oh, the money others make is not blown by the wind. How much others donate is their own business. He donated, it is a good thing. This is not a reason to be criticized. Besides, no matter what, others donated. How many of those who talk big actually donated money? If you have the guts, donate all your wealth. What's more, when others do good deeds, they say that they are doing it for fame and show. This kind of people is the most annoying. What? Good deeds are not allowed to be publicized? Others donated real money, and it was a mistake to get a few compliments? In short, because of Alexandra's actions, not only did her popularity not drop, but it rose to a higher level. She had less work, but her income was increasing. Just as Kai was talking to Alexandra, Tony Stark, the arrogant king, finally arrived. Chapter 394, Cocktail Party continues. Tony Stark's appearance made the originally quiet venue lively all of a sudden. On the way to the center stage of the cocktail party, people kept trying to talk to Stark. They all had their own purposes. Some just wanted Stark to remember them, and some hoped to get investment from this playboy. In short, They all hoped to get the benefits they wanted from this playboy. Tony Stark was very experienced in everything that happened in front of him. He walked through the crowd gracefully, without stopping, but still smiled and greeted everyone. Although he was arrogant, Stark was not a rude person. In fact, people like this who came from a wealthy elite family rarely made mistakes in their upbringing. Of course, his pride or arrogance was also obvious. He was like a man walking on the red carpet, surrounded by his fans. Although it seemed that he would be very polite to every fan, in fact, he didn't know these people at all, and he didn't intend to stop his steps in the spotlight. He regarded these people as supporting roles and background in a show. Under the attention of the crowd, Stark walked onto the stage and began his toast. Funny and humorous, full of witty remarks. Well, this is what other people said about Stark. But Kai, who was behind the crowd, curled his lips repeatedly. Humorous? Maybe, but what Kai heard more was self-righteousness. Look at these people. Tony Stark just said a very ordinary witty remark, but everyone laughed very happily. Either this group of people has a low sense of humor, or Stark's tens of billions of assets made this ordinary joke funny. Kai estimated that the latter possibility is more likely. Or Barclay's words, if Jordan was just a plumber, no one would say he was handsome? Kai thought there was nothing wrong with using this sentence here. He is very attractive, right? Alexandra sighed as she looked at the energetic Stark. Kai turned her head in astonishment and looked at Alexandra. Alexandra was very curious why Kai looked at her like that. What's wrong? Kai was relieved soon. He found that he seemed to be a little too sensitive. Alexandra was not wrong to think so. If Kai was just an ordinary person, without special abilities and magical experiences, he probably wouldn't look at these things so detachedly. Nothing. Kai secretly cursed himself for being sick, and then said to Alexandra, "Do you want to meet him? I can help introduce him." It is actually a very stupid thing to define others with your own ideas. There are 1,000 Hamlets for 1,000 readers. Why can't others think that Stark is very attractive? Besides, seriously speaking, Stark does have the qualifications. He is handsome, rich, talented, and his parents are both dead. Really? Alexandra said in surprise. Although she has changed a lot, it does not mean that she has completely given up her career. Knowing Tony Stark is definitely a great help to her career. Of course, Kai was very pleased with Alexandra's transformation, so he didn't mind helping. It was not a trouble anyway. Kai believed that it was Tony Stark's idea to invite him here. Otherwise, who the hell knows him? In this case, this guy will definitely come to him, so it's not a big deal to introduce him. As for what happens next, that's none of his business. After a boring but enthusiastic opening, the cocktail party began. Without a doubt, Tony was the biggest and only focus of the entire cocktail party. He held a glass of wine. And people kept coming to talk to him. Generally speaking, Tony would remain patient. This was basic education, and Stark would not make mistakes on this. But if the other party's topic was really boring, he would interrupt and then leave. There was no way. The focus should have the privileges of the focus. Besides, if you can't attract Stark's attention, it's because you are not capable enough. There is no reason for the focus of the cocktail party to listen to your nonsense. There are so many people waiting behind. Moreover, Tony has more important things to do now. Tony had a clear goal. After walking down from the stage, he went straight to the corner where Kai was. It took him almost 20 minutes to walk a short straight distance of less than 300 meters. There were too many people talking to him. This was also thanks to the fact that everyone present was well known and would not pester him. If there was really something important, it would not be in such an occasion. Hey, officer, cop, how about the wine party? Cop, translated as cop, is a slang term for the police, and the context is not friendly. Tony seems to be born with a talent for sarcasm. Such a simple sentence is full of the flavor of a smug king. Not bad, Tony. Kai will naturally not indulge him. Alexandra opened her mouth slightly on the side, a little confused. She thought Kai said that introducing her to Tony was a bit of a joke. But she didn't expect that the two people not only knew each other, but also looked very familiar. If the two heard the woman's voice, they would definitely tell her in unison that she was wrong. In Stark's view, Kai is his rival in love, and the biggest one. Kai simply can't stand him. Too arrogant. Tony looked at Alexandra beside Kai, and immediately smiled, then kissed Alexandra's hand like a dog. This etiquette has been out of fashion for decades. Most of the people who still do this are gangsters. Obviously, Tony's old habit came back. But the problem is that many women really fall for it. At least Alessandra is not very resistant. She even chuckled like a silver bell. Tony is very good at talking, so it didn't take long for Alessandra to be amused. After hearing that Alessandra was a Victoria's Secret angel, our teacher Tony generously patted his chest and guaranteed that she would definitely stand in the center position in the next Victoria's Secret show and wear the most expensive diamond bra. And he would definitely buy the bra and give it to Alessandra as a gift. The rules of the Victoria's Secret show are very gentlemanly, that is, the bras worn by the models will be auctioned. Well, they are still original. I heard it from someone, I don't know if it's true or not. There are many sayings on the internet, it's just a joke, but every year Victoria's Secret will create an extremely expensive bra, the kind that costs 7 figures. That is the most watched bra, and it will only be shown by the best model of the year. Being able to wear this bra on the catwalk is definitely a symbol of status. Moreover, those supermodels may not be able to afford bras of this price. This was undoubtedly very attractive to Alexandra. When Tony was picking up girls, he did not forget to look at Kai provocatively. It seemed to say, "Look, I picked up your girl." Kai ignored this. He was completely disdainful of Tony's childish behavior. He couldn't figure out why this guy called him here just for this. As for Alexandra's reaction, she didn't react at all, but this was the normal reaction of others. Ahem, just when Tony was unusually happy, a deliberate and terrible cough came. Pepper, Tony threw away Alexandra's hand as if he was electrocuted, which hurt the girl. How could this be? But Tony didn't care at all, just waved his hand and let her go. Pepper looked at Kai apologetically, and then said to Stark with a cold face, "I think you need to meet the senior officials of the Chicago Police Department. They will be responsible for the security of the expo this time." The idea of the expo was Stark's handiwork. In fact, the idea of the Industrial Expo was originally the product of his father when he was young, and the first expo was hosted by his father. That was also the beginning of the Stark Group coming into people's vision. But his father only held that one expo, and there was no such event for decades. It was not until 2 years ago that Stark suddenly wanted to hold the second expo. The Stark Group also thought it was okay. It was just right to use the expo as a new product launch conference and promote some concept products by the way. These days, only those who can tell stories can make a difference in the stock market. A good story is stronger than life, and leaks like to listen to stories. So there was this expo. Even the design of the venue of the expo was done by Stark himself. Geniuses are so willful. But after that, he just let it go. Pepper was doing all the preparations. So until today, Stark has not really met with the top police officers, nor has he communicated with celebrities from all walks of life in Chicago. Pepper felt that this was not good, so there was this cocktail party. When Tony Stark heard this, he immediately remembered his original intention of looking for Kai. Provoking is not what he wants to do, that's too low, but he is particularly upset when he thinks that Kai is Pepper's first love, and there is a lot of evidence that Pepper still has feelings for Kai. This makes Stark even more upset. Studies show that the more successful a person is, the stronger his possessiveness is. It's hard to say whether Stark is successful or not. After all, he is more successful than 99% of the people in this world when he is born. But in terms of possessiveness, this guy is definitely not weak. People who are Buddhist can't lie like Stark. Anyway, when he saw Kai's face, Stark couldn't help but taunt him and steal his girl in front of him. But he didn't expect to be caught by Pepper. That's not all. The problem is that he hasn't done his business yet. He just wants to ask Kai? No, it should be to exchange experiences and see how to impress Pepper. This guy just wants to learn the technique of picking up girls from Kai. I really don't know what he thinks. Asking for advice is so arrogant and annoying. Anyway, now is the time to do business. How can he have time to meet a small police station executive? I think you should fulfill your duties as the CEO. Pepper was very annoyed now. The biggest reason why she didn't accept Stark's kindness was because of Tony's deadly personality. After not paying attention to him for a few minutes, he went to pick up girls again, and it was Kai's girlfriend. Pepper felt that her face was completely lost. Seeing Pepper's toughness, Tony opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he felt very guilty. Fortunately, someone helped Tony out. Director Cooper took the initiative to come over with Teresa. Originally, in social occasions such as cocktail parties, the communication between each other was relatively private. If others were talking happily there, it would be very rude for you to join in rashly. But Director Cooper and Teresa were not like that, because they knew Kai. Socializing is like this. If you don't have acquaintances, it will be annoying if you force yourself to insert yourself, but if you have friends who happen to be in that circle, then joining in will be much more normal. Director Cooper and Teresa are of course willing to talk to Stark. But Stark obviously had no interest in them, at least compared to the young models, they were not attractive. But if the mountain is not mine, I will be mine, so it's not wrong for us to take the initiative. Soon, with the introduction of Pepper and Kai, Director Cooper and Teresa joined the topic. Then Kai left with a glass of wine. He was not interested in listening to those nonsense. Alexandra was just tricked by Tony and felt it was boring, so she followed Kai. When Pepper saw Kai walk away, she also apologized and walked away. Tony was so angry when he saw Kai leave with two girls. What's more, one of the girls was his. Just as the Shura scene was staged at a cocktail party, 3 floors below the floor where the cocktail party was held, a group of men in black were sorting out their equipment. If you look closely, these people have white skin, high eyebrows and deep eyes, slightly curly hair, and large blue marks on their faces from the beards they just grew, which is very characteristic of the Middle East and West Asia. Are you ready? Ready. They all have a heavy accent, which is very Arabic. Let's get started. We have to defeat the demons who slaughtered our people. Allah will protect us, all praises to Allah. Then everyone started to act. First, a young man with a computer came to a place similar to a monitoring room. He pried open a cabinet, which contained various lines. He connected his computer to several of them and started to operate. This is the building's monitoring room and the computer room hall, which connects the monitoring, elevators, communications, fire alarms and other equipment in various parts of the building. Soon, the young man raised his thumb. It's done. All the elevators in the building have stopped working. We have also taken control of the surveillance and communication. This building is ours. Start the action. You and a few others stay in the monitoring building and report to me at any time. Understood? After the leader finished speaking to the computer guy, he immediately said to another group of men, you immediately guard the entrances and exits and stairs down on this floor. No one is allowed to go up or down. Blow up the stairs and passages when necessary. Understood? Others follow me and clean up one floor at a time. Don't leave any hidden dangers. As long as we catch those greedy American celebrities, we can negotiate with the damn American government. Let them release our brothers. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. I'm sorry, I didn't know he would. Pepper kept apologizing to Kai. She didn't expect Tony to be so naive. It's okay, Kai smiled. Although Kai thought Tony was naive, seeing Tony's performance and Pepper apologizing for Tony, she knew that the two really liked each other and cared about each other. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this reaction. I don't care. I never liked him anyway. Pepper didn't know what to say. She felt awkward. She felt ashamed to talk about Tony in front of Kai, as if she had been caught doing something bad. This feeling was very strange. She didn't feel awkward on the phone before. Snap! Kai suddenly heard the sound of broken glass, as if it came from the floor below them. Kai walked closer to the window and saw pieces of glass falling. Then Kai heard a burst of rapid and tiny gunshots. Chapter 395. How is the security for your party? Kai turned his head and looked at Pepper. The voices just now were very small, and ordinary people could not react at all. So when Pepper heard Kai's question, he asked hello. The security this time is handled by Happy's security department. There should be no problem, although Happy is just a boxer. He has been Tony's bodyguard for nearly 10 years. He is familiar with the security procedures, so Pepper does not think that there will be any problems with the security that Happy is responsible for. After all, what can happen in broad daylight? Kai knows Happy. Although the little fat guy cannot be said to be incompetent, he is just so-so. There can't be too many qualified bodyguards. Thinking of this, Kai raised his head and looked at Happy, the little fat guy, who was on duty at the exit of the party. He didn't know what he was saying on his walkie-talkie headset. Anyway, he looked very anxious and asked his bodyguards to do something from time to time. It was also at this time that Kai perceived that the sound of gunfire was getting closer and closer. It seemed that it would not be long before they broke in. But the bad thing was that there was no reaction at the scene. Something bad might happen later. Don't run around. Stay with me. Kai tore off his tie and walked towards Director Cooper and Teresa, who were chatting and laughing with Tony, with the two girls. Tony had been paying attention to Kai. He was really afraid that Kai and Pepper would rekindle their old love. As a result, he saw Kai walking towards them with the two girls. Seeing this, Tony immediately pretended to know nothing and listened attentively to Cooper and Teresa's nonsense. Kai walked over and ignored Tony's pretense. Instead, he said to Director Cooper and Teresa, "Something happened." The two were stunned and didn't react. What? Just as Kai was about to explain, he suddenly saw a waiter pushing a cart towards them. Originally, this was nothing, but Kai saw that the guy's waist was bulging. It's too late. The two didn't hear what Kai said at all, and heard a scream that broke the happy atmosphere of the cocktail party. This scream seemed to have pressed a button. A dozen waiters pulled out guns from their waists or other strange places and fired at the ceiling. Da 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 da. Well, they held everyone hostage. A group of well-dressed celebrities and dignitaries, who had never seen such a scene except on TV, screamed and wanted to get away from the gunmen. Chaos began. Seeing the scene in chaos, Kai shrugged and said to others, "That's what I want to say." Cooper's face flushed. As a hardliner in the Chicago police, he has always been proud of his recent actions. He always believed that he had made Chicago safer. Unexpectedly, he was pretending to be cool, but he was slapped in the face. What's more important is that he failed to pretend to be cool in front of Stark, who is a rich man. Stark was a little embarrassed. He blocked Pepper behind him and looked around, trying to find his bodyguard. No matter what, he needed to escort Pepper out first. As a result, he saw his security director, Happy, lying on the ground, holding his thigh, and several of his bodyguards had been shot and fell to the ground. It turned out that at the beginning, the gangsters pretending to be waiters had intentionally or unintentionally surrounded Happy and his bodyguards, and when they started to fight, they directly focused their fire on them. Because the scene was full of celebrities and dignitaries, Happy and his men did not fight back immediately, fearing that they would hurt innocent people, and ended up in bad luck. Bang 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 bang. There was another round of gunfire, and then the door was kicked in by Kai, and a group of fully armed gangsters rushed in, and behind them, the bodyguards fell to the ground. Tony was really a little desperate when he saw this scene. "Did you bring a gun?" Stark asked Kai. He hoped Kai could protect Pepper. Unexpectedly, Kai looked at him in surprise. "Your family brought guns to the cocktail party." The security level of the cocktail party was very high. When entering the door, there was an inspection, and dangerous items were not allowed to enter the cocktail party. But why did they bother to check the waiters? "Fuck, I'm not kidding. You have to protect Pepper." Kai looked at Stark in surprise, thinking that it was no wonder that this guy was so annoying, but there were still people who kept flattering him. In addition to being rich, this guy was indeed very smart. The moment the waiters pulled out their guns, Kai guessed that this group of people was most likely coming for Stark. After all, he was the one with the highest status at the scene. What else could those people do if not to catch a big fish? Kai didn't say anything, just nodded and looked at the group of people. Teresa walked to Kai's side silently and said softly, "Are you sure?" Kai smiled at Teresa's dress. "Why do you want to help me? But are you sure you can do it? The slit of your skirt is open to your buttocks. Aren't you afraid of exposing yourself?" Teresa heard this and pulled the hem of her skirt a little uncomfortably. She did feel chilly. Because this kind of skirt is close-fitting, wearing briefs will leave marks, so generally people wear thongs, and Teresa hasn't worn safety pants yet. It's really a little embarrassing. Kai did not continue to tease Teresa. After all, Kai has not evolved to the point where he is interested in black women. Try your best. However, I want to make it clear that no matter how powerful I am bound to be negligent. If there are casualties, I will not take the blame. This group of rich people, although not good at other things, is absolutely the first-class problem of finding people. Believe it or not, even if Kai saved them, 1/10 of them would be grateful to Kai, and then they would be thankful. Because in their opinion, it was what he should do. If someone died, it was also his fault because he did not do it well. In fact, this kind of thing does not only happen among rich people, but everywhere. In his previous life, Kai had encountered this before. They worked hard to handle the case, but the victim's family did not thank them, and blamed them for not doing a good job, which led to the tragedy. They are just police officers, not gods, who can predict the future. There are some things they don't want to do. The same is true for medical disputes. Doctors are not gods. It doesn't mean that if you are sick, you will definitely get better if you go to the hospital. If there is such a powerful doctor, it will not be your turn. Anyway, Kai didn't want to save a lot of people and end up being blamed. This kind of thing can't hurt Kai, the key is that it's too disgusting. After being kidnapped, Pepper's psychological quality has been strengthened a lot. Although she is still panicking, she has not lost her ability to think. She heard that Kai is going to be a lone hero. She was particularly worried, after all, it was very dangerous. She whispered, "Maybe we can wait for rescue." Before Kai spoke, the two policemen Cooper and Teresa shook their heads and denied her idea. They are all veterans. How could they not think that since this group of people have spent so much effort, would they forget such a simple thing? They must have a way to stop the rescue. Besides, in this situation, if rescue came, they would not dare to act rashly. After all, there are too many hostages here, and their status is high. If a few of them die, it will be enough for the Chicago police to drink a pot. Of course, this does not mean that Kai's lone hero must be right. So Cooper and Teresa did not reply to Kai's words. They need to evaluate the situation before making a decision. They can't just rush in with a snap of their heads, right? If that were the case, these two people would not be alive until now. Wait and see what they are going to do. We will make a decision later. Kai shrugged and said nothing more. Anyway, he was the one who didn't need to worry about the most among the people present. Tony obviously couldn't wait. No matter what, send Pepper out first. Calm down, Mr. Stark. We will take care of it. Cooper was afraid of this situation. But he couldn't afford to offend this person, so he could only comfort him softly. The Ten Rings Gang, a very Chinese name. This organization did originate in China, but unfortunately, after the birth of a new regime on the land of China decades ago, this dark organization that was domineering in the old era was liquidated. They were the minions of the feudal dynasty of the old era. They engaged in any business that could be called a crime, and even became the largest human traffickers in Asia at one time. And they actively helped the old regime to persecute those progressive people. It can be said that this organization is full of sin inside and out. When the new government supported by the people came to power, it first launched a liquidation against this evil organization. Uproot their influence in China. Unfortunately, the new regime had just been established at that time, and it was completely powerless to deal with the power of the Ten Rings Gang abroad. As a result, the organization finally survived and its poison has remained until now. After the Ten Rings Gang was cleared out of China, they began to develop in West Asia, the Middle East and Southeast Asia. They acted secretly, liked to play tricks, and especially liked to incite extreme ideas. Especially in the Middle East, they constantly incited religious and racial confrontations. It just so happened that the United States was doing the same thing in this region, so it also helped the Ten Rings Gang by the way, which made the Ten Rings Gang so happy, but people's ambitions will never stop. Now they want to get more. And Tony Stark is their target this time. This group of armed bandits are all Middle Easterners, with the largest number of people from Iraq and Afghanistan. These people are not from the Ten Rings Gang. They are just pathetic fools who have been brainwashed by the Ten Rings Gang with extreme ideas. Of course, in addition to extreme ideas, more importantly, there is a deep hatred for Americans. They are happy to participate in this action. On the contrary, the culprit is just hiding in the dark and not directly involved. These people are from an organization called the Truth Society. They have fanatical religious beliefs. They even use the Quran as a program of action and launch a jihad against pagans according to the will of Allah to completely cleanse the world. In short, they are a group of pathetic people controlled by hatred and extreme religious ideas. But Muhammad doesn't think so. He firmly believes that his cause is great. He even regards Americans as demons. They destroyed his hometown. Let his relatives suffer and die. He wants revenge. But the holy war requires weapons, and they just happen to lack this. So he came here to find the executioner, the greedy man who helped the devil destroy his hometown. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very sorry to interrupt your cocktail party. Muhammad is a typical Middle Eastern man. If he adds a beard, he looks like Bin Laden. He speaks English with a heavy accent, brown pupils, and stares coldly at everyone present. Please believe me, I don't want to disturb you. But my hometown is being ravaged, our women are being violated, our children are being killed, our temples and traditions are being destroyed, so I have to stand up. On behalf of Allah, punish those who caused all this. After saying that, he looked around and saw the terrified eyes of those people, and he was very satisfied. It seems that you know who I am talking about. Yes, it's you. America. Terrorists, this is a big deal. Director Cooper didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Since 911, the word terrorist has become extremely terrifying. These people are all crazy. If they are here to kidnap, it's okay, just asking for money, at least there is a purpose. But terrorists, blowing up the whole building and letting everyone die together may be their purpose. This thing is really hard to grasp. Of course, there are also good things, such as the Chicago police don't have to bear the blame for this, at least not all of it. It's the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and perhaps the CIA. After all, these departments are specifically responsible for terrorists. Especially the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI. They are specialized in dealing with domestic terrorism. But the bad side is also very bad. That is, if it goes wrong, there will be a bang, and the Twin Tower incident will reappear. Now, Director Cooper no longer has any luck. He said to Kai, "How sure are you?" "Oh, I can guarantee that I can survive." Right. Director Cooper also knew that he asked a stupid question. But the problem is that at this point, it seems that if you don't fight hard, you will really die. "Go ahead, Teresa, and I will support you." "Then thank you." Just as the two were talking nonsense, Mohammed came over. "Oh, look, who did we find? Isn't this the biggest arms dealer, Mr. Tony Stark?" "Ah, it's really an honor. The weapons you manufacture and sell have killed many people in my hometown. Even children in our hometown can recognize the logo of the Stark Group, because as long as you see that standard, it means death." The two minions immediately stepped forward to arrest Stark. Unexpectedly, a woman rushed up and pushed the two minions away. "Don't touch him. You bastards." It was Pepper. Although her nickname was Pepper, no one expected this girl to be so hot. Mohammed was not angry about Pepper's appearance, but laughed. It just so happened that he needed a disobedient person to set an example. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at Pepper. Pepper was very scared, but still stood in front of Stark. Stark, seeing this situation, dragged Pepper behind him and blocked the muzzle of the gun. "You are going to deal with me. Don't hurt her. Now, I'm the boss here, Mr. Stark. So, don't tell me how to do things." Mohammed waved his hand, and the two minions immediately stepped forward to capture Pepper. Stark naturally refused, and they started to fight. Perhaps it was the power of love. Stark, a weak chicken, actually pushed a minion aside and bumped into Kai. "Hey, be careful." Kai gently helped the minion up, and then gently supported his neck. "Someone will die." Snap. The guy died. Then Kai grabbed the weapon in the guy's hand. Bang. 2 shots, and Mohammed and another henchman were killed. Mohammed was finished, and his role was pitifully small. Chapter 396, Mass Killing. Kai did not stop after killing Mohammed and another henchman. Instead, he used the corpse in his hand as a shield and continued to shoot. Now that Kai's strength has steadily recovered, his shooting skills will only become more and more accurate. His increasingly strong perception and agility can bring Kai unparalleled accuracy, and the increase in strength can make Kai's hand more stable when shooting. When people shoot, their hands will be raised upwards due to the recoil. This is an instinctive reaction, because this can save effort in the arm, and the consequence of doing so is that the muzzle will be raised upwards. Therefore, generally, policemen will hold the gun with both hands when shooting to offset the recoil as much as possible. Of course, some people will use 3 bursts to ensure accuracy. But Kai doesn't need to do that. His strong strength can ensure that his arms are always stable, and the recoil caused by shooting will not affect his accuracy. So everyone at the scene was lucky enough to see the performance of a super marksman. Kai rushed towards the terrorists with a corpse on his head. Those terrorists were not fools. The moment they saw their boss was killed, they immediately focused their fire on Kai. Bang 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 bang. A series of bullets hit the body in front of Kai, making a muffled sound. Fortunately, the body was wearing a bulletproof vest, otherwise it might not be very effective against those rifle bullets. Bang! 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 When Kai rushed to the nearest terrorist less than 5 meters away, he immediately extended the muzzle of the gun from the shoulder of the corpse and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. For Kai, the distance of less than 5 meters was as easy as hitting balloons in an amusement park. He called out the names of each one and did not miss a single one. The 3 nearest terrorists died on the spot, and all of them were shot on the head. If Kai was not afraid of being too shocking, he could ensure that all the bullets hit the center of the forehead of the 3 guys. But it didn't matter, as long as he killed them. After killing the 3 terrorists, Kai immediately raised the corpse in his hand and smashed it towards the other terrorists, then pounced forward, picked up the weapon that the terrorist had just dropped, and then rolled over, squatted on the ground, held the gun with both hands, and fired continuously. A terrorist who was about to shoot at Kai had half of his head blown off by a bullet. The brain and blood of a beautiful woman in red, who was not far away, were in trouble. She was scared to death by the terrorists, and now she was covered with such an exciting thing, so she fainted without any suspense. Bang! As another terrorist was killed, Kai turned slightly and adjusted his hands at the same time. Snap! Snap! 2 more terrorists were killed. There was silence all around, and a bunch of people screamed after a while, and then the scene became chaotic. Obviously, the people present didn't like this kind of performance, or they were simply afraid that the gunfight between Kai and the terrorists would affect them. Rich people always cherish their lives. But this also gave Kai a little convenience. Although these people were panicked, they were at least not stupid. When they ran away, they deliberately avoided the terrorists. This gave Kai a good shooting field of view. After all, no matter how accurate Kai's shooting was, it was impossible for the bullet to turn. Taking advantage of the chaos, Kai immediately threw away the pistol that had no bullets in his hand, and quickly searched through the bodies of several bandits, and found 3 M1911s and 5 magazines. Kai put away the 3 magazines, and then slid 2 guns and 2 magazines from the floor to Cooper and Teresa. "You two take good care of them." Cooper and Teresa were the only 2 people Kai knew who could use guns. Giving them guns would also allow them to have some self-protection ability, and by the way, they could protect Stark, Pepper and Alexandra, the 3 Burdens. Cooper and Teresa showed good qualities at this time. They picked up the guns and inserted the magazines into their belts. Well, Teresa couldn't do it. It seemed that there was no place on her body except for her cleavage to put the magazines. In the end, there was no choice but to have both magazines put away by Cooper. The 2 held guns and then protected Tony and the 2 girls to move towards the corner. This was done to ensure that the defense area was effectively reduced, otherwise the 2 people would really have no way to defend against possible attacks from all directions at any time. Just when Kai was about to turn around, Pepper suddenly screamed, "Be careful!" Unexpectedly, Kai's reaction was much faster than Pepper's. Before Pepper's voice fell, Kai suddenly turned around and shot a terrorist who was about to attack him. After that, Kai did not stop at all, but moved quickly, and his running position was very erratic. Now the enemy is outnumbered, and standing still is definitely a living target. But this does not mean that Kai will only run away. While running, Kai will also seize any opportunity to fight back. The group of terrorists are going crazy. There is only one opponent, but they can't hit him. They all doubt whether they are suitable for using guns. There are so many people, but they can't hide an enemy. It's the hostages who want to escape without a head fly who are in trouble. People are constantly hit by stray bullets. For these people, Kai can only apologize. After all, he can't save so many people without exposing his supernatural powers. Now the only way to save them is to kill the terrorists on the scene as soon as possible. Snap! 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 While running, Kai hit several terrorists in succession. Finally, a terrorist couldn't hold on any longer. It was too scary. However, this group of extremists was different from ordinary gangsters. They were really not afraid of death. A terrorist, seeing his companions being killed one by one, immediately tore open his coat, revealing the explosives wrapped around his body. There was no need to remind him. The screams one after another immediately made Kai notice this guy. Those who came to the cocktail party were all well-known people. Their lives were precious, so the first time they saw the explosives, they started screaming in ecstasy. They didn't want to die. Bang! The explosives scared Kai, and he raised his hand and shot, directly breaking the guy's throat, which was considered to be preventing the explosion at the last minute. On the other side, Director Cooper and Teresa also made contributions. The 2 of them joined forces to kill 3 gangsters, but Teresa was also injured. At this moment, of the 18 terrorists in the reception, 6 were disguised waiters, and 10 came up later. Kai walked to the terrorist with the explosives tied to his body, tore off the detonator of the explosives, and then picked up the explosives. He looked at the logo on the explosive tube and took a deep breath. It was Basaxe de Azul. Kai had used this thing in the army. The unit he served in was a special unit, and they often had the opportunity to try out some experimental weapons. Bisoxidazole is a new type of explosive. It is still a laboratory product and cannot be mass-produced industrially. Its performance is better than TNT, and it pollutes the environment less. Of course, the reason why it is valued by the military is more because of the former. Its explosive equivalent is 1.5 times that of TNT. Looking at these numbers, although it will not cause another tragedy like the Twin Towers, it is no problem to blow up most of the people in the reception. Kai picked up the explosives and threw them to Director Cooper. This thing is important evidence. It was not mass-produced until Kai retired. It is still a laboratory product. It is difficult for a group of grumpy Middle Eastern brothers to get access to such high-end experimental weapons. As long as they follow the investigation, they will always gain something. Because of 9/11, the current U.S. government has always had zero tolerance for terrorism. Afterwards, both the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security will find out the people behind the scenes at all costs. After doing all this, Kai had time to walk to the exit of the cocktail party and look at the fat boy Happy lying there. Someone once said that there is a fat man in everyone's youth story. Kai doesn't know about others, but there is indeed a fat man in Kai's youth story. They all call him Wyoming. He is a very interesting person, humorous and a little lustful, but the key is loyalty. It was he who instigated Kai's first all-night stay in the internet cafe. It was also because of him that he first knew Mr. Kang. Even after he joined the army and retired, he had always been in contact with him. A month before he traveled through time, he had just agreed to be his best man. It feels a bit exaggerated to say that they are brothers for life, but it should be okay to say that they are good friends for life. Anyway, because of him, Kai always had a good impression of the fat man. The fat man always gave people a sense of reliability and honesty, so although Kai had beaten Happy severely because of his arrogance before, he actually didn't have much resentment towards him. Kai patted Happy's belly. "Hey, little fat man, how are you? Are you dead?" Happy was shot in the thigh, so he could only lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Although there was no injury to the bones or arteries, the bullet hit the flesh, and the formation was also a penetrating wound. He should not die for the time being. "I'm dying, if you don't help me call an ambulance. Also, I have medical insurance, and this is a work injury, so there is no need to save money for me. You must send me to the nearest best hospital. I need 800 cc of O-type blood. And more than a stack of beautiful nurses to comfort me." The dead fat man can still joke, which means he is still far from death. "Then you wait. If I were you, I would tie my thigh tightly. Things are not over yet." Kai patted Happy's wound. When he was howling, Kai picked up a UMP-45 dropped by terrorists and several UMP magazines. UMP-45 is a combat weapon developed by HK Company for U.S. Special Forces using .45 ACP ammunition to replace the 9mm submachine gun with poor power under actual combat conditions. Due to its excellent performance, small recoil and easy disassembly, it is now adopted by many special forces and SWAT teams. This is a weapon very suitable for close-range combat. The fast firing rate and good stability make it a weapon that is easy to use but very lethal. It feels good, but Kai doesn't like it very much. He prefers guns with large recoil, which are more powerful. But for now, he can only make do with it. These terrorists have a clear division of labor. Who will come up to control the hostages, who will do defense on the periphery, and who will be the lookout are clearly stipulated. It is obvious that they are not a mob. And they seem to be very confident in their own people. At least, he killed all the terrorists at the cocktail party, and the remaining terrorists still did not come up. However, Kai has heard a series of footsteps, and they are coming soon. So Kai picked up a UMP and waited at the door. The door was opened quickly. The two terrorists who opened the door were stunned when they saw Kai pointing a gun at them. "Sapras. Damn it," Kai smiled widely, then pulled the trigger of the UMP submachine gun, aiming at the door sideways with a slightly slow but steady rate of fire. Da 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 da. Instantly, a row of bullets with almost straight lines and even spacing were fired in the passage outside the door. The terrorists had no time to react, and there were wailing and screaming in the passage. Kai did not stop at all. He calculated the number of bullets, and when it was almost enough, he changed the magazine of the UMP submachine gun and continued to fire. Da 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 da. Amid the low sound of the submachine gun, the terrorists who came to support fell one after another. Kai's biggest regret at this time was that he did not have a small-scale explosive weapon such as a stun grenade or a grenade in his hand, otherwise it would be more fun. In such a narrow passage, the effect of explosive items is outstanding. It's not like now. Although the ump is very lively, the power of the submachine gun is actually a little lacking. Look, there are still some lucky people who are not dead. After firing 2 magazines, he changed another one without hesitation and called out the names of the few bandits alive in the passage one by one. Dada. 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 After the gunshots, the passage immediately fell silent. Kai listened attentively and found that no one had come up for the time being, so he slowly walked back to the cocktail party. The order in the venue had been restored a little under the comfort of Cooper and Teresa. When Kai walked into the venue again, Cooper and Teresa immediately asked, "What's going on?" Kai smiled and said, "Nothing for now. But it's hard to say, after all, I don't know how many people there are." As soon as Kai finished speaking, a voice figure threw himself into his arms. Other things were fine, but Kai could clearly see that Tony's face had become very ugly. "What's the big deal? It's just killing a few terrorists, what's the big deal? Happy. When you go back, immediately prepare 10 or 8 boxing and taekwondo coaches for me. Oh, and shooting training. Well, maybe this is not necessary, I can design a shooting auxiliary tool, yes. That's it, this kind of thing doesn't need practice at all." Happy was a little distressed that his boss was being willful again. Although Happy met Tony because of boxing, he knew that Tony never practiced boxing for actual combat. After all, a billionaire still needs to fight with others. What's the use of so much money? Tony simply took boxing as a fitness project. If he didn't want to get a good figure and pick up girls, he really doubted whether his boss would exercise. "Boss. I think this matter can wait. What I need most now is an ambulance, and I need a vacation. And it's the kind with pay." Happy obviously didn't want to get involved in the boss's love life, it would be too easy to cause trouble, and more importantly, the boss's rival in love is that hardcore detective. Happy didn't know whether Stark could win over this guy, but he knew very well that if the other party was unhappy with him, it would be very easy to beat him up. Chapter 397 Diana and Blame. What should we do? Pepper also heard Tony's complaints. At that moment, she felt very, how to say, shy? Probably that kind of feeling. It was a feeling that she didn't dare to face Tony, because she just couldn't help but throw herself into Kai's arms, and she also felt that Tony's performance just now was too childish. However, this childishness made her fully feel Tony's feelings for her. In short, it was sweet and a little embarrassing to see people. So Pepper changed the subject very abruptly. At this point, although the danger was not resolved, several people had actually calmed down. After all, Kai had turned the situation around just now, which was so dangerous, and now it was obvious that the terrorists had suffered heavy casualties, so there was no need to worry. Kai was just about to speak when he heard a sound coming from downstairs again, and even 1 or 2 explosions. This explosion was not as loud as a gunshot. Everyone at the cocktail party heard it clearly, and a group of people screamed again. Kai sighed that the voices of this group of people were really good. Did the screams before make their voices hoarse? Hearing the explosion, even Pepper, who had been relaxed, became nervous again. The rest of the people also looked at Kai nervously, hoping to get some comfort from him. After all, they were terrorists. If they got excited and planned to blow up the building, wouldn't everyone be dead? But unexpectedly, Kai was surprised at this moment. "What's wrong?" Chief Cooper asked nervously. This time Chief Cooper was very glad that Kai was here. If only he, an old man with old arms and legs, was here, things would probably be bad. At the same time, this also strengthened Chief Cooper's determination to let Kai join the special response team. If he didn't keep such a powerful police officer as a trump card, would he really let him patrol? At least with Kai, if something really happened during the expo, he would have some confidence. This terrorist attack has made Cooper nervous. "Don't think that Chicago will not be attacked by terrorists," Kai said with a strange look on his face. "It's hard to say, it shouldn't be a bad thing." As for how Kai found out, Chief Cooper didn't ask, and Kai didn't explain. If you ask, it's a gifted person. As soon as the voice fell, the floor of the conference hall suddenly exploded, and 2 figures broke through the floor and rushed in. This scared the group of dignitaries again. Some of them with weak hearts fell over on the spot. They thought the building had exploded. Kai looked at the 2 figures rushing up from under the floor with a settled expression. There was nothing much to say about one of them. He was just a terrorist. He was lying in the rubble, breathing in more than exhaling. It seemed that there was no hope. The other one needed to be explained in detail. The figure was tall and wearing a very ancient Greek-style female armor. This kind of armor was more like a swimsuit than armor. Anyway, Kai couldn't see what kind of defense it had. But to be honest, this set of ancient Greek-style female leather armor was really eye-catching when worn by this person. With a hot and upright figure, coupled with a well-cut and tight leather armor, the beauty of wildness and strength burst out. In addition to the leather armor, the most eye-catching thing about this woman is her arm guard and a starlight crown. The starlight crown looks very American, and the main theme is a mess. This look can completely run from Miss America. Fortunately, this silly girl still remembered to wear a mask. Kai's first reaction was like this. Yes, this woman who saved people from fire and water is Diana. Diana's appearance here surprised Kai, but also took it for granted. This girl liked to do chivalry decades ago, and it was not strange to appear here. It's just that he didn't expect her to appear at this time. But in this situation, Kai didn't seem to have a chance to ask. So he could only pretend not to know her. The first time Diana saw Kai, she wanted to walk over, but when she saw Kai's expression, she immediately stopped. Fortunately, this girl remembered Kai's instructions. Kai always felt that Diana was a fierce girl. Every time she did chivalry, she liked to go on stage without makeup. Is she going to tell others your true identity? Strictly speaking, her chivalry is also illegal. Since it is illegal, then respect the law and disguise it a little, which is good for everyone. Don't think that everyone in this world is reasonable. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many disputes. Human nature is very responsible. In reality, there is no guarantee that heroes will be treated as heroes. The real reality is that good people may not be rewarded, and bad people may not get the punishment they deserve. Diana's disclosure of her true appearance is definitely not a good thing. Just when a group of people were at a loss as to what to do when Diana suddenly appeared, Diana suddenly tilted her head and pretended to listen. Then a voice of Allahu Akbar was heard. A gentle and well-mannered young man rushed out of the cocktail party corridor with explosives tied to his body. This guy now has no other expression on his face except madness. It seems that what Diana did below before made this seemingly gentle terrorist crazy. Maybe he was scared? He took the detonator in his hand and rushed straight towards Diana. Diana saw this situation, without any hesitation, rushed forward, grabbed the terrorist, and rushed out of the window. This is the 49th floor. Bang! The glass on the outside of the building was directly broken by Diana, and she grabbed the terrorist who was about to explode and rushed out of the building. Boom! A huge explosion exploded directly not far outside the building. The huge impact force blew up most of the glass on the 40th to 55th floors. Diana herself was also blown back by the power of the explosion. Seeing Diana being blown back, Kai instinctively rushed up and hugged Diana, who was blown back. The huge inertia made Kai and Diana roll into a ball. The roar caused by the explosion was even heard clearly by half of Chicago. At the same time, everyone at the cocktail party was shocked. Tony looked very manly at this moment. He completely abandoned the injured Happy and threw Pepper to the ground. After the aftermath of the explosion disappeared, screams and cries were everywhere. At that moment, desolation and wailing became the main theme. Those nobles who were once well-dressed, looked like refugees fleeing from the disaster. Apart from crying and being dazed, they had no other expressions. I believe that during this period, the psychologists in Chicago must be very busy. Are you okay? Kai patted Diana in his arms. Unexpectedly, Kai's caring behavior made Diana's body stiffen, and then Diana raised her head from Kai's arms. Although the mask on her face was still on, Kai could clearly feel her gaze. Feeling something was wrong, Kai's eyes immediately moved down and suddenly found that his hand was on Diana's perky breasts. Perhaps out of the desire to confirm, Kai's hand touched the elastic white perky breasts again. This time Diana's reaction was much stronger. With both hands, she climbed up from Kai's arms. Then she ran out quickly as if she was on fire. Kai saw this situation and was about to remind her that she was running in the wrong direction, but he saw Diana jump out of the broken French window. Although he didn't think Diana would be in trouble, Kai still hurried to the window. Where is Diana? Tony was injured, which made Pepper, who is always calm and composed, completely panicked. She hurriedly asked the doctor to be careful. In fact, according to Kai's opinion, this kind of injury can only be treated with a band-aid. It's just a piece of glass piercing his waist. What's the big deal? The wound is less than 2 centimeters deep. Look at Happy, whose thigh was pierced, but what did others say? Happy? At this time, Happy felt the malice of capitalism completely. Stark is the boss, so there must be 3 doctors and 4 nurses to take care of him. He is a bodyguard who was so seriously injured, but there is only a black lady paramedic in the ambulance to deal with it. Brother, I have a gunshot wound. Gunshot wound. And I lost too much blood. At this moment, Happy really hated this damn capitalist society. He even had the urge to form a communist party in the United States. In fact, Happy was still lucky. The casualties caused by this attack were definitely not small. There were 6 deaths alone, including a Chicago congressman and 2 local celebrities. There were even more injured people. The explosion and shooting made the party full of grief. Ambulances from hospitals in downtown Chicago arrived. Many of the injured were lightly injured, and now they could only ask the police to help bandage them. Happy could only smile if he could get a paramedic to treat him. Kai and Cooper were in much more trouble. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI responded very quickly to the terrorist attack. Within 5 minutes of the Chicago police arriving, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI came together. The impact of this incident was too bad. They had to do something, otherwise they would be sprayed to death tomorrow morning. Cooper was fine. He was the second brother of the Chicago police. His status and position were there. No one could make things difficult for him. Even the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI needed to curry favor with him. They needed credit to avoid the embarrassment that followed. Even a little bit would be fine, as long as they could prove that they were not just eating for free. They had to take the blame, otherwise would the Chicago police take the blame? Chicago was responsible for Chicago's public security, but the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are the professional counterparts for terrorist attacks. If all this is attributed to the Chicago police, should the budget allocated by Congress also be shared with the Chicago police? The question now is how much blame they should bear. If Chicago does not give them any credit, then they will have to bear the blame firmly, and then the trouble will be huge. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. Not to mention the FBI. They definitely receive the most funding among all law enforcement agencies. What is the reason for giving them so much money? Is it because all the FBI members are handsome? The Department of Homeland Security is even worse. You should know that the Department of Homeland Security was established not long ago. It was officially established in 2002. The original intention of its establishment was to be responsible for domestic security and prevent terrorist activities for the U.S. government after the 9/11 incident. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is a merger of 22 federal agencies such as the Coast Guard, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and the Customs Service. It has more than 170,000 employees and an annual budget of nearly $40 billion. In other words, the reason why they can develop to this scale is to prevent domestic terrorist activities. But what about now? Such a serious terrorist attack happened in Chicago, almost sending half of the dignitaries in Chicago to see God, and the Department of Homeland Security can't get rid of this pot. Since it can't be shaken off, then reduce the weight of the pot a little and stop the loss in time. So whether it is an exchange of interests or coercion and inducement, in short, they must share the credit from the Chicago police. Cooper is now both distressed and happy. He was at the scene of the terrorist attack and fought bravely. More importantly, he is in a high position, which means that he has great maneuverability in this matter. In short, as long as it works well, the position of Chicago police chief is basically in his pocket. This is a good thing, but it requires wrangling, endless wrangling. Compared with Cooper, Kai's experience is much worse. Since the 2 law enforcement agencies came, they wanted to interrogate Kai like a terrorist, and any little detail would be asked dozens of times. This is not that these 2 departments are serious and responsible, but that they are just looking for trouble. If they could, they would even want to label Kai as a terrorist. This is not a joke, because once this is successful, these 2 departments will not need to take the blame. There are terrorists in the Chicago police. How can they be blamed? At that time, they can blame the Chicago police, and they will be safe. Of course, this extreme operation is a bit too shameless. In fact, whether one has a sense of morality or not is nothing in politics. But the problem is that he has a solid background and achievements. Looking through this person's information, there are only 2 words on it: awesome. He served in the military before, and his records were confidential. The military would not show them at all. Later, for some unknown reason, He retired and returned to his hometown to become a policeman. He has only been a police officer for 3 years, and he has killed more than 100 gangsters. He has also solved a lot of difficult cases. When others were still county sheriffs, they went to Chicago to perform missions. A true ace of the police force. If they dare to do something wrong, do they really think that the Chicago police are just eating dry food? Then there's the network of relationships. He has friendships with the FBI and DEA, and has a very close relationship with Tony Stark. Power is derived from capital. In the money society of the United States, big men like Stark are real big men. In this situation, if they dare to do extreme operations, they will be killed in the counterattack. At that time, they will not be able to do the extreme one-for-one exchange, and they may be killed by blood loss. So what they want to do most now is to find faults. As long as they find the mistakes, they can negotiate with the Chicago police. Although they are ready to bleed, wouldn't it be better if they can bleed less? What is the basis for you to make a counterattack without knowing the situation at all? Do you know how much impact your behavior has caused? Those casualties could have been avoided. You could have waited for our rescue. What is your relationship with the suspicious person who appeared at the end? Who is she? What is her relationship with those terrorists? Most of the time, Kai was there with a smile, biting the straw and sipping juice, watching the performance of people on both sides asking him questions in the name of inquiry, but in fact finding faults. Explain? What can he explain? If you have the guts, sue him. He is a Chicago police officer. No matter how powerful the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are, they can't bypass the Chicago police to deal with him. Even if the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI shamelessly want to take forceful action, the Chicago police will not allow it. On the contrary, the Chicago police are now consolidating Kai's achievements. No one is allowed to touch him, even the Attorney General. In the end, the two unlucky departments were depressed to death. Threaten? Others are too lazy to pay attention to them, just do what they should do, and even have the mind to order food and chat on the phone with their girlfriends. Force a confession? Look at other people's resumes. If they really do this, the only possibility is that they will be beaten to death by Kai. As for other means, sorry, it doesn't work on Kai, his level is really too low. So in the end, a group of people from the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI could only watch Kai arrogantly eat and drink in front of them, and finally be greeted respectfully by the Chicago police. Chapter 398 Sherfield. When Kai walked out of the interrogation room, almost everyone present looked at him with strange eyes, as if they were looking at some rare and exotic animal. At first, Kai thought that it was another great achievement of his that made his colleagues look at him with new eyes, but soon he found that it was not right. Although these people's eyes did contain admiration, they were more envious and jealous. There was no reason. How could anyone be envious of encountering terrorists? When three beautiful figures appeared in front of him, Kai suddenly realized that these bastards were envious of this. The moment the three women saw Kai, they immediately stood up and walked towards Kai, but after a few steps, they found that they were also looking for Kai, so the three of them were stunned. The scene was very embarrassing for a while, but those who were watching the excitement did not see it that way. A group of people stared with wide eyes and planned to watch this hellsure scene up close. Of course, more people were still secretly envious in their hearts. There was no way, these three women were too beautiful. The key is that there are still many people who know these three people. Pepper Potts, the secretary of the #1 playboy in the United States, is considered to be in a high position and has great power. In addition, she has always been in charge of the expo, so this strong woman has always appeared in Chicago. Moreover, she is also responsible for the connection with the Chicago police, so many people in the police department know her. Kelly, let alone, is Kai's public girlfriend, a freshman at the University of Chicago, with a rich family, and she is beautiful and hot. I don't know how many people envy Kai's good luck. The last woman is slightly less known, but there are still some people who know her. She is French, Diana Prince. I am an expert in the identification of cultural relics in the Louvre, an authority in the industry, and the person in charge of the Louvre for this joint art exhibition between Chicago and the Louvre. In general, these three are all top beauties with money and good looks. Any one of them is a goddess level when walking on the street. But now, three top beauties actually came here for a little policeman and waited outside for several hours. This kind of treatment has to make the male comrades present feel jealous, and everyone wants to take her place. Even if they live 10 years less, it will be fine. Kai was also a little embarrassed, although he didn't understand why he was embarrassed. He was upright and had done nothing wrong. But somehow, when he saw the three women approaching him, he always felt that something was wrong. The three women looked at each other, and out of women's intuition, they all felt that the other party had an unusual relationship with Kai. Pepper was a little sour, but overall she could accept it. Stark's performance in the previous terrorist attack was indeed a huge plus point, although it could not safely dispel her concerns. After all, this was a relationship between the two of them, not anything else, and gratitude was not love. Pepper was very clear about this, but then again, people are always emotional creatures, and Stark's previous performance did move Pepper. In addition, Kai had been avoiding her feelings, so her inexplicable feelings for Kai, or for Adam, were slowly fading. She came today more for the friendship and life-saving grace. But when she saw the other two women, there was a moment when Pepper was quite unhappy. After all, these two women did put a lot of pressure on her. What annoyed Pepper the most was that the figures of these two men were really a level higher than hers. All men are pigs. At this moment, Pepper recalled Stark's corrupt love history again. Stark was really shy while lying down. Diana and Kelly didn't have so many dramas with each other. Diana had a good impression of Kai, and she never denied it. But with her personality, she really wouldn't be jealous like ordinary women. If she liked someone, she would just grab him, so why would there be so many tricks? But Kelly still caught her attention, not because of Kelly's appearance, but because of the devilish aura that seemed to be there and not there. When it came to Kelly, it was different. She felt a little pressure. Kai told her about Pepper. She knew that Kai didn't have any special feelings for Pepper. But Diana's appearance gave Kelly a completely different feeling, just like the way Diana looked at her, with a hint of imperceptible vigilance in her pickiness. But this vigilance was not the kind of feeling of seeing her as a love rival, but rather observing the enemy. This was not the most stressful part for Kelly. What really made Kelly feel stressed was Diana's condescending attitude, as if a queen was inspecting her territory and saw an irrelevant person passing by. Logically, Kelly should not like this kind of look, but this condescending attitude made Kelly feel a little afraid to resist. "Why are you here?" Kai was the first to break the silence. Pepper looked at the two women beside her and found that they were silent, so she said, "I just got the news that they were investigating you, so I rushed over to see if there was anything I could do to help." Kai smiled and said, "They are all trivial matters, it's okay. As for this matter, can Stark intervene?" "Of course he can. But the question is, why should he intervene? What's more, for the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, at this time, unless Stark can give a reasonable solution, they may not really care about Stark. Yes, Stark is a capitalist, rich and powerful, but so what? For the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, what can Stark do? At best, they can just ask a few responsible persons to leave. But at this moment, if the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI do not come up with a reasonable solution, it will not just be a matter of a few people leaving, but will implicate a series of people and even affect the fiscal budget for the next year. That is not a small amount of money, it could be hundreds of millions or even billions. In other words, although it is not a critical moment for the two companies to survive, it is not much different, at least for those senior executives. In this case, Stark does not have much influence. If Stark expresses dissatisfaction, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI will certainly try their best to appease him, and even give up some benefits. But the rest, it really depends on the Chicago police. Others have had their fill this time. The credit is so great that now the bigwigs of the two federal law enforcement agencies are calling the mayor and the police chief of Chicago to beg for mercy. Well, the begging for mercy is a bit serious, but the general meaning is similar, just asking them to do something. It's really nothing to join forces to deceive the above. In fact, the big guys above will know it, but they will not forcefully jump out to deal with the two departments. They will just go with the flow. In this way, the political danger will be much smaller. After all, the two major law enforcement departments are not easy to mess with. The Department of Homeland Security has great power, not to mention the FBI. If they really get angry, it will be troublesome for those big guys. So they will not jump out, but will just go with the general trend, upright, and no one can say anything. If the two departments can't deal with the Chicago police, then sorry, kill and eat the meat, everyone will do this. If the two departments deal with the Chicago police, it's okay. The performance of the two departments in this matter is indeed too poor. If they want to pass smoothly, they must show sincerity. This is the advantage of being a big guy. They will make money no matter what. And it is safe and risk-free. It's just a matter of how much they make. Oh, Pepper didn't know what was in her mind. She didn't say anything and gave the stage to the remaining two. The key is that she didn't leave either, just watched quietly. Kai was a little embarrassed for a while, but he reacted quickly. Diana, this is my girlfriend, Kelly. No matter what, it wouldn't be wrong to introduce each other, and he didn't do anything wrong. Of course, touching Diana before was completely an accident, really an accident. Kelly, this is me. Before Kai finished speaking, Diana took the initiative to shake hands with Kelly. Diana Prince, Kai and I. Anyway, that happened a long time ago, damn. Don't talk so ambiguous, nothing happened between us. Oh, it seems that you are hiding a lot of things from me. Kelly shook hands with Diana and looked at Kai in a weird way. That look made Kai's scalp numb. In fact, Kelly never cared much about Kai in this aspect, except Susie was an exception. After all, this girl didn't mind Kai and her mother's affairs, so she naturally didn't care about other women. She was very broad-minded. But this time, for some reason, she seemed to care particularly. Kai was just about to explain, but another woman walked in. Kai, it was Alexandra. She was not injured, but was frightened. After taking a statement at the hospital, she went to the police station to take a statement. But she always felt a little insecure, so she came to Kai for some reason. She felt safer around him. Now those people who pretended to be doing something but were actually watching the fun could no longer pretend. Like frightened geese, they stretched their necks and looked at the increasingly tragic Shura field. Kai was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a science fiction? How did it turn into a harem story in a blink of an eye? Kai dared to swear that he and Alexandra had nothing to do with each other. When everyone's eyes fell on Alexandra, she was also frightened. I disturbed you? Then those geese shook their heads in unison. What a joke. The more people there are, the more interesting it is. It would be even better if Kai, the enviable bastard, could be overturned. It would be best if they fought. Who doesn't like to watch beautiful women fighting? Well, it's not the kind of hair pulling and slapping. If you want to tear each other apart, the more you tear, the better it looks. But they were disappointed. Kelly and Diana reacted very coldly to Alexandra's arrival. Kelly didn't think Alexandra was an opponent. At most, she was just playing around and couldn't take it seriously. Diana didn't have so many thoughts. In fact, the reason why she said that before was more because of Kelly. She was very concerned about the devilish aura on Kelly, so she wanted to test it. As for Alexandra, she was just an ordinary person. Or, let's go out and talk about it. I know a very good coffee shop. Kai couldn't stand being surrounded by those idiots. These people had bad intentions. In the end, Pepper and Alexandra didn't stay for long. It's not that Pepper didn't want to see the next plot, but she was too busy. Stark didn't care much about things in the first place. Now he was injured. Even if the injury was not serious, there was no need to count on him. This terrorist attack had a great impact on the subsequent preparations for the expo. Apart from anything else, this cocktail party was held by Stark. Although this matter could not be attributed to Stark, some impacts must be properly handled. Many of the casualties have direct or indirect ties to the expo, which also needs to be dealt with. Even whether the expo should be held is also a problem, and all these need to be dealt with. So, Pepper had no choice but to give up watching the live broadcast. Alexandra was even simpler. She had some interest in Kai, but it was just a little interest, not even love. Just like when you see a beautiful woman, you will have wild thoughts. Women also think of men in this way. It is not a big deal for a single model to need a man to comfort her. Now that she sees someone else's girlfriend, even if she is ignorant, she will know that she should disappear. In the entertainment industry, it is okay to comfort each other. If you really want to fall in love, you need to think clearly. What's the matter with her? Without outsiders, Diana would naturally not hide it. But her words were a little ambiguous, which immediately pissed off Kelly. Seeing Kelly frowned and was about to say something, Kai immediately grabbed her hand. Diana is more fierce than her. If she really says something unpleasant, Kelly will definitely suffer in the end. This is an accident. You can listen to me and tell you slowly, Kai said helplessly to Diana while comforting Kelly. You really need to give me an explanation. It was you who led us to drive the demons out of our world, But now, a demon has appeared beside you. Diana was also there when Kai and Camelot expelled the Blessed Mother Lilith from the real world. Kelly almost understood why Diana reacted so strongly when he heard this. 10 minutes later, Kai told Diana the reason why Kelly became in this state. Do you believe her? Diana's eyes widened with anger. What can we say about creatures like demons? You say they are evil, then they are really evil. But from another perspective, it's a different picture. To humans, they are of course guilty of death. After all, they feed on humans and have a violent and cruel personality. But if from the perspective of demons, humans are just food. If you think about how humans treat their food, you can understand why demons are so bad. In short, demons have an unimaginable desire for human flesh and soul. Anyone or anything that has anything to do with the devil cannot escape this desire. So anyone who has anything to do with the devil needs to be vigilant. Naturally. Kelly is no exception. But now Kai. Diana couldn't help but be angry. Kai shook his head with a bitter smile and asked, then what do you want me to do? Kelly didn't take the initiative to become like this. She was just a coincidence. In the end, it was her mother's fault. Diana also paused. Indeed, even she couldn't do anything to an innocent person. Kelly was shocked when she first knew about this. Kai hurried to comfort her. It's okay. I have sealed the demon blood in your body. The impact should not be too great, but if I say it's okay, it's okay. Believe me, Kai felt that the problem was not big. At least the Ancient One had no bad reaction to Kelly's existence. Camelot is a professional among professionals in demon research. But I'm worried. Although Diana recognized Kai's actions at the beginning, it didn't mean that she could let a person with demon blood run around. What do you want? Kai asked with a frown. I want to see her myself, said Diana. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Dream. Kai's girlfriend was stolen. And by a woman. The key is that Kelly actually agreed, and followed Diana happily. What's more ridiculous is that the biggest reason Kelly agreed to let Diana train and monitor her was because of her damn superhero addiction. That's right, since learning that Diana often disguised herself to go out and do justice, Kelly's restless little heart can no longer control the impulse in his heart. How to say it, Kai's attitude towards Kelly has always been relatively conservative. He doesn't want Kelly to go out and cosplay some superhero when he can't fully control his power. But Diana's attitude is completely different. She is indeed not very confident about Kelly's demonic power, but since Kelly has this power, he must learn to control it. In Diana's view, Kai's approach is not only passive and conservative, but also emotional. So she thinks it is most reasonable for her to supervise Kelly. Although Kai is a bit annoying, he did not stop Diana and Kelly in the end. In fact, he had already seen some signs. Kelly was a person, and she was not the traditional Chinese woman. She had a strong sense of independence, she had her own ideas, and she had her own views on her life. Kai had always been very clear about this. The last time Kelly expressed dissatisfaction to him, she said that Kai always left her alone at home. It was because of this realization that Kai took Kelly to raid the Death Walker. But correspondingly, Kai could only do this, because he knew that with him, Kelly would not be in any danger. He knew his personality, traditional chauvinism. Even he himself knew that this kind of chauvinism was not a good thing, but his personality was like this and he could not change it. He was always worried that Kelly would get hurt, and was always afraid that Kelly could not handle those things. At the same time, he could not be cruel and let Kelly grow up in frustration. Even when training Kelly, Kai was not too strict. In this case, Diana's proposal was not difficult to accept. At least Kai knew that Diana would never accommodate Kelly. This is good for Kelly's growth. Always staying under his protection, Kelly may not be hurt, but her mind will not be able to grow truly. When she has power, but her mind cannot match the power, it is undoubtedly a disaster. I hope Kelly can endure Diana's Spartan education. The education of the Amazons and the Spartans have many similarities. Just when Kai was sitting alone in the cafe and thinking about it, the phone rang. Hello, who is this? It's me, Bobby. Rush to the carpenter factory in the South Shore community immediately. Matthew is injured and the situation is very bad. Kai didn't expect Bobby to call him, and he didn't expect that Bobby called because of Matthew. Although he was full of doubts, Bobby would not play such a bad joke on him. "Kai? I'll be there right away." When Kai felt the abandoned factory that Bobby mentioned, not only Bobby was there, but also the Winchester brothers. They moved out after Kai's house was destroyed. Kai originally planned to find a better hotel in the city for them to stay in, but the two had too many criminal records. Even though Kai had helped them eliminate some of their criminal records before, they were wanted by the federal government again during the time they were separated from Kai. The charges included but were not limited to robbery, wounding, illegal invasion, theft, and several murders. In this case, if they stayed in a regular hotel, they would be targeted by the FBI at any time. What's more unfortunate is that this is Chicago. Although the public security is poor, the infrastructure is much better than those small cities. Even if they stay in a motel here, they have to enter information on the computer. So the bigger the city, the worse their situation is. After leaving Kai's house, they can only find some abandoned houses or abandoned factories to live in. From this, we can see how embarrassing the daily life of these demon hunters is. But the situation of the Wen brothers is not very good now. They both lie in sleeping bags with pale faces. Bobby and Rufus, the two old men, are giving them infusions and physical cooling. It seems that the situation is not good. "What's wrong with them? Where's Matthew?" Kai asked. Bobby dropped the ice pack in his hand and waved for Kai to follow him. They walked to an office in the factory, where there was a freezer full of ice, and Matthew was buried in the ice. Are you going to freeze him to death?" Seeing this look, even Kai, who is well informed, was a little confused. If he hadn't seen Matthew's chest still rising and falling, he would have felt that Bobby asked him to come and pay his respects to the body. "It's the genie," Bobby tried to explain, but the first sentence at the beginning made Kai almost think he had heard it wrong. "What, the genie? It's the one in Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, the one that runs out as long as you rub it against the silly pot, has no legs, and can grant people 3 wishes. You are talking about that, right? The genie is probably known to everyone. After all, who hasn't seen Alibaba and the 40 Thieves?" Kai was very impressed, and that was because of the Disney cartoons in the Little Dragon Club. In a sense, yes, that's it. They can indeed fulfill any wish of a person, but it's only in a dream. Bobby pried open Matthew's eyelids and checked his pupils with a flashlight. Although Matthew's pupils still responded to the light, his condition was very bad. His complexion became worse and his body twitched from time to time. The genie has been feeding on humans since a long, long time ago. They usually hide in larger ruins or caves. They are eccentric and rare. They use a special venom to put people into a psychedelic state, and then use magic to weave dreams that people yearn for in their hearts, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. While the victim is intoxicated in the dream, they slowly enjoy the victim's blood. Generally speaking, their venom has no antidote. Once poisoned, a reaction similar to drug overdose will occur, accompanied by a high fever. Dean and Sam were poisoned, but fortunately, I found some ways to deal with this toxin in an ancient book. Their poisoning is not serious, and some antidotes can relieve the symptoms. They should be able to recover after a few days of rest. But Matthew, he was deeply poisoned. Not only that, he was also hit by the genie's spell and immersed in the dream woven by the genie. I tried to detoxify him, but the effect was minimal. I barely saved his life, but it won't last long. The high fever will take his life. Bobby quickly injected some unclear potions into Matthew while explaining the monster to Kai. The world is full of strange things. Kai saw this situation but didn't say anything. Instead, he went over to check on Matthew. His condition was very bad. It was a miracle that a person could have a fever of 43 degrees and not die. It was probably because of the effect of Bobby's potions. But this was not a solution. After all, putting a person in a freezer. Anyway, he had to be treated quickly. Kai tried several spells and found that none of them worked. Even the poison removal didn't work. The feedback from the spell told Kai that Matthew was not poisoned at all. The venom of the genie was strictly a drug, but compared to drugs, this thing was much more environmentally friendly. Although its side effects were terrible, as long as there was an antidote, it was actually just that. With an antidote, this thing itself had very limited harm to the human body. It just stimulated the brain to release dopamine and dimethyltryptamine, a hallucinogen that the brain can produce naturally. Of course, the intensity of the stimulation was much stronger than those drugs on the market. Dean and Sam, the reason they got into this situation, to put it bluntly, was that they were too high. If there was no antidote, they might have died directly from the high. But after detoxification, they could recover after a few days of rest. If the drug dealers knew about this, the genie would definitely be in big trouble. Such a powerful drug would definitely be a bestseller. But this is not the key point. The key point is the spell in Matthew. That spell weaves a dream that Matthew longs for the most in his heart. This spell is the culprit that caused Matthew to be like this. Although the venom is very effective, it is only a minor trouble in the case of antidote. The really tricky thing is the illusion in Matthew himself, and he himself is unwilling to wake up. Kai can feel that Matthew's mental power is extremely active now, as if running a 3A masterpiece on an old computer. The graphics card and processor can't handle it. Kai can probably guess what his dream is. Matthew has neither relatives nor friends in his life. The only two people who are most important to him are his father and his daughter, but both of them have left him. It goes without saying what he will dream about. In this case, the poisoning can be put aside and the dosage of the antidote can be increased. The key is that he is in an illusion. If it continues, the illusion will take his life sooner or later. Kai has never seen such a spell that can make people die slowly in a beautiful dream. Because he had never seen it, he had no idea how to solve it. Now Matthew could only rely on himself. All Kai could do was to use his powerful mental power to interfere with Matthew's dream and make him realize that it was a dream. As for using mental power to forcibly break the illusion, it is not impossible, but he must be prepared in advance for serious consequences such as Matthew's brain death, mental disorder, and becoming an idiot. The brain is an extremely mysterious field, and any little stimulation will cause serious consequences. Anyway, Kai doesn't have this ability. Matthew feels very happy because today is his daughter's birthday and the day she will hold a cultural performance at school. He got off work early, bought a gift, and drove to the school with his father to give her a surprise. He has already agreed with the teachers and classmates at school to give her a surprise. These days, he goes to school every night to arrange the venue and avoid being discovered by his daughter. Just for today. His father recently received a notice from the hospital that his previous diagnosis of cancer was wrong. When the hospital conducted a re-examination, it was found that his father did not have cancer, but just an ordinary inflammation. The hospital felt very sorry for this and was willing to compensate. Matthew didn't care about compensation at all. As long as his father was healthy, he was lucky. Plus it was his daughter's birthday, so he thought he should celebrate. But while driving, the car radio suddenly broke down and kept making some inexplicable noises, saying that the world was fake and asked him to wake up quickly. Matthew felt irritated for no reason. He felt that some people nowadays were really annoying. They always liked to say some shocking things. What did they mean by the world was fake? He didn't know what it meant. After getting off the car, he supported his father and walked into the school. But when he passed by a black uncle cleaner in the school, the uncle suddenly told him in a weird tone that he should wake up as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be too late. Matthew was angry and scared. He wanted to find the black uncle to argue, but the black uncle greeted him normally, without any weirdness just now. Matthew didn't know what he was angry about or what he was afraid of. He felt that today was too weird, but the weirder things were still to come. He met a lot of people at school, but from time to time someone told him that what he saw and felt was fake, and asked him to wake up quickly. Matthew didn't understand what was going on, but he instinctively felt resistance. He didn't even want to delve into what was going on, because his intuition told him not to delve into the reasons behind it. He couldn't bear it. He and his father walked to the school gymnasium, where the performance was held today. Watching his daughter's immature performance on the stage, Matthew's face, which would never have an expression, actually smiled. Click. When the curtain fell, the lights suddenly went out. Matthew knew he had to act. This was what he had discussed with the school to celebrate his daughter's birthday, but just when he was about to leave his seat secretly, a man sat behind him, and everything seemed to be forbidden in the dark. Only the man was applauding. Matthew seemed to understand something, and he turned his head stiffly to look at the man. He didn't know him. No. He knew him. He was. Who is he? Matthew. It's time to wake up from the dream. Dream? What dream? I still want to celebrate my daughter's birthday. What dream? Dora Lan, the man said only one name and disappeared. Dora Lan. Yes, the murdered woman. I swore that I would give her justice, because I owed her. Those people need to pay the price. After the man disappeared, everything returned to normal. He stood on the stage with his father holding a cake. His daughter's face was red with excitement. Everyone present was singing birthday songs to celebrate his baby's birthday. Matthew cried loudly. He remembered everything. He understood that this was all a dream and nothing could be reversed. The crowd that was originally celebrating stopped. His daughter's original excited face became sad. Others fell silent, leaving only Matthew's heart-wrenching cry. A man crying is not worthy of praise, but Matthew's cry so sad that no one laughed at him. A hand was placed on Matthew's shoulder. Matthew raised his head. It was his father. "Take care of yourself, Matthew." Matthew opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But everything began to disappear, and the white light filled everything. Matthew panicked and tried to grab his father and daughter, but his father just smiled kindly, shook his head, and turned to walk into the light with his daughter. When Matthew opened his eyes again, he was lying in the ice, but he could not feel the cold. He covered his face, but he could not stop his tears and sobbing. Chapter 400 Videotape. Kai didn't know what Matthew had experienced in his dream, but he could guess it. He guessed it, but he didn't know how to comfort him. In this world, persuading people is actually the simplest thing. There is a saying, "It's easy to talk when you are standing, but what's the use of this kind of persuasion?" Since you haven't experienced the other person's experience, you naturally can't empathize with him. Language is often powerless. Kai understood this truth very early, so he never persuaded a person to look at it more openly or "it's all over, those words are just nonsense" of watching the fire from the other side of the river. So when facing Matthew's out-of-control emotions, Kai just walked out the door, lit a cigar, and smoked silently. Bobby was also a man who was good at accidents. He closed the door for Matthew and stayed outside the door with Kai. Kai took out a cigar and handed it over. Bobby looked at it and shook his head. "I don't smoke." Kai didn't force it. The two stood there silently. After a few minutes, Bobby seemed not used to being silent with a stranger. "Are you going to check on Dean and Sam?" "No, you guys are more experienced in this area, I won't mess with you." Kai exhaled a puff of smoke fiercely and shook his head. "They are all men, there is no need to be so disgusting, just know that they are fine. By the way, what did Matthew and Dean do turned up like this?" "I don't know, I went to see a friend yesterday, and they were gone when I came back." The friend Bobby mentioned was most likely a demon hunter. Then the two of them started chatting casually. After all, the parties involved were lying like dead dogs. If you want to find out the reason, you have to wait until they wake up. After a while, there was a strange sound from the door behind them. The two hurriedly opened the door and found that Matthew had climbed out of the freezer. Kai immediately went up to support Matthew. Matthew saw Kai's point clearly, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but immediately his eyes rolled up and he fainted. But fortunately, this time he was really fainted, not a symptom of poisoning. Besides, this guy had been frozen in the freezer for quite a while, and he was in good health to be able to crawl out by himself. After all this trouble, the three finally woke up the next day. The three of them sat around the fire, wrapped in blankets, and were frozen like quails. It was only September, and Chicago was in the season of autumn with clear skies and cool weather. Although the temperature was a little low at night, it was not so bad. They were completely suffering from the sequelae of poisoning. They would be like this in the next few days, afraid of cold, with poor immunity, etc. In short, they could only stay here honestly. "We went to Billy Lee Tuttle's house yesterday." Matthew recounted what they did yesterday in a very indifferent manner. After experiencing that dream, Matthew seemed to have changed a little, but Kai couldn't tell what had changed. He just felt that Matthew was like a newly sharpened blade, sharp and aggressive. "I also thought about sneaking into Billy Lee Tuttle's house before, hoping to get some clues from there, but the security around his house is very tight, and I can't get close to it, so Matthew found Dean and Sam, and it was Matthew's request for help that saved his life in disguise." "Why didn't you come to me?" This was something Kai found very strange. Logically speaking, Dean and the others had only known Matthew for a few days, and there was no reason for Matthew to trust them so easily. What's more, no matter how you look at it, Kai is better at fighting than the Wen brothers, right? "You are a policeman," Matthew said. "What?" Kai was a little confused. "If I am discovered, then everything I do will be deemed illegal. If you are also involved, then all our efforts will become futile. According to the law, evidence obtained illegally will be deemed invalid. And because of the jury system, once the law enforcer himself has a problem, The evidence he has experienced will also be questioned. The most typical example is that in the sensational Simpson murder case, the person who made the defense camp most suspicious was the prosecutor's star witness, Officer Foreman. This officer became a breakthrough for the defense. The lawyers directly seized the officer's weakness and played the racial discrimination card to question the officer's character, so that the jury felt that the officer's testimony and the evidence he handled were not credible. Believe it or not, in the American judicial system, although it is extremely controversial, the defense's race card strategy is indeed very effective and legal. Influenced by the character evidence tradition in the British common law, the evidence laws and precedents of the United States federal and California states that if the character of the witness appearing in court is proven to be flawed, then some of the witness's testimony in court will not be legally effective. Once Matthew is caught for illegal intrusion, all his suspicions and evidence against Billy Lee Tuttle and others will be deemed invalid, and may even be countered as frame-up. So in order to avoid this from happening, Matthew needs Kai to stay out of it, so that even if he is caught, the evidence in Kai's hand is still valid. A very cautious strategy. But Kai really wants to tell him that if he follows, he will be caught? It's impossible. But things have come to this, and there is no point in saying more. Then why did you do this? Nothing, just got discovered, Dean said depressedly. Then he took over the conversation and told the whole story. Matthew has always wanted to investigate the King in Yellow cult, but the problem is that this cult is very powerful in Illinois, with deep roots. It has been rooted in Illinois as early as the 1960s, and has a wide network of relationships. If you investigate through formal channels, there is basically no hope. Matthew's previous experience is the best example. He was a rising star of the Chicago police, but he was embarrassed because of this case and was almost kicked out of the police force. Even though Kai supported him later and asked William to help, the investigation still progressed slowly. Every time it reached the most critical point, problems of one kind or another would arise. It was as if a big net silently trapped Matthew and William, making it impossible for them to break through. So Matthew planned to find another way and directly use abnormal means. The less official personnel involved in this matter, the better. Now Dean and Sam brothers became the best helpers. Because of their identities as demon hunters, Dean and Sam brothers were basically not found in official records. They have used too many identities over the years, and they are wanted. They are not worried about debts at all. They are very good at doing such illegal things. As a result, everything went smoothly at the beginning. Speaking of the skill of sneaking into doors and picking locks, Matthew, an undercover policeman, is really not as good as Dean and Sam brothers. These two are the legendary tough guys who can poke the whole community with a piece of instant noodles. They easily entered Billy Lee Tuttle's house and quickly found a secret room. It is better to say that it is an underground palace than a secret room. Under the house, there is a huge underground space. The layout inside is like a maze, and it is full of creepy and weird decorations. In order to investigate Billy Lee Tuttle, Matthew did a lot of research. He even found the architectural sketch of Billy Lee Tuttle's house. As a result, he didn't know that there was an underground palace in this house. This is the difference between professionals and amateurs. Because of the need to hunt demons, the Wen brothers are so proficient in this unorthodox method that they can even guess where the owner's safe is by the layout of the house. The secret room is under the basement and looks quite old. There, they found a lot of creepy things. Various weird human specimens, like some strange human museum. Many strange human organs are soaked in glass jars filled with formalin. In addition, there are many weird murals everywhere in the underground palace. Some of those murals are engraved on stone slabs, some are oil paintings, and some are statues, but the themes are all about bloody massacres and sacrifices, which are extremely bloody and brutal. It was also in these murals that Matthew found the mark of the Yellow King Kakosha. It can be seen that the so-called belief in Kakosha has existed for a long time. The most exaggerated thing is that they also saw a stone slab mural from the Stone Age. It is not known whether this thing is true or not, but Dean and Sam saw something familiar. They are demon hunters and know much more than ordinary people. There are many cults in this world. A large part of them are cheating money, but some are not. It is not that they believe in the true God, but that they do have some skills and are not completely nonsense. This is especially true for cults that have been around for a long time. Although they were surprised and doubtful, they still remembered their mission. They came to find evidence. Although they took photos at the scene to collect evidence, this thing was not counted. It only showed that the owner had a unique taste. In this regard, European and American society is still quite tolerant. They need to find key evidence. So after some exploration, they found a safe. The Wen brothers used their technology to open the safe again, but they were caught before they had time to check what was inside. If Sam hadn't reacted quickly and realized that it was the work of the genie, and had killed one of the genies on the spot, they would have confessed on the spot. But Matthew was unlucky. He reacted a step slower and was hit harder. What did you find? Kai was quite curious about this. Bang! 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 Kai pulled out his gun and shot the TV in front of him into pieces. The others in the room watched Kai's actions. Everyone seemed unusually silent. Sam sat on the sofa, covering his face and burying his head in his knees. Dean looked fine, but the next second, he rushed out, followed by a sound of vomiting. Bobby's face was pale and his eyes were dull, as if he had been hit by something. Rufus covered his eyes and took the whiskey and poured it into his mouth, one mouthful after another. Only Matthew was the calmest, but judging from his clenched fists, his heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Who? After Kai emptied his gun of bullets, he slowly calmed down and rushed to the TV that was completely broken. He grabbed an old videotape from the VCR. There were only a few words on the videotape, dedicated to Kokosha. For a moment, no one wanted to speak. There was no other reason, just disgusting. The content of this videotape, how to say it, it completely exceeded the limit of what a normal person could endure. It was no longer a category of 18 plus or not. It really challenged the bottom line of human beings. Judging from the picture in the videotape, this thing was shot a long time ago, at least several decades ago. The picture is very blurry and can only be barely recognized. This videotape should not be the original, but a copy. Judging from the clear scratches on the picture, it should be shot on film. The content of the picture is a group of people wearing white robes and animal masks, holding a series of sacrifices. Those white-robed people would catch women and children and drive them into the woods, and chase them on horses, and finally come to the stone formation to kill them for sacrifice. What is even more unacceptable is that a little girl in a white dress was put on a flower crown by a group of men, who then took photos, molested her, and finally brutally killed her. The scene was also accompanied by some extremely disgusting behaviors. The bloodiness of the scene was absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Kai did not wait for the tape to be played completely. He could no longer suppress his anger and pulled out his gun to blow up the TV. He had never thought that people could be so unscrupulous. These things are even more disgusting and cruel than the devil. What's more important is that they did such a thing, but they were so cowardly that they only dared to target those women and children. After nearly 20 minutes of silence, the group of people gradually calmed down. I originally thought that only those monsters in this world would do such vicious behaviors, Dean said palely. He just felt that his three views were challenged. He always thought that the enemy of mankind was those monsters, but now he felt that the behavior of those monsters killing humans was not so unacceptable. After all, most monsters kill people for survival. They originally feed on humans. Monsters and humans are naturally hostile to each other. If that's the case, there's nothing much to say. But the behavior of these people, they deserve to die even more than those monsters. Why can humans be so cruel and inhumane to each other? Sam is still a college student, and a law student at that. He thought more. Can we just give this videotape? But Matthew interrupted him. It's useless. Don't forget, we stole this videotape, and it's been a long time. Those people have plenty of ways to overturn it. This is determined by the law. If the source of evidence is not legal, then the judge will directly rule that the evidence is invalid. Then, we have to do something, right? Sam shouted unwillingly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.